Mr. Cook, Mr. Childers, will one of you all let me know if you can hear me?
Yes, sir, Chairman. You're coming through loud and clear.
Thank you.
Same here, Judge.
Good morning. We are back on the record in case number 2021-00481. We've not finished with the joint applicant's presentation of witnesses yet. Before we get started, I'd just like to remind everyone that to please silence your cell phones, and that for anyone that's on the that's participating remotely, we just ask that you ensure that you are muted during the pendency unless you're going to speak. And if any of the attorneys remotely, I should have mentioned this yesterday, if any of the attorneys remotely interject, we just ask that you identify at the time, that you identify yourself by name when you interject so that the record is clear. We're going to try to do what we did yesterday, go about an hour and a half approximately, another hour and a half, 2 hours approximately, take a lunch, and then try to finish up. So, do we need to take anything up before we start this morning, Ms. Rensel?
I think the one thing that would be good to clarify is from Liberty identifying the witnesses who can speak to the components from the Project Nickel spreadsheet, the various components and what went into it.
Mr. Tillotson, Ms. Knowlton?
Thank you. The company would request to take that as a post-hearing data response.
Okay,
Is that
that'd be fine. Okay.
Chair.
What's that?
Senator Smith.
He is here. All right. Yeah, sorry. Yesterday, we did have somebody that indicated they were interested in providing, sorry, I didn't see you out there, interested in providing public comments, but then had issues getting here. So we'll open it back up for public comments. Senator, if you want to come up and provide those. We gave Representative Houghton and I think Judge Allen yesterday 5 minutes. So we'll give you 5 minutes. Just introduce yourself and make sure you mention your name and address. And it may not be on if you just give us tap it one more time. There you go.
Got it. All right, very good. Well, good morning to each of you, and I apologize for yesterday. I had a little bit of trouble. I had a flat, which is not easy on an F-350, but anyhow, getting that changed in a suit, I'm sure left quite a few motorists with some bit of humor. But folks, this morning, I stand here for a particular reason, and that is because while you have the Public Service Commission on one side of this issue, and you have Liberty, relatively new to Kentucky, and then Kentucky Power on the other, which is going to be discussed today, there's a group that can't be in here, and those are what's called the ratepayer or the customer in many cases, but me, I call them my friends and neighbors. These are the people that I represent. Many of them are related to me, and they couldn't be here today. So for the process to work, they depend on their representatives to do just this, to be able to come here and kind of voice what we're seeing at home. And so I'm going to be submitting a more detailed testimony that I'll try to shoot over to you guys this afternoon, but today I just wanted to speak briefly. I'm not here today to disrupt a deal that's been put together. What I am here today is to say that from what I've seen so far, I have to say that once it's been measured and weighed, it's lacking in the sense of that you have a company like Liberty who seems to be very good at what they do. I mean, their bread and butter, as we say, has been in the renewable, and they have been successful with this, and they've implemented a very successful model. And then you have the Commonwealth, and we're a very, very old state. We may not always be the first one to the party, but we're not always last, but there is a very thoughtful process and a measured process for how we go about things, especially when it comes to energy. We are very good at coal, oil, and gas. It's something we understand. It's bred into the communities. You have some communities that the Inuit Indians are some of the very, very best, or Eskimos, if you will, at oil recovery and drilling. They have their oil festivals, and they have their oil parades and their oil bowls and such. I say this to you because if you look at anthropology, when you come to Eastern Kentucky, specifically the region we're talking about, is it's the same thing applied. Coal has been the backbone of the identity of this region. And we have our parades and our balls and our coal gridiron classics, but it is a culture built around people that are very good, if not the very best, at what they do, and they take a great sense of pride in the jobs that they do, and the work that they provide, and the product they provide. So when I looked at this proposal early on, I kept waiting for this to merge into a little bit more of the specifics, and I think I've met with most everybody from Liberty that's been present to us in the Capitol, and I really didn't see it. What I was looking for, and I think the whole reason that you're seeing pushback from us at this point, was a plan that did take renewables, which we all agree are going to be a part of the future for the state. And I would say, as chairman of Natural Resources, I have probably pushed that door open more than any of my predecessors, because just saying all the above is very different from actually supporting all the above. And we have done that fairly in our committee. But when I looked at this, it was not all the above. There seemed to be a focus and a model that they're good at that was going to be implemented into Kentucky, and a push to get where they needed to go. But when you looked at being able to temper this market and temper the product they're going to provide with the affordability and reliability that can be offered by coal, oil, and gas, I did not see that in here. That was not a part of the plan that was presented to me. Now, I like the power company. I have no problem with them. I think I've got friends in this room. My mother worked there for 27 years downtown. Chalmer Cornett and Kenny Brashear. I'm trying to think who some of them, Mr. Riddle. I think at one point I could have probably named everybody in there, but these are just names to you all. But they're intricate parts of my past. And one of the biggest dinners that we would have in our region, and I see Mark David here as well, and knows what it's like to come from a coal town, was actually the big dinner that the Kentucky Power Company put on. And people get quite dressed up, and we would go and socialize, because at that time it was very much a family atmosphere. So this is not an anti-anybody. This is actually a pro-speech for the people in this area that have to be able to piece together what happens in this room and find a place for them. So what I encourage the Public Service Commission to do is to weigh and measure this, try to find an approach. And if it's not this company, it's nothing bad on them. Like I said, they are very good at what they do. And there's states out there that would probably fit in very nicely with them. But we have our own identity, and one that we should take a lot of pride in for everybody in this room from this region, and even if you're not. Because I will tell you, there's so many services that you are provided, and afforded by the work that comes out of my region to make your life better, and make you more comfortable, and to provide more opportunities, not only for our hospitals, but for our universities and our U.S. military. So what we do is we encourage you to look at, if this goes forward, a blended plan, Mr. Chandler, where they present to you a formula that fits us into that, and not one that just bypasses this rich cultural and historic heritage of what we have to offer. I'm very much pro-coal, I'm very much pro-oil and gas, but I'm also been supportive for solar and hydro and nuclear and all the other opportunities that want to present themselves to us in our committee. We have given them fair hearing. We've been fair to each and every one of these groups. But I also like gasification. I like chemical looping, and on and on and on. I think there's some very rich opportunities out there for companies that want to look at Kentucky and what we have to offer. I have not seen that so far and what I've looked at, and it has concerned me. So on behalf of the people that I represent, I would like to see a plan merged forward here with a company that understands this, that wants to participate in that wants to blend what we do well and what they do well together in a successful approach that doesn't cause people's utility rates to skyrocket, or worse, set us up into a situation to where it's not dependable. I don't think anybody in here in this world was not shocked at what we saw happen in California. This is a reality of what's happening here. Now, we've seen it in Europe, but it's not been something that we're familiar with in the United States. So what we do here, with whatever structure puts forward, we need to be able to guarantee the people in these regions that they're not going to be without power, that we're not going to put a grid that's so dependent on one side of something that it can't recover should a heavy load go on that. And so I'd like to encourage you all to consider all aspects of this transaction, and my plea for my district is put forth a plan that includes us. Put forth a plan that includes the opportunities and the jobs provided. Now, I will tell you that I was a little bit offended at some of the, and I want to call these just parlor tricks, the $40 million deal to come in and help offset some of these rate charges that we're getting, as you're seeing some of the, I'm trying to think of the word here, the rate increases on fuel charges, excuse me. So we saw a lot of these fuel charges that created a lot of problems. Those things hit the customer and can blow their bottom line. We just saw some of these rate increases for fuel adjustments completely blow a family's financial structure and topple them completely out of balance. There's a problem when that happens. So I would like to see not just a one-time fix for that, but what's your long-term approach? Other states have put in programs that help them address with this issue of what's happening with the fuel rate adjustments, not just for 1 year or to get you past getting in here and getting the deal done, but something that's a long-term approach, Mr. Chandler. I'd like to see that happen. And we've discussed with you before about some opportunities that we think may be successful for Kentucky. I'd also like to encourage us to take a look at the rate holiday that's wanting to be, I guess, applied for 3 years, from my understanding, and they're going to waive off the fees that we're going to be charged, or your normal payment for the rider for the decommissioning of the power plant over the Big Sandy. And so 3 years comes to go, and I think you still have to pay the interest like your credit card. You may not have to make the payment, but you've got to pay that interest. And at the end of 3 years, that's going to come right back on people. And so that's not a long-term plan. Those are all designed for a very short gain of being able to maybe make this deal happen. Now, folks, we can do better. And I say that to anybody from Liberty that's in this room. You can do better than that. And people deserve to do something better than a 3 or 4 year window to be able to make a deal go through. They absolutely deserve better than that. And so that's my challenge, is let's put together something that's more thoughtful. This is a chance for us to vet a company that wants to come into the Commonwealth. And many of you in here, your families are from the Commonwealth just like I am. Our deed for our house goes back to Fincastle, Virginia, so I don't think I'm going anywhere anytime soon. But I take stock in that. I take a lot of pride in that, and that this is a very important moment for us in this region. It's been a long time since we've taken this issue up, so I encourage you to take this very serious and put the very best offer you can for the people that we represent in these regions. So I don't envy the job you've got. I acknowledge the fact that the General Assembly does not make this decision. All we can do is weigh in and try to let you know what we're hearing from home, and hopefully today I've done that, and encourage you to take into consideration the aspects that I've laid out in front of you that I think are helpful. Now, Liberty could come back with a program that fits all these together, and they'll find us very willing to work with them. They could also come back and make a proposal that you all decline to accept, feeling that it's not the best way for us to go. But I will tell you that Kentucky has been here for a while, and we're going to move forward past this. But let's make sure that any decision that anybody in here makes takes all of this into consideration, that we don't indirectly hurt the people that time and time again have risen to go into these mines, underground, whatever the effort's been, for this country, because they deserve better. And so I speak to you today on behalf of all these people that take pride in what we do, on behalf of the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and specifically this region, and coming from an angle of someone who is a champion for the utilities, and wants Kentucky to have a migrated, merged plan, but this is not the way I see fit to do it. So with that said, thank you for your time. I will submit in writing more detailed for it, but I apologize for the delay yesterday, and thank you for the time you've given me this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Knowlton will ask those questions as a post-hearing data request. Is that what the company would prefer?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. Do we need to take anything else up before we have the company or the joint applicants call their next witness? All right. Mr. Tillotson, Ms. Knowlton, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The company calls Kevin Melnick.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
State your name and address for the record.
Kevin Melnick, 354 Davis Road, Oakville, Ontario, Canada, L6J2X1.
Counsel, you may ask.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Melnick, could you please state for the commission by whom you are employed?
Liberty Utilities Canada Corp.
And what is your title?
My title is Senior Vice President, Regulated Infrastructure Development, or RID.
Have you sponsored certain responses to data requests in this matter?
I have.
Do you have any corrections that need to be made to those today?
I do not.
And do you, if you provided those same answers in this hearing today, would they be the same as your written responses?
Yes.
Thank you. This witness is available for cross-examination, Chairman.
Mr. West?
It'll be Mr. Cook speaking.
Mr. Cook, you have questions for Mr. Melnick?
Chairman, no, the AG has no questions.
Mr. Kurtz?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Grumman, any questions?
No cross, Your Honor.
Mr. Goss?
No cross, Your Honor.
Counsel?
No cross,
Vice Chair?
not for this witness.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Melnick.
Thank you.
You can be excused.
Your Honor, Sierra Club has no questions.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just testing you. I promise.
I'm keeping you honest.
That won't happen again, Mr. Childers. My apologies. All right, counsel, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. Our next witness is Dmitry Balashov.
So we're going to have questions for Mr. Balashov. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Take a seat. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Dmitry Balashov. My address is 354 Davis Road, Oakville, Ontario, Canada.
Counsel?
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Balashov.
Good morning.
Can you, by whom are you employed?
I'm employed by Liberty Utilities Canada Corp.
What is your position there?
My position is a Senior Director of Grid Modernization.
Did you prepare and cause to be filed in this matter rebuttal testimony?
I did.
Did you also sponsor responses to certain data requests in this matter?
I did.
Do you adopt that testimony and those responses as your testimony here today?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, this witness is available for cross-examination.
Mr. Cook?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Balashov.
Good morning, sir.
Does AEP have more operating companies in the U.S. than does Liberty?
I would not, I'm not sure. Liberty has operating companies that are electric, natural gas, water, wastewater. I believe AEP only deals with electric power, and I don't know the exact number and what sort of comparison you're looking for, sir.
Okay, well, thank you for that answer. I appreciate that. How many affiliated entities provide service to the Liberty operating companies in the U.S.?
Again, across the commodities, I believe the answer is 27, subject to check.
Okay. The Liberty affiliates in the U.S. do not have a transmission operating agreement between them, do they, on the electric side?
Liberty affiliates in the U.S., there is only one that actually operates a transmission business. As such, there is
Okay.
no need for an operating agreement between them.
Thank you. And do you know the name of that affiliate?
I do, it's Empire District Electric, sir.
Okay, thank you. And is it true also that the Liberty affiliates, the electric affiliates in the U.S. do not have a generating operating agreement between them?
It is not true, or rather, it is true, but again, for the same reason, as they are located across different parts of the country, first of all. Second of all, only one of these utilities is a vertically integrated utility that owns a substantial amount of generation. The other two are distribution utilities only. One of them does own some generation. As such, the operating agreement is not something that is required or would make any sense, frankly.
Okay, thank you. Is it not true that Kentucky Power today utilizes services from the AEP ServCo and other affiliates, and that under those agreements, Kentucky Power does not pay for the entire salary and benefit package of those employees?
I will agree with the first part of your statement in terms of receiving some services. I cannot speak to the salary and, in particular, benefits of the employees.
Okay. would it make sense to you that Kentucky Power only pays a prorated share of those costs?
It pays the prorated share of costs of all of the employees of the service corp that provide services across all of its affiliates, as I understand
Okay,
this.
thank you. Thank you for that, thank you. And would it surprise you to know that Kentucky Power pays only about 5% of the AEP ServCo's costs?
I am aware of that fact, but that is, of course, a relative number compared to the totality of AEP ServCo's costs. So that is a relevant consideration in my mind.
And Liberty's plan would hire over 100 full-time employees to take the place of the services which the AEP ServCo and other affiliates provide today. Isn't that correct?
That is correct, sir. My colleague, Mr. Eichler, talked about this and about the methodology that we went in making sure that the numbers that match that 100 are effectively a function of the employees of the service corps that are allocated to Kentucky Power.
Okay, thank you. Chairman, that's all the questions I have.
Mr. Kurtz?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Crummett?
No cross, Your Honor.
Mr. Goss?
No, sir.
Mr. Childers?
No questions, Your Honor.
Counsel?
Yes, very few questions. Good morning, Mr. Balashov.
Good morning, Ms. Winsel.
The question about the capital investment in Kentucky Power's distribution system was a big topic yesterday.
Indeed.
And there was a question raised from Liberty's due diligence whether or not there was underinvestment by Kentucky Power. I know that there has been testimony, including yours, rebutting the intervener's assertions about underinvestment. Setting all that aside, has there been any change in Liberty's understanding of the capital investment of the distribution system at Kentucky Power?
Yes, and thank you for that question. If I may, just to characterize this a little bit, and especially, I believe it was Mr. Kurtz or Mr. Cook yesterday when they spoke to Mr. Eichler that had characterized our analysis of the capital investment as a function of depreciation multiples as that of only looking at the distribution system. So I just wanted to point out that that is not the analysis that we performed. The analysis that we performed was looking on the totality of the investment drivers. The analysis that looked at distribution specifically was something that Mr. Collin performed in his testimony, and that is just the first thing that I wanted to state. In terms of the change in our analysis, as I believe we addressed in, I think it was KAUC 1-76, when we spoke about this analysis, we said that that was an early working assumption at the time of due diligence when we had limited facts and limited time in front of us. And what has changed since then is as we moved forward with the transaction, we were able to see more, speak to more people within the service territory. And the biggest change, frankly, is twofold. One is understanding the nature of the service territory, understanding the cost drivers that drive the service territory, such as those presented in my rebuttal testimony that augment the additional cost driver analysis, but also understanding the nature of the operating and the rate-making circumstances of Kentucky Power, and specifically, the loss of about, I will say, a quarter of the billing determinants, a quarter of load over the last decade or so, which certainly puts a strain on, it right away, it reduces your denominator and, reduces the rate room. We talked a lot about rate room. So all of these things do augment our position. And another thing to add, which is important from a planning and asset management perspective, is a fully depreciated asset. I think Mr. Hurling made an example of a 90-year-old transmission line yesterday, hypothetically. So that line would have surely been depreciated, but to the extent that it continues standing for an incremental day, it continues delivering ratepayer values. And when system planners think of investment, they don't think about capital and O&M, they think about the life cycle. And a prudently incurred O&M dollar that helps extend the life cycle of an asset for a couple of incremental years may very well be worth it. So those are some of the additional considerations that, with additional data, with the additional facts, What I would conclude on that, from our perspective, is that they have done what they could. They've addressed the issues in totality on balance of transmission, distribution, generation, general plant, and other assets. So there is no question about underinvestment. It is far much more complex than that.
Before I get to a bigger global question, let me go back. When you talked about the change in billing determinants, you're speaking about generally a customer count, load, sale.
Correct.
Okay. So, given the change, and I appreciate what you're saying, that this is a complex issue and there's a great deal to it. If you were to do the due diligence today, knowing what you have, what would the position be of Liberty?
I don't necessarily think that the position would have changed. I think there is quite a positive confluence of factors in the sense of the generation decisions that are on the horizon, in the sense of a number of components of the system, like the 34 and a half kV system that used to, be express feeders that serve the mines, are coming to the end of life. There is truly an opportunity to reconfigure the system, to rebuild it in a different way, to rethink it, because the load has changed. The customer side technology provides additional benefits, and there is a number of different things. So there is truly a lot of rethinking that can be done. So we are extremely excited to get going should this transaction be approved. And
Acknowledging that plans can't be terribly in-depth right now, in the case record, there is discussion about the distribution system and some of the changes, as you just said, about the voltages, creating more uniform voltages along the way. That inevitably moves to a discussion of a price tag, an estimated price tag that should be considered as part of this. Can you speak to that?
Could you be a little bit more specific?
How much of the system would you change? How much would you need to be upgraded if you were to go through and, say, create more uniform voltages?
I think the uniformity of voltages is just one of the system planning considerations. Other ones being the condition of the plant, something that I have not seen any data on, right? And that could be, as simple as demographics, load history, some of the analysis like dissolved gas analysis that utilities do, but you can put it all together and create various ways to prioritize the system, which helps you pace the decision making. You can look at connectivity of which assets support which customers or which assets are downstream of which, and it is a complex analysis. It's a very interesting analysis. It's asset management science is still relatively nascent in our sector, but I would not be able to answer this question. But what this does enable you to do is to create a very good record for yourself as a manager of that system, for your regulator, for your customers, to say that you have looked at your entirety of the system, you have picked the projects that, on the basis of information that you had today, provide the most value over the life cycle. And then, as far as managing the price tag, we talked a little bit about maintenance versus capital. Again, that relationship is a lot more complex. A lot of the maintenance spend is actually a function of the policy. It might be a distribution policy that the utility has in terms of the cyclicity in which they inspect certain things. Some regulators, I'm not sure about Kentucky, to be honest with you, will have distribution and transmission system codes that will specify the minimum frequency within which some assets can be inspected. And what data science, asset management science, and just more granular approaches to planning enable us to do is move to the risk-based world, as the airlines have, where you cannot predict a specific, I don't believe that in our lifetime we'll get to the point where we can predict a specific failure, but we can predict an approximate number of failures in a given year, and we can expect ourselves to rectify those proactively to the extent that that provides a net benefit between capital and O&M.
And I appreciate that. I recognize this is a complex matter, but there was testimony specifically addressing the potential of upgrading the distribution system to create more uniform voltage. So just looking at that, acknowledging that's a small piece.
Sure.
But there was testimony in the record. Could you speak to that? Like what is the scope of that project, big picture?
And I apologize if I did not answer your question. I'm quite passionate on the matter. There is no specific plan, or there was no specific scope. As I think Mr. Eichler described yesterday, we have, at this point, for planning purposes, stepped into Kentucky Power's budget. I'm not aware whether and to what extent the voltage conversion is up there and where exactly that happens. So unfortunately, I'm unable to specifically address that.
No, that's fine, I appreciate it, and I will tell you, I'm very passionate about this area of law, so I appreciate your passion very much.
Thank you.
Staff has nothing further.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
First, I want to go back to something that you said in response to staff's questioning. You made a comment about underinvestment, that there is no question regarding underinvestment, and it's far more complex. And to me, those are two different things.
Sure.
So is there no question that there's not been underinvestment? I realize that's a double negative, but
And I was the one who provided you with this, so I apologize. What the trouble with this is there is no firm benchmark. The multiples of depreciation that we have considered in our analysis is kind of the best guess of what we have in the industry right now. To say that something has or has not been under or overinvested, again, it's a more complex calculation. It's hard to say one way or another, because again, these assets that have stood there, they've provided value, which means that investment that was foregone or that went into transmission system or IT or whatever else was good. So my position is that there is no evidence that I've seen that there has been something that could be called underinvestment.
okay. And I thought that's what you were saying. I just wanted to make sure.
I appreciate
Okay.
clarification.
I think yesterday, I believe you were here yesterday for the
I was.
testimony, and we were discussing the comparison to Calpico, and there was testimony about that had been underinvested. And I think you may have been thrown under the bus of explaining what had happened there and how it
Sure.
compared to what you have seen so far in your due diligence on Kentucky Power.
Correct, and I do think that there is somewhat of a parallel between what I understand the situation to be in Kentucky Power and in Calpico. So indeed, the assets that we've inherited, I've never done the analysis similar to what I've done here because I was not with the company at the time. I could not go back and do this analysis. I tried last night. The big issue with Calpico and its reliability right now is, for the last 5 to 6 years, a major cost driver has been forest fire mitigation, proactive mitigation. A lot of it is O&M dollars, not all of it, but a lot of it, which again limits our ability to replace things that we would have liked to replace, right? That perhaps, again, the previous owner has faced in a certain way and that we could replace. And in my mind, this is a similar situation to what happens in Kentucky Power, except for, it's not forest fires, it's the fact that the load has dropped off in a significant way and created some limitations for this rate room. So in my mind, those are the two sort of like, this is the parallel between the two utilities. More specifically, I cannot say anything more because again, I'm relatively new with the company, and to say what exactly the state of the assets has been and what it remains, I cannot say. I can say that again, we're dealing with this much like, frankly, the entirety of North America is dealing with the underinvestment in our sector. When I started in the sector about 2008, every conference, every industry paper talked about systemic underinvestment in the 90s and 2000s, and I think we're still very much in the tail end of that bow wave.
And I could be incorrect, but my understanding of Calpico is it's also a rather unique utility. Is that fair?
It is fair.
Could you kind of describe it for me so I make sure that I'm understanding it correctly?
Sure. So it is a fairly small distribution utility with about 50,000 customers, give or take. It is also effectively separated into 2 or 3 kind of like load pockets with some degree of interconnection because of the terrain. It is also fed from across the border from Nevada over the technically transmission lines in terms of their voltage, but they're designated to be distribution for the purposes of FERC. And it creates some of the similar operating challenges in terms of getting to an outage, for example. When you talk about system duration, if it's an outage that happens on a right-of-way in the mountains, it takes some time from a service center to drive over before you get there, right? And I think that from what I understand about Kentucky Power System, it's somewhat comparable. Similarly, when you think about capital investment, where you have bedrock relatively close to the surface, we can forget about undergrounding. Even putting in a normal pole takes a lot longer. So, and then putting poles on high angles in the mountains, replacing them, doing any vegetation management work, plus also abiding by what is a fairly explicit, I hesitate to use the word onerous, but a fairly active legislative agenda that influences the commitments that California utilities have to fulfill, be it in terms of planning, in terms of investment, be it electric vehicles, be it microgrids, all these different things. They create a confluence of factors that does make Calpico quite unique in our service territory and more generally.
I think you have discussed this already, and I think it's probably been discussed, but just in general, what changes would you make to Kentucky Power and its distribution system to make it more reliable?
Yeah, I cannot say anything specific. We do not have the plans at this point, unfortunately. Like I said,
Just high level.
high level, we would like to do more in the way of the types of analytics as I described when I spoke to Ms. Vinsel, to really isolate and really pace and prioritize the types of investments and use some of the risk-based planning approaches that are emerging across our sector to learn exactly where the biggest value is. It may be in rebuilding, in downsizing, phasing out 34 kV system. It may be somewhere else. It's, and this is where my position as grid modernization senior director comes into play, is that what we hope to do is we hope to introduce, expand with commercially reliable, commercially used solutions, the kind of the planning toolbox of a distributor, of a transmitter, to the extent that we can, right? So it might be non-wire solutions. It might be, as far as I understand, for example, Kentucky Power still has some copper conductor, which is brittle, which is old. It creates some issues related to splicing and work. So, there's that type of fundamental modernization work. And then there's type of looking at where the loads are versus where they have been. What you can do, whether you can move certain things to the rights of way, or rather off rights of way closer to the roadway. I cannot say. There's a lot of opportunities, and it's an analysis that the only way you can really do it is by kind of counting the opportunity cost of what you're not doing. And so at this point, I hesitate to give you any specifics other than kind of the framework that we try to implement across our utilities.
I would take it in your role in this process, and I've done some M&A work, so I understand the
Right.
limits of due diligence, and until you get in there, there's only so much you can do. But have you also analyzed the transmission side as well?
I think is actually clear from my testimony. I have just moved into my role formally. I've been in a role that is effectively part of regulatory affairs that supported these types of projects. I did not look at the transmission system beyond the transmission issues that have just basically been a part of this Kentucky Power sort of less regulatory session. So I can't say much about transmission.
Okay, so you wouldn't be able to describe whether or not you think that, and I'm not going to dig into the PJM issues particularly, but since it's in a zone and how costs are allocated, whether or not Kentucky Transco has been cross-subsidizing other parts of the AEP zone. Is that something you could speak to?
Whether or not they have been cross-subsidizing, Kentucky Transco specifically?
Well, whether it's been cross-subsidizing other AEP entities in the transmission zone.
I'm not sure I'm aware of, or I've reviewed anything about Kentucky Transco cross-subsidizing anything specifically, so.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is it your testimony that Kentucky Power hasn't underinvested in its system, or that Mr. Collins' testimony doesn't prove they've underinvested in their system.
It is my testimony that Kentucky Power, that it is certainly my testimony that Mr. Collin does not prove that Kentucky Power has underinvested in its system. It is also my testimony that Kentucky Power has invested all of the resources, all of the capital resources at its disposal, to my understanding of the facts.
Yeah, but that's not that's
Sure.
splitting hairs, isn't it? Like that's somebody sending in $5 on their utility bill and saying they paid their utility bill. What they send in is maybe what they could pay on their
Right.
utility bill. But if it's not sufficient to meet it, then it's not sufficient, right?
True.
Can I-
The issue with this.
Can I ask
Sorry.
a follow-up to
Of
that?
course.
then? Is that part of that, wouldn't you agree that's part of the business plan here? I mean, that's part of the opportunity that Liberty is looking forward to as part of this purchase, right? Is that Liberty, Algonquin has capital that they would like to invest, and Kentucky Power seems to be a great place to invest it because there's an opportunity to be able to put steel in the ground and wood in the ground and maybe wires in the ground, right? But this is an opportunity to invest capital that Liberty and Algonquin have, right?
To the extent that that receives commission's approval, correct?
And that shows up in, I don't know where. I'm gonna find it because I never give up. Here we go. Can you provide Mr. Balashov, is that right? Mr. Balashov, KAUC Cross Exhibit 4?
Mr. Chairman, can you reference, what's the KAUC internal number or the?
Mr. Chair, is this the list of distribution investments that you're talking about? I do
Yeah.
have it here.
I think it may have been, well, I don't know where it was originally, but it may have been part of that supplemental 161 attachment 3.
Is it the one that is marked 14 on the
Yes.
bottom of the page? Okay.
Yeah, that's the document. So it's gonna be, it is in the record as KAUC Cross 4, but I think it may be part of that supplemental 161 attachment 3, or at least it's the first page of the one that has that on there. So this is the Kentucky Power Company actual and budgeted distribution plant capital additions. You see that?
I do.
And it was my understanding from maybe Mr. Swain's testimony yesterday that Liberty has proposed to adopt Kentucky Power's plan.
We're stepping into it until we are in a position to do the analysis and feel confident enough to propose any deviations.
So this is their 8-year plan, unmodified by Liberty?
Correct.
Okay. And so would you agree that based, at least just relative to historic capital additions, there seems to be an opportunity to spend in some years nearly triple what the capital distribution, triple what the distribution plant capital additions are?
Looking at the numbers, that is correct, sir. However, and as Mr. Hurling discussed yesterday, different parts of the system, different utilities go through different stages of capital life cycle at different times. So, having these numbers be higher in a given, in the earlier years could have potentially, again, detracted from assets that are still performing their function, even though, let's say, they're fully depreciated.
Okay,
Also-
so let me ask that.
Yeah.
Was that the case? You said you looked at it. Was that the case? Because Mr. Hurling's testimony
Sure.
was Mr. Hurling's testimony, and he
Understand.
said things that could. Your testimony is all about these things could have happened. Utilities can and do defer capital work in favor of preventative maintenance. I appreciate all that. You're saying things can happen. What I'm asking you is, have you found evidence that it actually happened? Have you looked at the annual capital expenditures to see that on a levelized basis, they're actually growing every year, but they spent more on generation one year and transmission on another and have deferred distribution? I want to know specific what you all looked at, not what utilities can and might actually do.
Understood. I cannot answer your original question definitively. We did not see enough information to say whether they have or they haven't. Another reason why I cannot answer this is there is no definitive benchmark to say that something has been invested to, enough that I'm aware of at least.
Well, but what your answer a second ago was relative investment, that they may have spent more on generation and transmission and spent less on distribution these years. Well, I'll ask
Right.
about that. Do you have evidence that was actually the case and that their investment has either been consistent or growing in the Kentucky Power territory over that 2011 to today?
May I just look at one of the exhibits that KAC submitted,
Certainly.
if I have it? I just wanted to refer to something specific. I'm not sure I have it here, but I believe it was a capital plan, historical and forecast that was presented to Mr. Eichler. So all we've looked at is we've looked at historical expenditures across the different categories. We did not get into the degree of detail to suggest that the changes from year to year across the different parts of the utility value chain were sufficient in one area or the other to offset this. I cannot answer that question.
Okay. And that's what I want to understand, frankly, is you had your position in the due diligence.
Sure.
You said you've learned more, that's fine. You know, you talk about these qualitative inputs or these considerations. All of those existed, frankly, while you were doing your due diligence. You run utilities in other states. You know all of these things are inputs. You could have used those as qualifiers in your due diligence reports. You didn't. That's all fine. But what I want to make sure of is, do you have additional evidence that none of that is true? Or has it changed based off of the litigation tactics used in the case? That now that the argument is Kentucky Power underinvested, they have to give the money back, you're worried it's going to submarine the deal, is that changing your all's position on whether they adequately invested or underinvested?
It does not. We have spent more time speaking with the planners there, with other people, and frankly, again, as I believe I say in my original data request, where we discussed this, I think it's KUC 1-76, it was a working assumption at the time, and that working assumption has evolved. There is no definitive benchmark, sir, that I'm aware of to say that someone has or has not invested enough.
Okay, so let me ask, here's what we know. We know under that KIUC 4 of what the historical distribution capital additions have been, right?
Right.
And then you've heard testimony that I've yet to see rebutted, but you're aware of testimony that relative to investment in Kentucky Power Company and Kentucky Transco on the transmission front, that AEP is allocating greater capital to other operating companies and other transmission companies, correct? That's creating that cost shift that we discussed yesterday.
Correct.
Correct. So they're being allocated less capital relative for transmission. We know that to be a fact.
Sure.
They're proposing in some years in the forecasted capital additions to triple their historic distribution investment. That just leaves generation out there as the only third place it could be put, right? Capital? Is that correct?
Not entirely, sir, and that is because I cannot speak to the relative state of the transmission system, relative needs of the transmission systems in AEP's other affiliates, relative to Kentucky Power's. And the need to address them.
No, I'm
This,
asking about.
this is all matter,
Yeah, I'm not asking about the needs of the other states. I'm specifically talking about the capital allocations.
sir, but that's the outcome of planning process, and there is a lot to this planning process. There's a lot of people that work very hard and very diligently to do this. So to look at the outcomes in dollars does not tell nearly the entire of the story of the things that are not being done that are good for customers, good for ratepayers.
That's all fine. But what I'm asking questions about is figuring out whether Kentucky got the capital that it needed. And what I'm wanting to understand is, do you have any evidence of that being the case? Your response earlier was effectively, and I'm paraphrasing, but it's pretty accurate, is Kentucky Power invested what Kentucky Power invested. Well, of course they invested what they invested. They invested what they were given. My question is, do you have any evidence that they were given enough?
Do I have any evidence that they were given enough? I don't. I suspect they were not given enough. I know they've applied for more and have been denied certain things on distribution specifically.
When you say they've applied for more and been denied, do you mean by the commission or internally?
I believe that I mean it in the context, I do mean it in the context of the past proceedings at the commission.
Oh, so let me just be clear. The commission doesn't allocate capital to Kentucky Power, right?
Understood, agreed.
So you're saying, that changes the answer. I was asking about allocation to capital.
Okay.
So your testimony, I guess your response doesn't make sense in that context. Are you aware, are you saying that Kentucky, I don't know how to come back to that.
Like a CPCN proceeding or
So the
as far as
specific
rate
example I
base?
had in mind, Madam Vice Chair, Mr. Chair, is the grid modernization rider. For example, I believe that they put forth a proposal for a mechanism to enable additional investment. I don't have all the facts, but that's what I recall from my due diligence.
So-
And
Yeah, that's great.
Yes.
That's a fine answer. But what I was asking is capital allocation. The commission does not allocate capital to Kentucky Power,
Sure.
correct?
correct, yes,
AEP does, right?
yes.
Okay, and so what you're saying is, were you saying that AEP didn't allocate capital to Kentucky Power because the commission didn't approve certain rate mechanisms like the grid modernization rider in the 2020 rate case?
I appreciate the clarification, sir. I cannot know this information. I do not know. I do not know how AEP allocates capital, on what specific basis.
Okay. Ms. Melton, do you have any redirect? Mr.
I did,
Ossola?
yeah, well, and just. Okay, no further questions, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Balashov. I'd like to keep Mr. Balashov in case the commission
He will
would
be
like to recall
available.
him. Thank you.
Yes. And we're gonna transition.
Take your time. Ms. Glass, Mr. Crespo, which one has the next witness?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay,
Thank
you
you.
may call your next witness.
Yes, the joint applicants call Steve Haynes to the stand, please.
Mr. Haynes, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Have a seat. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Stephen Haynes. My business address is 1 Riverside Plaza, Columbus, Ohio, 43215.
Mr. Crespo, you may ask.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Haynes, by whom are you employed?
Employed by American Electric Power Service Corporation,
And what is your position?
Senior Vice President, Strategy and Transformation.
And did you cause both direct and rebuttal testimony to be submitted in this case?
I did.
And did you also sponsor answers to data requests in this case?
I did.
And if I ask you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes,
And you have no corrections, is that true?
correct.
Thank you very much, Mr. Haynes. Mr. Haynes is presented for cross-examination.
Mr. West, Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Chairman. I do have a few questions. Good morning, Mr. Haynes.
Good morning.
Could you explain why AEP wants to sell Kentucky Power and the Kentucky Transco?
AEP runs its company as a portfolio of all the different operations of AEP. AEP looks at various strategic and financial objectives and making decisions around that portfolio. AEP has been active in managing that portfolio. We sold a barge operation in 2015, merchant generation plants in 2017. We have announced recently that we're looking at contracted universal scale renewables that we are looking to sell. And so we're active in managing that portfolio. And as one of the analyses around that portfolio, we came to the decision to run a strategic review around Kentucky Power in 2021. And we announced that, and we ran that process and chose Liberty Utilities as the buyer of Kentucky Power.
Okay, thank you. AEP's press release released on October 26th of last year stated that AEP expects to net approximately $1.45 billion in cash after taxes and transaction fees. Wasn't that correct?
Yes, I remember that.
Okay, thank you. The statement was not that the company would gross that amount, isn't that correct?
Yes, it's the net proceeds.
Okay. And in your rebuttal testimony, however, you claim that AEP is only earning $40 million, isn't that correct?
That is the accounting gain from the transaction, and witness Yende can take you through the details of that calculation.
Okay. Would you agree that that what AEP was talking about to Wall Street is not quite the same thing as what it was talking about to Main Street?
Well, again, we stated in the press release that the accounting gain was immaterial, and I think, again, Mr. Yende can tell you that 40 million on the AEP is immaterial, so we made it very clear in the press release. The press release was for all readers. It was readers for Main Street as well as Wall Street, and so that was the information we put out. We also did put out information in a number of communications to employees and local community leaders, the state folks here in Frankfurt, to communicate what was going on and why AEP was looking at the strategic review and ultimately did the transaction in October.
You agree that Kentucky Power's ratepayers are not responsible for AEP's taxes, correct?
That is correct. AEP's ratepayers would not pay AEP's taxes.
They are only responsible for Kentucky Power's taxes, isn't that correct?
In their rates, they pay a portion of the rates goes toward Kentucky Power's taxes.
Okay. If only 40 million of the $585 million is going to AEP, as you claim, then why not let the money go to the benefit of the customers instead of the federal government?
I'm sorry, I don't follow where the $585 million comes from.
the $585 million identified in Mr. Collins' testimony?
Well, again, so the $585 million appears to be an estimate of the acquisition premium paid by Liberty for Kentucky Power and is not associated with the $40 million accounting gain of AEP.
Okay. If only $40 million is going to the company, how would you explain to one of Kentucky Power's ratepayers who would ask, but your press release says you expect to net approximately $1.45 billion in cash after taxes and transaction fees?
So again, these are financial matters that are very important to differentiate between the accounting and the cash. And again, witness Yende is prepared to walk through those details.
Okay. Can you turn to your rebuttal testimony and just let me know when you have it?
Okay.
Thanks. And on page 5, beginning at line 17, could you read into the record the sentence that starts with the fact that Kentucky Power?
Page 5, line 17. Oh, the fact that, well, I want to understand the context for the sentence. I mean, really, I think the sentence before that should be included as well. Regulatory principles in Kentucky require that Kentucky's customers receive adequate, efficient, and reasonable service at fair, just, and reasonable rates established by this commission. The fact that Kentucky Power has been unable to earn its authorized return over the past 9 years shows not only how AEP is exposed to those risks, which customers are not, but also how rates have been kept artificially low, preventing Kentucky Power from earning its authorized return over a long period, which is a benefit to customers.
Okay, thank you. So the record high utility bills that Kentucky Power has imposed on its customers are not enough and are artificially low?
The point is they return being earned is under the authorized return, so the rates could have been even higher if you were putting the rates on to that could have met the authorized return. We also have to recognize the other variables that enter into what comes into the return, and the fact that, as was stated yesterday by a number of witnesses, how the load of Kentucky Power was declining significantly over the same time period, customer counts dropped, etc. So all these were factors in the earned returns of Kentucky Power being below its authorized return.
Would you not agree that the investor-owned utility model probably does not work very well in Kentucky Power's service area?
Well, again, this model has been in place for over 100 years, and again, as I think has been stated, that there are other territories that perhaps are similar to Kentucky Power, so the model can work. It is something that has to be a partnership between all the stakeholders to make that model work.
Would a co-op model not work better?
Well, I'm not very familiar with the co-op model, so I can't really say.
Is it not true that the electric bills for surrounding co-op ratepayers are cheaper than Kentucky Power's ratepayers pay?
I have no knowledge about the bills of the cooperatives around Kentucky Power.
Is it not true that the surrounding co-ops deal with the same kind of terrain and weather and low-income issues that Kentucky Power faces?
I don't have specific knowledge of their customer bases, or the terrain I would expect would be similar, but I don't know really anything. As we all know, even having a few different commercial and industrial customers can make a huge difference in a customer base, and I just don't have that knowledge.
In your rebuttal, you mentioned that this proposed transaction is of significant interest to investors. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain why that's so?
Well, investors are really looking at this very closely for a number of reasons. Utility investors are watching it to see if there's anything that could impact future mergers or acquisitions that are put forth in the utility industry. AEP and Liberty, Algonquins. Investors are looking at it very closely to see how the plans that have been put forth are going to potentially be impacted and again by all the regulatory process. And then specifically those investors who are looking at, as to your point, the model and how companies grow or change their business plan in terms of acquisitions, are trying to understand whether there's any new trend that could be taking place. And in the case of what I was quoting in my testimony around Regulatory Research Associates, or RRA, specifically looks at the whole process. They look at the governor, the legislature, as well as the commission, and the process around any transactions to see if there's any change in trend. So the point is, really, all those different investor stakeholders are really watching to see, is there anything that could be a change in trend or potentially a concern?
Thank you. Could another reason that this appears to be attracting significant interest to investors be that because AEP wants to get out of Kentucky, essentially, and take the cash it receives and redeploy it at a higher return, such as in transmission and renewables?
So AEP made it very clear in its statements at the announcement, and since then, that it does plan to take the proceeds and reinvest those proceeds in a number of opportunities, and those opportunities certainly would include regulated renewables as well as transmission, but includes, you know, any of our other businesses. And so the idea, again, of that portfolio that I described before, that's exactly what that says, is that I'm choosing different kinds of opportunities, and some, and again, in our view, in our strategic view, are different, and we would say potentially better for the way our strategic view is. And so, yes, we see taking that cash and following that portfolio approach and redeploying that.
Okay, thank you. Could another reason also be because Liberty intends to transition Kentucky Power's generation to all renewables?
Well, I can't speak specifically except for what, you know, Witness Eichler said yesterday, which is, you know, actually Witness Swain as well, which is clearly renewables are a part of what Liberty is looking at. But I think that what I really think the total story that was told by those witnesses is that Liberty's going to come in and take a fresh look at the approach for Kentucky Power, including local jobs, customer benefits, and things that you know, are on the table as part of this transaction. So again, I think what we have on the table here is that Liberty is proposing things that would only take place if the transaction is approved and closes.
Okay, thank you. And the investors that you reference here in your testimony, are these the same investors that refuse to enter into loan transactions for fossil fuel projects?
Well, again, there are many investors all the way around the world who have different views about fossil fuels, but there are a growing number of investors who are challenged by investing in fossil fuels. They either have their, I'll call it, investment committees who don't want to lend or put equity in fossil fuels, but that fossil fuels is a broad statement. So, you know, that could be oil, it could be coal mining, it could be potentially coal burning power plants. But again, you have to get to the specific investor. But yes, those investors could be some of the investors watching this transaction, since there is associated with this transaction a coal-fired power plant.
Thank you. The joint applicants have not provided drafts of the Bridge Power Coordination Agreement to the Commission, have they?
No.
Okay. Do the joint applicants intend on submitting the Bridge PCA and the other agreements to the Commission for its review? And if so, when?
I don't have specific knowledge of that. I believe that witness Alex Vaughn will be able to address how that is going to be handled.
Okay. If you know, for how long a period of time would the Bridge PCA be in effect?
My understanding is 2 years, but again, I'm not very close to those details.
Okay. Isn't it true that the AEP East operating companies had a series of agreements between them regarding issues such as transmission and generation?
Yes.
And over the years, those agreements were certainly relevant to rate making for Kentucky Power, correct?
Yes, those affiliated agreements were done for providing benefits across the whole, again, group of companies in the east so that they could share benefits of grid or generation or other matters.
And in a discovery response, in this case, you provided a 5-page list of affiliate agreements between Kentucky Power and its AEP affiliates. Isn't that correct?
I don't remember how many pages it was, but yes, we provided a response to that.
And that list identified 33 such affiliate agreements?
That sounds about right.
Okay. Just so the record is clear, almost none of the proposed affiliate agreements that would govern the relationships and costs between Liberty and its affiliates have been submitted in this case. Isn't that correct?
I'm not sure about what has been submitted by Liberty. I do know that there will need to be filings made for a number of these agreements that are FERC regulated to terminate Kentucky's participation in the agreements and replace it with whatever Liberty would replace it with.
And AEP and Kentucky Power have objected to the AGKIUC recommendation that AEP compensate Kentucky Power customers in the sum of $578 million for the harm that will be imposed upon them if the transaction is approved. Isn't that correct?
We do oppose that, and we oppose that because we believe we have, in our rebuttal testimony and data requests, provided the responses to show that that harm that has been proposed is not there.
Well, isn't it true that for over 15 years, AEP has forced Kentucky Power ratepayers into the FERC-approved Rockport rate that set rates far above cost? In fact, to the tune of $186 million on a net present value basis in 2022 dollars, over and above the actual cost to procure that power, together with a premium return compared to net book value.
All I can say is I'm aware that there was a Rockport unit power agreement, but I'm not aware of any of the other facts and numbers that you stated there. I'm not familiar with any of those.
Okay. Are you familiar with the ROE that AEP earned on the Rockport UPA?
No, I'm not.
If I told you that it's 12.16% during all those years, does that ring a bell?
No.
Okay. AEP never made any filings at FERC to change that ROE or the underlying above-cost rate for the Rockport UPA at any time, did it?
I'm not familiar with that.
Okay. Isn't it true that virtually every Kentucky Power rate case filed with this commission since the Rockport UPA was renewed in 2004, during those cases, AEP witnesses would come into this hearing room stating that Kentucky Power just could not earn enough profit in its service territory?
I'm just not familiar with any of that.
Isn't it true that by bypassing this commission and instead securing...
Mr. Cook, I don't understand your answer. So, Mr. Cook just asked you, is it not true that for the last 15 years when they've come in for a rate case, Kentucky Power has come in for a rate case, they claim they can't meet their ROE? Your testimony is specifically that, right? You talk about the term
yes,
used
but
as
I've not
artificial
been in any of these proceedings to know what AEP has argued around the
Well,
returns.
let me ask this. Have you ever heard of a rate case in which a utility seeks to increase its rates and its argument is we are earning our return on equity? I mean, that's literally the reason for the rate case.
No, look, you put a new asset in service that could cause the rate increase that has nothing to do specifically with returns. But in general, especially in the last few years, many of the cases have been filed because of under-earning. I would agree with that.
Okay.
So I would say that, I would expect that in the recent cases that Mr. Cook cites, that we probably have been arguing that we're not earning enough returns. So I would agree with that.
It just seemed the answer no, it seems to be in contradiction to your.
I've not been personally involved in any of those cases.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. Cook.
That's okay. Thank you, Chairman. And I apologize if I overran your interjection there. I just
I didn't say my name when I did it, so I didn't follow my own rule, Mr. Cook. That's my fault.
No problem. Isn't it true that by bypassing this commission and instead securing a FERC rate on the Rockport UPA, AEP had found a way to extract more profit out of Kentucky Power service territory than it was letting on in the series of base rate cases it filed before this commission spanning from 2005 to 2020?
I mean, all I can really say is my knowledge is that is a FERC jurisdictional agreement. I can't say whether, again, anyone was bypassing this commission, but I understand the reason why it was taken to FERC. I can't really discuss about what it meant relative to this commission.
Isn't it true that from approximately 2000 through 2020, Kentucky Power's reliability metrics steadily decreased?
I mean, I've seen some recent numbers of how the metrics are, but over 20 years, I just have no knowledge.
Can you explain why, after virtually every major storm, Kentucky Power would file with this commission a request to defer recovery of its storm damage sums in a regulatory asset, although neighboring utilities with similar terrain did not suffer anywhere near as much damage?
Again, I understand why we would file for deferral, which is to keep customer rates low, but I don't really have any knowledge about one storm damage area versus another and whether that is higher or lower at Kentucky Power.
And even though almost no growth is forecasted for Kentucky Power service territory, the company's CapEx forecast for the distribution system nonetheless shows significant increases in capital expenditures. Isn't that correct?
That is correct, and I think witness Balashov gave some of the rationale, which is that, you know, planners do take their work seriously in looking at the needs of the system and proposing investments to satisfy those needs. But it is true that even though load is not growing, we are proposing in this capital plan a significant increase in transmission and distribution investment.
Okay, thank you. Isn't it true that this major CapEx growth shows the need to upgrade and harden the distribution system?
I don't know so much about the hardened part. Again, I'm not an engineer, but I can say that it does seem to indicate that, yes, there is a need for increased investment in the transmission and distribution system.
Now, generally speaking, AEP will allocate its capital and invest money where it gets the highest return. Isn't that generally correct?
AEP, again, as a whole, and again, I'm not down in the planning process, does make sure we're meeting, you know, safe and reliable operations in addition to financial returns. So there are a number of objectives we're trying to meet, and we are certainly factoring returns into those decisions, but that's not the only factor in our decisions. We are trying to meet the customer's needs and keep as the one public comment said this morning, we are trying to make sure the lights do stay on for our customers.
Okay. Among all the AEP operating companies, generally speaking, where has Kentucky Power historically ranked on earned ROE? For instance, are they among the top performing or among the lowest performing?
Again, I don't have the information right in front of me, but I'll say they're in the bottom half generally. But we have had other companies that have had return challenges, again, especially between rate cases and things like this. So, but Kentucky has had, as you looked at the information, they've had some years that they were up in, I'll say, the upper half, but most years were in the bottom half of AEP companies.
Okay, thank you. Is it not also true that ROEs for AEP's FERC-approved rates are almost always higher than rates approved by state public utility commissions?
Again, I believe that relative to the recent state orders we've gotten, that the FERC rate is generally higher, yes.
Okay, and given that AEP is incentivized to invest in its transcos, which have FERC rates, isn't that correct?
Well, we are motivated to invest in our transcos for, again, a number of reasons. Again, we have a transmission grid that's moving power hundreds of miles from our generation plants, and now with new plants being built all the time, such as renewables, we need to have a strong transmission grid. And so we certainly factor the return into the decision to invest, but that's not the only factor. We also are trying to do what we need to do for interstate moving of power.
And the FERC rates are formula-based, is that not correct?
Again, I'm not intimately familiar, but I believe there's a formula rate to the AEP transmission rates, yes.
Okay. If the commission should approve this transaction, Kentucky Power would remain in the AEP transmission zone. Is that not correct?
Yes, I believe the proposal is that they would stay in the AEP transmission zone at least 2 years.
And just for purposes of clarity, assuming, again, approval of the transaction, Kentucky Power will exit the AEP East transmission agreement. Is that not correct?
Right, the transmission zone is separate from the transmission agreement between the AEP affiliates.
Okay, thank you. And based on current PJM tariffs, Kentucky Power cannot form its own transmission zone, can it?
Again, I would defer to witness Hurling, who seemed to be an expert in that area. I'm really am not. I don't think it can, but I'm just not an expert in that area.
Okay. Is AEP willing to commit to seeking a change in the PJM tariff so that Kentucky Power can form a separate transmission zone?
I mean, I can't really, I don't know, I just don't have the authority to kind of make that call here on the stand.
What, can I ask you then, since, can you explain what your title is again?
Senior Vice President, Strategy and Transformation.
Okay. Are you the highest ranking person in Frankfurt today?
I guess I am.
Asking, do you work for Mr. Satterwhite, or does Mr. Satterwhite work for you?
Neither, but
Okay.
but the point is, I guess I am the highest ranking. But then, again, I think it related to what a number of witnesses have said. A decision like that is a complex decision that Steve Haynes would not be able to make on my own. We would need to involve other folks, such as Mr. Satterwhite in the regulatory area. We have a whole grid team who plans out the grid and looks to the future and says, what do decisions such as that make a difference on? And again, this is not trying to say we're just doing what's best for us. We're trying also to factor in the rules of PJM and the rules that at FERC and all of these different factors. It's not a simple decision.
Understood. If the commission were to impose a condition such as, say, for example, that AEP must agree to either form a committee or engage in the process necessary to make a determination about what it will take to make the change to enable Kentucky Power to form a separate transmission zone, do you think the company would at least be willing to initiate a formal investigation and issue a report, whatever the commission requires along those lines?
Yeah, again, I believe the words you're saying make sense, but I do believe the lead needs to be taken by Kentucky Power and Liberty Utilities. Is AEP willing to cooperate in everything you just said, a process, an investigation, and a committee? Again, I can't say if those steps are the exact steps, but are we willing to work with Kentucky Power and Liberty Utilities if a transaction is approved to look at that? Certainly, we're willing to do that.
Okay. The PJM NITS charges that Kentucky Power pays are based on the revenue requirements of the 6 transmission-owning AEP operating companies, plus the revenue requirements of the 4 AEP East transcodes. Is that not correct?
I'm sorry, which charges did you say?
The PJM NITS charges,
Oh.
network integration.
I know that there are NITS charges, but I have no idea what is embedded in those charges.
Okay. Would Mr. Vaughn know the answer to that question?
Certainly you can ask him.
Okay. Is there any other witness today who you believe would know the answer?
I mean, I don't know if Mr. West is familiar. I guess I just don't know who's up on that point.
If I might, Amanda Connor is also here today.
Oh, okay,
Testified on
sorry.
those Similar issues.
Yeah, sorry. So, yeah, witness Amanda Connor, you may try with her.
Okay. Thank you. By virtue of the fact that Kentucky Power would remain in the AEP transmission zone, isn't it true that although there will be a change in Kentucky Power's allocation, the underlying cost basis for the allocation would continue to be the total AEP zone transmission revenue requirements and not just Kentucky Power's and the Transco's standalone transmission revenue requirements?
Again, I'm just not familiar with the calculation in details. I know very little about it. So again, one of these other witnesses, witness Connor or witness Vaughn, may be the better ones to ask.
Okay. If you know, is it not true that once closing occurs, that Kentucky Power will be treated the same as any other non-AEP affiliated load serving entity?
Yes, I would expect that to be the case.
Okay. And if I had questions about whether Kentucky Power would be charged based on a 1 CP allocation of total AEP zone cost rather than a 12 CP allocation, would that be witness Connor too?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just one moment, I'm scanning through some notes here, just trying to save you some time also. All right, if this transaction is approved by this commission, will you receive any sort of bonus or additional remuneration of any type or sort?
I don't know. I've not been promised anything, so I have no idea. AP has an annual process for incentive compensation, and occasionally does give awards to say special projects, but I'm not aware of anything.
Okay, and do you know what about Liberty employees and consultants? Do they have anything lined up for them?
No idea. I have no idea.
Okay. Chairman, that's all the questions I have at this time. Some of the questions I did have, I would like to ask redirect towards the witness that they identified. What was that name again?
Witness Connor or witness Vaughn?
Connor, I believe, would be the one.
Okay.
I believe Ms. Connor, witness Connor, will be called later. You're certainly more than welcome, Mr. Cook, to ask her cross-examination.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we'll take a short recess until 10:45. We're back on the record in case number 2021-00481. Mr. Cook, make sure that you can hear me, please.
Yes, sir.
Great. Before we begin, I just want to let everybody know, we're going to try to do a hard stop at 12:15, so that if you all order food or whatever it may be, that's when we'll take that break. And then we'll push through as fast as we can, not as fast as we can, we'll push through in the afternoon in hopes of finishing at a reasonable time, so that we can all be at home or wherever for supper. So,
Do you-
go
Mr.
ahead.
Chandler, are you gonna do an hour lunch, or do you intend to shorten it in order to try to
An
get
hour.
back?
We'll do an hour lunch.
Okay.
I do want people to be rested when they come back so they have the vigor to finish at a reasonable time.
Quickly.
Not as if half this room won't be here tomorrow for a hearing, but nevertheless. Ms. Glass, Mr. Crespo, would you all like to call your next witness? Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, we still have Mr. Mr.
Yes.
Morning, Mr. Haynes. Will you turn to page 8 of your rebuttal?
And I can barely hear you, so I don't know if that's me or...
Page 8 of your rebuttal?
Yes, I have it.
Okay. Line 3, Liberty is offering customers many benefits, including rate holiday from the Big Sandy Rider, a fund to offset the cost of volatile fuel, and a commitment to seek securitization on generating assets that could decrease customer bills. First of all, Liberty and AEP are both offering a part of the fuel fund, 50-50, $20 million each, correct?
So Liberty is the acquirer, and so Liberty needs to offer, through Kentucky Power, any customer benefits that are offered after closing, because AEP will no longer be an owner of Kentucky Power. But AEP and Liberty have worked together to agree that AEP will contribute to Liberty's offering of these customer benefits.
So it is $20 million each, correct?
AEP is offering half of these benefits. There is obviously a little bit of a cost on the Big Sandy Rider deferral as well.
Okay, just to be clear on the fuel savings, that's 1 year, correct?
The fuel, I think Mr. Eichler, witness Eichler described that it would begin with, and then any positive fuel increase, and then it could take 12 to 18 months was the expectation to use that fund.
Right, it's modeled on Mr. Eichler's exhibits on page 15 over a 12-month period. Were you aware of that?
I'm not recalling that specific, but I can certainly turn to his testimony.
Okay, that'd be great. Page 15.
I'm there.
Would you agree that 70% of the 16% rate decrease for residential heat customers is comprised of the fuel benefit, and that after the 1 year period, the rate reduction from the Big Sandy holiday would only be 4.6%?
I'm sorry, I do not see where you're reading from. I don't know what percentage, what numbers you're using to calculate that percentage.
Residential heat at the bottom, see the 16% savings?
Yes.
Okay, that's the rider holiday of $9 plus the fuel relief of $21 is $30 divided by the current bill of $193 equals 16%.
Right.
Okay, if we just look at the fuel, that's 70% of the 16%, correct?
Well, I had to do my math here very quickly. Yes, that's 70%.
Okay, so that after the 1 year fuel refund, the 16% rate reduction goes to 4.6%, correct?
Well, again, depending on when it kicks in, the fuel refund will keep the rates from having been higher than they would have been if the fuel rider had gone up. So I don't think we can say that it's only a 4% decrease at that point in time. You have decreased what the fuel rider would have been and what the rates would have been.
Well, I think you're misunderstanding this. As staff indicated, if the base fuel is rolled, if the actual fuel cost is rolled in the base rates and the fuel adjustment is never positive, customers will not get any of the 40 million, because the 40 million is to only offset the amounts of the FAC when it's positive. Now, Mr. Eichler modeled it over a 12-month period. If you assume that the fuel adjustment is never positive, then there's no way 16%. It's just 4.6%.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the line of questioning from Mr. Kurtz. This is an exhibit to Mr. Eichler's testimony. It's really beyond the scope of Mr. Haynes' testimony. If he really wanted to ask about these details and how it works and what 12 months means, this really should have gone to Mr. Eichler in the first instance when he testified.
It probably would have been better with Mr. Eichler, but this witness testified to it. He said it's unparalleled benefit.
Yeah, and I think these details are respectfully are ones that Mr. Haynes was summarizing, and the details are really to Mr. Eichler, and that's why it is beyond the scope of what Mr. Haynes testified to.
Well, it's in the record, and this is simple math. Anybody can
overrule the objection, but the math is the math, so if you have a specific line of questioning on the issue, I'd go ahead and move to it.
Okay. And you would agree that the 14% residential non-heat would follow the same pattern, would you not?
I don't know what pattern you mean.
The pattern that after a year, when the fuel refund goes away, the rate decrease is not 14%, it's 4.7%.
Again, I just don't understand the rates well enough to understand what you're saying.
Well, you do understand that the Big Sandy rate holiday for 3 years is only a deferral, and unless there is securitization legislation, it's interest on interest, like a credit card, like the senator said. So it's really just pay me now, pay me later, with no real net present value benefit. You understand that, don't you?
I didn't see the schedule that showed the calculation of net present value impact. I do agree that there was interest on interest, but the rest I can't attest to.
Okay. You turn to page 5 of your testimony. Page, or line 17, the fact that Kentucky Power has been unable to earn its authorized return over the past 9 years not only shows AEP is exposed to those risks, but customers are not, but rates have been artificially low, preventing Kentucky Power from earning its authorized return over a long period. Mr. Cook asked a few questions about this, did he not?
Yes.
Isn't one reason Kentucky Power has been unable to earn its authorized return is because the transmission costs that it gets allocated under the AEP transmission agreement are escalating so rapidly that without a tracker, those depress the earnings of Kentucky Power?
For the 9 years, I can't really say how much has been transmission. Is it a factor over some of those years? It's probably a factor over some of those years, but I can't really say how much of the 9 years it's a factor.
Did you review the commission's Friday filing at FERC about transmission, footnote 4?
No.
Okay, so you don't know the level of the transmission expense that's increased from the 2014 rate case, the 2017 rate case, and the 2020 rate case?
No.
Okay. You would agree that this $6.2 million Rockport equity kicker, started out at 5.4 million, but now 6.2, has 186 million net present value. You would agree that that's taken below the line? It's not factored into rate making?
Again, I can't confirm anything about that net present value, and I don't really know anything about its rate making.
Okay. Okay, will you turn to page 3 of your rebuttal?
Okay.
Okay. Line 2, you refer to, this is referring to Mr. Collin, a fatal flaw in his testimony, fails to calculate the actual gain. Witness Yende addresses the fundamental error, and so forth, that the after-tax accounting gain of $40 million based on bedrock accounting principles is the correct measure of value for Kentucky, for AEP in this proceeding?
For the accounting value.
Okay. Then on page 5, line 6, Mr. Collin ignores the full economic impact of this transaction on the books of American Electric Power and provides the commission with an incomplete analysis of the financial result. Then you go on to say the AEP's actual expected accounting gain, accounting gain, is approximately $40 million. Do you believe that's the correct metric for valuing or determining the benefit to AEP from this transaction?
There are multiple ways to measure the benefit to this, or impact, I would rather use the word impact, of this transaction on AEP. Even in our press release, you notice we said, as I mentioned earlier to Mr. Cook, that the accounting gain was immaterial, as Mr. Yende shows, as well as those cash proceeds, as well as the earnings impact to AEP of 1 to 2 cents after the transaction. So those are all different financial measures. There are also credit metrics and any number of measures you could use to measure the impact of this transaction on AEP.
You mentioned cash. Is that one valid metric?
Certainly it is. The cash proceeds, as Mr. Cook said, after tax proceeds, after you've taken care of all the costs and obligations of the transaction, says for example, as there's debt at Kentucky Power that's been loaned by AEP that has to be paid off. That's part of what's netting out in those proceeds.
And one last foundation. You refer to the investor calls on page 6. Do you monitor those calls?
Yes, I generally either listen to the call or read the information afterwards of what came out in the call.
For purposes, this is package 2, so people can get it on the email. I ask that this be marked as KIUC cross-examination exhibit 10.
I was just gonna have the floating balls, Mr. Kurtz.
Okay, this is a compilation of various AEP public documents. Do you recognize the first one is the October 26, 2021 investor announcement about this transaction?
Yeah, the first 3 pages are the slide with the disclaimer slide of the announcement.
Okay, this is a 3-page document. Will you turn to page 3, please?
Yes.
Your Honor, I think we'd like some time to review the overall document that's been handed out. It appears to be just fragments of many different agreements.
What it
I don't
is,
understand what you're planning to do with this, Mr. Kurtz.
ask the witness questions about it. The earnings presentations that AEP makes are 40, 50, 60 pages. The first one is a complete, it's 3 pages of a 3-page document. Of the 10K, that's almost probably 1,000 pages, so I didn't bother printing that out. The earnings call transcripts are very long, as are the investor presentations. We can take a break. I can probably have somebody print all these out, or the company can. the witness wants to review them.
We'll see how it proceeds.
So are you making an objection, Mr. Crespo?
No, I'm withdrawing the objection at this time.
Okay.
We turn to page 3 of 3 on the October 26th announcement of the Liberty transaction.
Yes.
There are four blocks. The first is the description, which we're pretty aware of. Number 2, the Kentucky operations, a summary of Kentucky Power. 3 is transaction value. So when AEP told the investor community that the $2.846 billion enterprise value, that's what Liberty is paying AEP, correct?
Yes.
Okay. They're also assuming approximately $1.3 billion in debt, which, correct?
Yeah, I want to make clear, when we say they're paying us that, again, that value is an enterprise value, which includes the debt they're assuming. So it's not paying as in paying us cash.
Got it. So they're paying you cash initially. In October of 21, you assume they're going to pay you cash about $1.5 billion, assume about $1.3 billion in debt, leading to an enterprise value of $2.8 billion, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The next bullet point is the sale have an immaterial one-time impact after-tax book earnings. Did I read that right?
Yes, and that's the accounting gain that I referenced that is the equivalent to the $40 million on the Kentucky Power piece.
Well, let's jump to that. So AEP is telling the investment community that $40 million is immaterial, but you're telling this commission that's the correct metric for viewing the benefit of the transaction to AEP.
I'm saying that, as I said earlier, that is one of the measures of the impact to AEP, and Mr. Yende can walk you through those details. But again, immaterial is an accounting term, and I'm not an accountant, but again, it's just relative to, is it material in the size of AEP's measures of materiality.
Okay. The fourth bullet point, $1.45 billion approximate cash proceeds after tax and transaction costs will be utilized to eliminate 2020 forecasted equity needs of $1.4 billion. Did I read that correctly?
You said 2024. I think you meant 2022, but yes, otherwise you read it correctly.
I did. So this cash proceeds after tax, it is a metric that's obviously important to investors because you highlighted here and you've testified that it is one metric of benefit or value, correct?
Yes.
We turn to the next page of the package, just the front page of the most recent 10K. If you turn to the next page, do you see a yellow highlight at the bottom?
Yes.
It's two short sentences. Will you read that, please?
Again, I'm going to have to take for your word that this next page is out of the 10K. It looks like it is. AEP expects to receive approximately $1.45 billion in cash, net of taxes and transaction fees. AEP plans to use the proceeds to eliminate forecast equity needs in 2022 as the company invests in regulated renewables, transmission, and other projects. AEP and AEP TCO, which is AEP Transmission Co., the owner of Transco, Kentucky Transco, sorry, expect the sale to have a one-time impact on after-tax earnings that is not material.
Okay. Is this the reference to the portfolio management, strategic review, better implementation of capital by AEP?
It is part of that portfolio impact where we take the cash and redeploy it.
Okay. The next document is the October 28th earnings call immediately after the transaction was announced. I guess I don't want, you see the highlighted at the bottom. I guess the only point I wanted to make, it just reiterates what's in the 10K and what's in the announcement. AEP is going to take approximately take the cash, the $1.4 billion after transaction costs, and use it to avoid the need for an equity issuance of $1.4 billion in 2022. Correct?
Yeah, I mean, that was already stated in the earlier point, so this is a repeat. I'm always cautious about transcripts because there are errors in transcription, and there's usually a page at the end that tells you that the transcript may not be correct because of errors in transcription, but it does seem to be the same point as made in the earlier public release.
And this is an S&P Global transcript of the earnings call. You've used that, haven't you? S&P Global is a reputable, reliable source.
Well, again, to the same point I just made about errors in transcription, the point is, the facts are generally being stated with the additional point of the $100 million dividend reinvestment plan, which is another way of issuing equity for AEP.
Okay. So there really is no dispute that you're going to net out, after taxes and transaction costs, about $1.4 billion. AEP's plan is to use that cash to eliminate the need for $1.4 billion of new equity issuance in 2022.
Correct, and that new equity issuance was to invest in other parts of AEP.
The renewables and the transmission and so forth.
Transmission, other operating companies of distribution and generation, et cetera.
Okay. Do you see the September 30, 2021 AEP presentation to this Wolf Utilities Midstream Clean Energy Conference?
Yes.
Okay. This is right before the transaction was announced, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Turn to the next page. You have 2022 estimated equity issuance of $1.4 billion.
Yes, and so that was the $1.4 billion referenced earlier.
Okay, and then if you turn it,
Can I ask a question, clarifying question? When it says it includes DRP, is that dividend reinvestment?
Exactly, that's the dividend reinvestment equity issuance, which is able to be just, I'll say no fee, it's a lower fee way, lower cost way to issue equity, because it's directly to existing investors.
thank you, Mr. Haynes. The next is the February, March, the most recent earnings presentation. And if we look at 2022 estimated, we see at the top, net cash proceeds from the sale of Kentucky Power, $1.4 billion, and the equity issuance has been eliminated because of the expected cash from this transaction, correct?
Correct, and you'll notice again, the number is moving slightly because as time goes on, there are just different adjustments, the debt amount or other adjustments in the transaction or costs in the transaction that change over time.
Right. Okay, this is again from the February, March investor meeting. I did skip, and the next page is page 23 of the presentation. You're familiar with this chart. AEP presents this in all of its earnings presentations.
Most recently it has been doing that.
Okay, and this is for the calendar year 2021. Kentucky Power had a 6.2% return, after-tax return.
Yes, that's what that is.
Okay, and at the far right, AEP Transco, 11.4%.
That's what it says.
So this would explain why it makes good business sense to redeploy the capital out of Kentucky Power and into Transco, for example.
As I said to Mr. Cook, there are a number of strategic and financial factors that we factor into this, but that would be one of them.
Okay. The next page is page 45 of the same announcement. I guess I printed this off. The AEP over the 5-year, 2022 to 26, has a transmission investment CapEx forecast of $14.4 billion.
Yes, that's what it says.
Okay, and that would include more than just PJM. It would include your other.
That's correct.
Okay, so it's not all going into PJM. It won't
No,
all
that would
be.
include the west footprint as well, including Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana, Oklahoma.
Okay, to the extent that, and you used to break this out by RTO, but to the extent that this $14.4 billion goes into the PJM transmission system, that would flow through to Kentucky Power under the transmission agreement.
I'll just say that pursuant to the questions that I don't understand necessarily the exact formula, but somehow that would impact the Kentucky Power rates one way or the other.
Okay. The next page is page 47 of the presentation. These are your 3 transmission zones, I guess. The ROE for PJM is the 9.85% base plus the 50 basis point adder for 10.35%.
Right.
Okay. And the equity structure is capped at 55%. The transcos all carry 55% equity thickness, correct?
I'm not familiar with the latest equity levels.
Okay. SPP, excuse me, is the 10.5% ROE, and ERCOT at 9.4%.
Right.
Okay. Now,
Can I just ask, do you go back 2 pages? I'd rather ask it now instead of in a second. Mr. Kurtz asked you about the AEP transmission company. I think that the term he uses, thickness, is that what you?
the equity ratio.
Yeah, that's it. Let's stick with equity ratio.
Liberty uses thickness in all their presentations, that's
well,
what I use.
we might have to change that too, but we'll use equity ratio here. The AEP transmission, I think at the bottom, do you see that the equity ratio has been improved, to use AEP's words?
Yes.
To what amount?
50 to 55%.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay.
Also, Mr. Haynes, it's important for investors to know how, first of all, these are formula rates at FERC, right, where it's a forecasted test year with a true-up, so there's no regulatory lag?
That's correct.
Okay. And then at the retail level, it's important to AEP and its investors to get tracker recovery where possible, so again, that you don't have any regulatory lag, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you indicate that 88% of the transmission gets full tracker recovery, including Kentucky.
I'm sorry, now I've lost, oh, there you are. Yeah,
Yeah.
I see what you're saying, yes.
Okay. By contrast, when AEP invests in the Kentucky distribution system, the equity ratio of Kentucky Power is about 43%. There is, the return most recently authorized was 9.3%. And there's a requirement to file base rate cases to get the investment recouped, so it doesn't have the automatic formula rate mechanism that AEP has for its FERC transmission.
I'm not intimately familiar with that. I'm sure Witness West could describe that to you. But again, I would remind, as has been noted, that, you know, there is more capital in the plan for transmission for Kentucky Power and, you know, less for Transco. But the point is there is an increase.
Okay. The next page is the 2021 annual report. The only reason I include this is for the shareholder equity amount at the end of the year of $874 million. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, the most recent information we had for the Transco, Kentucky Transco, was 2020, so this is dated, but the equity ratio that we had is 62 million. Do you see that on the very last page?
I'm getting there. So you're talking about of the FERC Form 1, page 112 of the FERC Form 1?
For the Transco, yes.
Sorry, I need to get familiar with this. Kentucky Transmission
Should be
Company.
highlighted, just the equity ratio.
Well, the equity balance.
Sorry, equity balance, you're right.
So yeah, 62,753,83.
Okay, so, again, that's a little dated, but approximately 950 million, maybe, I think we've been using in this record $1 billion of equity for the Transco and Kentucky Power current or expected mid-year 2022 when the deal closes.
Yeah, something in that neighborhood.
Okay. Chairman, the next exhibit is confidential. It's AEP confidential.
Before we start, I assume you're going to pass it out.
Yes, I have it. I
So
wanted.
Before we start, because you're going to ask questions about a confidential item, I would just ask Ms. Glass, Mr. Crespo, Mr. Overstreet, Mr. Osterloh, that you take a look at that side of the room and make sure that everybody is with you.
It's unusual. They can explain it, but Liberty is not allowed to see certain AEP things, and AEP is not allowed to see certain Liberty things, and I don't know where this falls. I can show it to, can you pass it down, Mr. Crespo?
you know where it comes from, Mr. Kurtz?
Discovery. Commission staff first set. I can't,
Yeah, Mr. Kurtz, can you tell us which data request this was in response to? It appears to be cut out by the
yeah.
whole.
It's this case, commission staff first set of data requests dated item, and there's a hole punch, so I don't know.
Is it item 9?
So let's do this.
mean,
Let's first, we're gonna take a short recess, go off the record. Candace, will you take us off, please?
marked it as 11, I'm just saying.
Oh, I was going to remember the
All right.
confidential one.
I was gonna ask
Let
that
me know when
question.
we're on. Okay. Yep, I got you. So, Mr. Cook, can you confirm that you're there?
Yes, sir. Uh-huh.
Okay. So, we've received a,
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Mr. Gardner, right? Is that what you're asking about?
Mr. Houghton, the LS Power witness.
I'll take care of both of them.
Thank
Yep.
you.
All right, so we have a request, before we went to break. Mr. Kurtz is going to introduce a confidential exhibit. It is confidential to LS Power and Liberty. And so what we're going to do is we're about to move into confidential session so that Mr. Kurtz can ask questions about this document. So at this time, Mr. Houghton, your counsel, Mr. Goss, has left the room. We will let Mr. Goss know when we're leaving confidential session. And I expect that Mr. Goss will be contacting you so that you can log back in and participate in the remainder of the hearing. And Mr. Gardner, Mr. Osterloh has left the room along with the Liberty individuals, and they will be let back in once the confidential session ends. We will take time to make sure both of you all are back in once we come back into public session. Is that understandable, Mr. Gardner?
Yes, it is. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah.
All right, so we will let both of you all know when we come back into the public session.
Your Honor.
Thank you.
One other administrative item, if I may. Mr. Kurtz's paralegal has been emailing copies of all
Thank you.
the exhibits to all the parties, which has been much appreciated, but if she could be reminded not to send it to those who didn't sign the NDA.
Thank you. Don't,
Do you want me to email?
to whom it may concern, don't email this document around, or just send it to Larry Cook. Does that make sense? Jody, are you there?
This is Jody. Do you want me to send it to Kristen Blend and then she can distribute it to the parties that have signed the confidentiality agreement?
It's been distributed internally, just on the people on the computer. Just send it to Larry Cook and Joe Childress.
Okay, not Matt Miller.
And Matt Miller.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
We'll make sure you're contacted and back on, Mr. Gardner, before we start again.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Miller, when we went off to deal with most of this, it was mostly housekeeping and nothing that we need to put on the record. But is there anything that I've said or process-wise that is confusing since you weren't able to be in the room on the issue?
No, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I think I understand. Appreciate the check-in, though.
Okay. All right, so once Mr. Gardner is able to hop off, we will we'll move over to the confidential session.
So what does it mean to hop off?
Just in the call, log out for yourself, and you'll have to log back in.
Okay, thank you.
Just kick him out.
Yeah, I just assumed he like walked out the room before.
Okay. Like, reminds me of Mr. Overstreet. You told me the other day you made your first electronic filing. Mr. Gordon. All right. Candace, let's try to go into confidential session, please. back on public. Okay, we're gonna have, thank you, Mr. Horn. We're gonna have Mr. Horn go out and get Mr. Goss and Mr. Osterloh, just to let them know that we're back on the public session, in case number 2021-00481. Then we're gonna take our recess, for lunch, and then we'll come back, and Mr. Kurtz, if he has any more questions for the witness, can ask them, and then we'll move on from there.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And we're still on the record, so don't say anything you don't want recorded. We're still on the record for a second. So we're on the record in case number 2021-00481. We're going to take a 1-hour recess for lunch until 1:15. I would just ask Mr. Gosh to make sure your witness knows that we're coming back at 1:15.
Yes,
since-
I talked to him by
Okay.
phone. I'll alert him to plug back in at 1:15.
1:15, and the same for Mr. Gardner as well. Okay, all right, we'll be in recess. Let me know when we're actually on.
We can hear.
You can hear us, Mr. Gardner?
Yes, sir.
Great. Mr. Houghton's here, Mr. Miller, Mr. Childers, Mr. Cook. All right. We're back on the record in case number 2021-00481. Mr. Kurtz, you have additional cross-examination for the witness?
I do, just one more line of questions. Mr. Haynes, I have a exhibit I want you to look at and discuss. It's a redeployment of capital analysis based upon the evidence that we have in the record.
Mr. Kurtz, would you like to mark this as K? You see cross 11?
Yes.
I have 3 nights. You need one? There you go. Here. Here, we can share. You bet.
So, Mr. Haynes, let me just set this up and walk you through it and get your comments. Maybe it's more accurate to say redeployment of cash proceeds. But the first line is AEP cash proceeds upon sale of $1.4 billion. That's been in numerous investor presentations, has it not? That's the starting point for this?
Yes, so that number is consistent with the 1.4 to 1.45.
Okay. The next item is the equity, the book equity for Kentucky Power, as we saw from the most recent annual report of $874 million. Then the next line is the Kentucky Transco book equity. It's a little bit dated. It's from December 2020. And the next line is the remaining cash proceeds. It's just a simple subtraction. Do you follow that so far?
Yeah. I mean, it looks like you're just taking the equity and then you're subtracting that from the 1.4 to get the balance.
Right. Right. Excuse me. So then going back up to Kentucky Power, the utility, we know that the earned return in 21 was 6.2%. So that simple math is an earned return of 54.210 million. And then the Kentucky Transco equity at the FERC-approved 1035 is 6.495 million. And then the new cash from the transaction, we put a 0 because that's new and you didn't have any prior earnings. Did you follow me on that?
Yeah, I mean, in 2021, I mean, it'll be new cash in 2022.
So then the next line is assuming that the full 1.4 billion was redeployed at the PJM FERC approved 10.35%. And I know we can make different assumptions about it's some regulated renewables, some different transmission, but I just use that as a simplifying assumption. And then that would be multiplying the new ROE times the equity balances of the 1.4 billion yields the labeled annual opportunity earned return of the 144 million. You see that math?
Again, I haven't done the addition and multiplication to confirm it, but it looks reasonably close.
So, I mean, this is what AEP is after, understandably, to redeploy your cash in a more profitable, efficient, stable manner. And under these assumptions, and again, you can make different assumptions, AEP would make 84.195 million more in after-tax return by redeploying the 1.4 billion out of Kentucky into these other investments. Do you follow that?
I mean, I follow the general logic, but the challenges with this are just a lot of assumptions here and a lot of things that have to go perfectly right to hit a given number For example, what would, you're making this assumption, Kentucky earns 10.35, it could make more, it could make less. And the reinvestment of these proceeds does often have a lag to it. In other words, when do you invest the money? When do you get the return on it? So obviously AEP's job is to try to use the money as quickly as possible to earn the return. But to say, well, in 2022 or in 2023, we're going to make this much money on that capital is just totally an assumption.
I got it, and I understand those qualifiers, because you can't just spend $1.4 billion overnight. It obviously has to be invested efficiently over time, but with those assumptions, this would be the goal that AEP is reaching by redeploying capital and cash.
Well, the goal for AEP is to earn the returns that we can earn that are allowed by the regulatory environments we invest in.
Okay. Chairman, no further questions.
Mr. Kurtz, would you like to move to introduce, I think KIUC Cross 11 and KIUC Confidential 1?
10 and 11 and
Oh, you did
confidential
10
1.
during this session too, so 10 and
Yes.
11 and then Confidential 1?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Crespo, any objection?
Yes, Your Honor. With respect to CalUC 10, I do object to the two earnings transcripts, just simply because, the transcripts are not guaranteed to be accurate. And there's really no one who can testify to that here as to whether those are in fact the words that were
Let me
said.
ask that, Counsel. I've been thinking about this since I wouldn't say you objected initially, but you stood up, so we'll take that for what it is. But how would anybody ever, for purposes of cross-examination, how would anybody ever, to your satisfaction, I guess, provide what was said in an earnings call for the purposes of cross-examination? How would that ever?
Well, I think there's a couple of issues with that, right? One, of course, it's hearsay. So that's one issue with it, although we don't often take up the hearsay rule in these settings. But I think the other thing, the question would be, just like we would go through a transcript process for a hearing. You have the video that's recorded, you have a transcription, there's an opportunity for verification and correction. That would be the appropriate way, to do it. Although, that's not really my concern. The problem just is with the underlying document that doesn't have any of those guarantees in it currently.
Well, so, and I'm going to overrule the objection on the transcripts, and I guess I'll explain why.
Yes, Your Honor.
That it's my understanding that Mr. Kurtz didn't introduce the transcripts for the purpose of, exactly what the transcripts say, but as a basis for his questioning of the witness. And so I don't know how else an attorney would ask a witness about what was said in an earnings call without providing some sort of transcript. And again, I don't know how he certifies the transcript to satisfy your objection.
Right, although he was not on the earnings call, though. It might be not necessarily the most appropriate thing to call in the people that were on the earnings call, but there are other avenues available to Mr. Kurtz if he thought that was appropriate.
I'm going to overrule the objection, but noted. Do you have an objection to any of the other cross documents?
Yes, I do have an objection to what's been marked as KIUC 11, which I think, as Mr. Haynes testified to, he's not really aware of and can't verify and understand all the information that's in here, right? So it's a question of being able to, essentially authenticate and verify the information that's in this. While he has citations in there, none of this was Mr. Haynes, something that he assembled. None of it is any math that Mr. Haynes has performed. He's not testifying to essentially the veracity or truthfulness of the points that are made. It would be much more appropriate for Mr. Kurtz to have sought to introduce this with his own witness.
I would just say that, going line by line, the 2021 equity of Kentucky Power, it's in an audited financial statement. 2020 book equity of Kentucky Transco, audited financial statement. The $1.4 billion starting prices, all in the earnings materials. the 6.2% ROE of Kentucky Power. It's in the earnings presentation. The 10.35 FERC authorized ROE is a matter of record, and the rest is just simply math. I mean, you can make different assumptions about timings and redeployment and so forth, but the math is straightforward.
I'm going to overrule the objection. I mean, every bit of this, I think, every one of these numbers, I believe, is in this other exhibit from actual AEP documents. It's just reproduced in a different manner.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So,
Okay, you see cross, excuse me. Okay, you see cross 10, 11, and
Confidential one.
I can't find it. There we go. And K, you see confidential one entered into the confidential record. Mr. Brennan?
No cross, Your Honor.
Mr. Goss?
No, sir, no cross, thank you.
Mr. Miller, any questions for this witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. No cross, thank you.
Ms. Vinsel?
Yes, we have a few items. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Haynes.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to start out with a couple easy ones, I think. I'm hoping you'll be able to answer. You can tell me who will. Their AEP had a term loan that matured on March 6, 2022, and there was to be a reissuance or refinancing. Can you tell me the status of that loan?
AEP or Kentucky Power?
Kentucky Power, excuse me. Thank you.
All I'm aware of is I know it was refinanced. It has been refinanced, but I can't tell you the details.
Do you
So,
know?
but we certainly could get those for you.
Is there, well, I'd rather not waste our time with the post-hearing data response. Is there anyone in the room who can speak to
No,
this?
no one from the Treasury team is in the room, so it would have to be someone else.
Okay, I'm going to take a minute and see who sponsored the data request that dealt with that, so I can make sure I address it to the correct person.
Okay.
While I'm doing that, I believe you should be able to answer this one. It's about the Mitchell agreements.
Okay.
As we know, there's also a West Virginia case and a case before the West Virginia Public Service Commission and before the Kentucky Public Service Commission to approve the Mitchell ownership agreements and operations and maintenance agreements.
Yes.
West Virginia had a hearing scheduled on April 7th, 2022.
Yes.
Are you aware that an amended Mitchell ownership agreement was filed in the West Virginia PSC case?
Yes.
And will West Virginia move forward with that April 7th hearing, or has it been rescheduled?
No, that hearing is moving forward at that date.
Thank you. And there is a consent decree in the Southern District of Ohio that's going to have to be amended. And I know there's been some delay because all of the parties to the consent agreement have to sign off to it. Can you tell me the status of that approval?
I don't have the latest I have is like 2 weeks ago, but I believe this is still true, that they still have not gotten all the parties to sign on. Again, I would note that these are the same parties that we've had to have sign on to other transactions and have always successfully been able to get them to sign on. It's just, it's not in their motivation to move fast, but they always do eventually have signed off on prior transactions. So, again, we are optimistic that this will happen on a timely basis.
Okay, thank you. I would like to refer back to its staff exhibit 4 from yesterday. This is the January 13th order in case number 2020-174. I don't know if council has a copy for you. It was a staff exhibit that was distributed yesterday.
Yeah, I didn't get any of yesterday's exhibits, so I'll need.
This is the correct document.
Ms. Vinsel, is that the document in case number
May I
20?
approach, Your Honor?
Yeah, 2020-174?
Yes, and this is the subset of the
Yes.
January order. Yes, that's the correct one.
My untidy habits come to fruition.
And to save everybody time, I'm going to give a very quick summary, not to short circuit the process, but I'm also going to read from it. I won't make you read from this, and I'll have a follow-up question. Can I have you turn to page 63 of that order? It's the page labeled 63.
Yes, I've got it.
And in this section was addressing various transmission costs, and including, in this case, this is the last rate case, Kentucky Power rate case, included some testimony from Mr. Barron regarding cost shifting and
Okay.
transmission costs. So
Right.
I'm going to read from the first two sentences on the second paragraph on the page. The commission grants Kentucky Power's proposal in this regard, and that's referring to some funds that were going to be flowing back through one of the riders. So the commission grants Kentucky Power's proposal in this regard while putting the utility on notice that it must address the burden these increasing expenses will represent to its dwindling customer base. Failure by Kentucky Power to take immediate steps to materially address this issue will force the commission, whether it is through its statutory authority at the retail level or its advocacy at the wholesale level, to address these concerns itself. So this order was issued in January of 2021.
Right.
So now we're a little over a year later. So can you tell me what steps Kentucky Power has taken to mitigate the transmission costs?
The
Or,
only-
excuse me, to mitigate the transmission cost shifts?
Right. I mean, the only actions I'm aware of is shifting more of the transmission capital to Kentucky Power, but I'm not really aware of other specifics. I would think perhaps Witness West would be the best to ask the question to.
Witness West, would Mr. Vaughn also be able to?
Mr. Vaughn may also have some input into it as well.
We have to continue the tradition of Kentucky Power hearings in which Mr. Vaughn gets to be the peanut batter. Sorry, Mr. Vaughn. Staff would also like to introduce, this is, actually we're incorporating an exhibit that was filed as part of the March 1st hearing in case number 2021-00421. This is the Mitchell Agreement. What this exhibit is, it was prepared by KIUC. This is all based upon annual filings. Annual filings in case number 2021-578.
Okay.
I'm sorry, that should be 2012-578.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I
That's
see
the
that.
transition. And which is the case in which the commission approved the purchase of Mitchell. And one of the annual filing requirements is an annual report on the performance data. And Mr. Haynes, I believe you were at that March 1st hearing.
The March 1st hearing, yes.
I recognize that Mr. Kearns was the witness who discussed this, but do you recall
I recall that discussion.
Okay. So if we could just walk through this. The purpose of this is showing the performance between Mitchell, excuse me, I almost called it Big Sandy. Mitchell units 1 and 2, and the upshot was that there was a bit of a difference in performance. Because we want to make sure that we incorporate this to the full degree possible into this case record, would you agree with me, looking on the first page, let me back up and say, these were filings for performance in 2021, 2020, 2019, 2018, and 2017. And looking here, I'm really looking at the last 3 columns, the equivalent availability factor, net capacity factor, and net heat rate. Is it your understanding that the equivalent availability factor reflects the percentage of hours the unit was available to produce electricity?
It's been a long time since I've looked at that definition, but and generally, it's about how much it's available to run when it needs to run.
Okay. And the net capacity factor is the percent of rated output that the unit generated?
Yeah, the output that it generated versus the full nameplate potential output.
And perhaps you recall that Mr. Kern said the net heat rate, the lower the better.
Right.
So looking at 2021 and looking at the totals, the last row in each of the Mitchell Unit 1, Mitchell Unit 2 tables, that Unit 1 had lower availability and capacity than Unit 2?
Well, again, there are certain periods where that's not the case, such as in January, but...
Right,
so-
parsing it out, but I'm looking at year end, the average.
The last row.
Yes.
Yeah, in looking at the last row, then the Unit 1 is lower and higher heat rate.
Thank you. If you don't mind to turn to the second page, it's 2020. Again, looking at the last row of each table, which reflects the average for the year, that again in 2020, Unit 1 had a lower availability and capacity than Unit 2.
Yes.
And in 2019 and 2018, there's not that much of a difference, I would say, in terms of availability and capacity. Would you agree for both
Yeah,
of
they're
those years?
very close to each other, and Unit 1 actually has a lower heat rate in 2019.
And then in 2017, Unit 1 has a lower availability and capacity.
Yes. And as Mr. Kearns explained in the testimony on March 1, that there are a number of factors, including the different maintenance cycles for when one unit gets more improvements than the other unit, but that can all change and reverse a few years later once the maintenance cycle goes to the other unit.
And staff would like to introduce, I would like to introduce the Mitchell performance data as Staff Exhibit 5.
Ms. Wenzel, I know you just said that that would be staff exhibit 5. What would the previously used exhibit number be? Would that rather be 5 and this 6?
No, actually, that one's already introduced and was number 4.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
No, that one is number 5.
Hold on. So the final order in the 2020 rate case is 4 that was previously introduced.
correct?
Is that what you're asking about?
No, the one that we were just speaking about with Mr.
Would be
Haynes.
5.
Would be 5.
Okay, thank you. And so-
Yeah, I think what Ms. Vinsel was marking 5 before she introduced 6.
All right, I spoke too soon then, thank you.
We're on the same wavelength because I didn't number 5 and I was getting ready to number 6.
Okay, thanks.
So I'd like to introduce here I'm going to start with number 6, which is the Commission's July, I believe, 15th, 2021 order in case number 2021-00004. This is the Mitchell CCR ELG case. And this is a subset of the final order. I'd ask that the Commission take administrative notice of the entirety of the order. That would be Staff Exhibit 6.
Can you repeat what's going to be 6 when it has?
Number 6 will be
Thank you.
the order in 2021-4.
Oh, there's more than one, okay.
These are 6 and 7.
I
7.
That's going to be number 7, and I understand we need to get one more from for Liberty's Counsel. What number 7 is Kentucky Power's response in case number 2021-4. Kentucky Power's response to staff's 4th data request, item 1, in which Kentucky Power was asked to provide a total of all projects completed at Mitchell for environmental compliance reasons. And with everyone's permission, I'm going to move forward with number 6, getting back on track. I'm going to turn to the pages that are numbered 22 and 23.
Okay.
And I'm just going to read this to make life easier, starting on the bottom of page 22, the last sentence. Between 1993 and 2020, Kentucky Power spent approximately $714 million on environmental compliance projects, with approximately $708 million spent between 2005 and 2020. And then that footnote goes to what is staff exhibit number 7. The Commission notes that Kentucky Power acquired its interest in Mitchell in a previous matter as the least cost option to meet long-term capacity and energy obligations in light of known and emerging environmental regulations. So really the purpose of this is to confirm that there was, even though Mitchell was deemed to be the least cost, most reasonable option in light of the facts as known in 2012, there was still approximately $700 million spent over a 15-year period for environmental compliance. And that's just the math between 2005 and 2020. Would you agree with that?
I'm not seeing the connection between the two statements because one is a whole different time period than the least cost option in 2012, but those are two, I don't see the connection between the two, but both are factually correct statements that this was stated as the least cost option in 2012 and that these were environmental projects over that period of time.
And I wasn't really asking you to see the connection. I was asking you, would you say Kentucky Power spent approximately $708 million on environmental compliance between?
Well, I don't have a total on the page, and the data requested just lists the individual line items, so I can't, I'll have to take your assumption on the total.
So subject to check.
Sure.
Thank you. Staff has nothing further.
Would you like to?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Staff would like to move exhibits 5, 6, and 7 into the record.
Ms. Glass, Mr. Crespo? Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
5, 6, and 7. 5 is the Mitchell performance data. No. Yeah. 5 is the Mitchell performance data. 6 is the excerpt from the CPCN case. And 7 is the data request response from the CPCN case. Okay. Do you have all those, Candace?
Yes, sir.
Vice Chair?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I know we've got your job title, but can you explain to me what that means? What is your job description? What do you do at AEP Service Corps?
The biggest responsibilities are around doing strategic planning, different strategic initiatives that are identified that can be managed. There are also, I have a group that does, cost improvement initiatives, management, helping to improve processes and managing special projects. And then the other responsibility, which is why I'm involved in this, is I also do acquisitions, divestitures, mergers, and joint ventures.
So as part of that, would it be fair to say that you, or at least your group, analyzes the finances, feasibility for mergers, acquisitions, divestitures, those kinds of things?
Yes.
And that would be your role in this transaction, I assume?
Yes.
Okay. And you sponsored testimony, and I would call it the lead testimony on behalf of AEP on behalf of this transaction. Is that right?
Yes.
I guess I'm kind of confused because we've had a lot of questions today that are about some of the basic financials about Kentucky Power, and all the answers are I don't know. So I don't know what I'm supposed to make of that as far as how we assess the public interest here.
So the question is whether I should be knowing more about the specific details inside Kentucky Power financials?
Is there someone else we should be receiving testimony from? Is there someone else we need to hear from before we make a decision in this that is not already on our witness list that you can think of, who would have the answers to what Mr. Cook was asking earlier or some of the other questions we've been getting?
Well, yeah, we have witnesses around. There were questions about different transmission costs, different riders, the PCA, and again, we do have witnesses that are Amanda Connor, witness. Again, we keep, as was noted, we go to Alex Vaughn as well. And then Brian West is still coming as, again, specifically related to the financial aspects of Kentucky Power. Again, I worked with all these people as part of this process where, again, I have to admit, some of it is a coordination role where I don't have to know every detail, but I make sure people are doing the pieces of the process and managing the details of the financials, and those are some of the people who've been involved in this process.
Okay, so everyone is here today. There's no intent to come to us today
No,
and say.
absolutely
we-
correct.
We don't know.
Everyone is here today.
Okay. In your role as Senior Vice President, just sum up, why do you think it's beneficial to AEP to sell Kentucky Power?
Yeah, I think consistent with what I said before, again, we have to manage both our financial plan. One of the intents is to ensure that, we are, being focused and we're being strategic in where we put our money, and that we are listening to investors. And all of these things have pointed to this as an opportunity. It works only if you have somewhere else to put your money, right? Obviously. So we have other parts of our business also that are growing. And so it makes sense because we do have other opportunities of where we could put the cash. If we didn't have other opportunities, then we obviously would be saying, well, wait, why would we sell something if I don't? I'm not going to just buy back stock, I guess, just as an option. We need places to invest our money, and we do have places that we can invest our money. So it makes sense because we can redeploy, and we can find growth opportunities with that cash we reinvest.
So the short version is you're going to get cash and you've got more lucrative places to invest it.
We have in the relative terms, better opportunities, we think.
Okay, what is the benefit here to the ratepayers?
Well, we think that, we believe, managed, as the witnesses have shown, the Kentucky Power business for the benefits of employees, for the benefits of customers. But we have worked with Liberty to provide something here in terms of a customer package, and AP, as Witness Eichler noted, has contributed to help fund that so that customers do get benefits. They also get the other things that Liberty has brought here, which, again, are only going to happen if a transaction is approved related to jobs coming into the territory, customer advocacy, customer walk-in centers, other things that are going to be brought into the territory with a more local focus. So I think, even though you say, well, gee, that's not really AEP, but again, we chose Liberty in this process because we could see that was where their direction that they were headed with the business.
But in reality, you all are getting $1.4 billion in cash to reinvest. That's right?
That's still going to be an outcome of the process. That's correct.
I want to turn to Rockport, and I know that was one of the issues where there were some I don't know, so some of this may be someone else. But if you all don't sell, if the transaction doesn't go through and you don't find another buyer before Rockport is retired, what's the plan to replace that? Let me take a step back. Is Kentucky Power even using the generation from Rockport right now?
Sorry that I don't really know specifically. From a capacity perspective, it is. It needs that capacity in PJM to support its capacity. But is it using the energy or any other specifics? I don't really have that answer specifically.
Do you know which one of the other?
Again, I believe Witness Vaughn is familiar with that aspect. But Witness West may also have some familiarity with it.
Do you know anything about the affiliate agreements and FERC filings to remove Kentucky Power from those?
I have some knowledge about those.
Okay. Do you know why those have already been filed when this transaction hasn't been approved?
Well, some of the filings that get made are just made in I'll call it a parallel process to expedite, to make sure that when we get to say this commission's filing, that we're not waiting to just start a lot of filings that could delay the closing of the transaction, because everyone benefits. The benefits come sooner when this transaction closes. So really, some of these filings to remove Kentucky from affiliate agreements, again, I hope the lawyers are okay with me saying that they're pretty basic things that we need to remove Kentucky from these affiliate agreements. It can no longer be considered an affiliate. So these are, I'll call it, really routine filings, and so that's one of the reasons we went ahead and proceed with those kind of filings.
You may, and I understand I'm jumping around a little bit, you made a comment, I believe, in response to Mr. Cook, where you were being asked about the $40 million offset to the fuel adjustment that's being funded jointly by AEP and Liberty.
Right.
And there was some mention of funding something related to the Big Sandy decommissioning rider. Is AEP funding or offering to fund any offset to that, or did I
No,
misconstrue something?
we're also contributing, and again, as you can imagine, the decommissioning is a deferral, so it's really a time value of money, right? The fact that Kentucky Power would not collect that for the 3 years, and then could either get it in a securitization or start collecting it. So AEP is helping support that as well financially.
And what do you mean by supporting it financially?
Well, sharing in that time value of money.
And not to be obtuse, but how? Like putting up money to pay?
It's in the net, I'll call it proceeds of the transaction will be adjusted for the outcome if this transaction is approved. So
Okay.
for those costs.
So in other words, the time value of the money sitting there for 3 years, AEP is going to share.
Share in that cost.
The cost of that.
That's
Okay.
right.
Okay. I know there's been a lot of discussion, less actually surprisingly, in the oral testimony, and more in the file testimony about the KUIC and the AG's, for lack of a better word, penalty. I know that it's been construed by AEP and Liberty as a penalty to pay back to ratepayers. And Mr. Eichler testified, I think you were probably here, that if the commission were to adopt that, it would kill the deal. I'm assuming you would agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Is there some, for lack of a better word, and I don't want to act like I'm in a mediation, is there a lesser number? Let's say that the commission decided there had been improper subsidizing on the transmission side, and there needed to be a rider as part of the transaction to pay it back. And I don't have a number, I'm just making up a number, and we said it was $100 million. Would that kill the deal?
Really, again, AEP has worked with Liberty on the 40 and on a share of that deferral, time value of money, and I'm not authorized to go any higher.
Okay. And then another thing I had asked Mr. Eichler about is the condition precedent on the Mitchell agreements. And I know there's been a lot of discussion, obviously we'll have more tomorrow, about the need for the ownership agreement. And I know it is a condition precedent right now. Mr. Eichler did not commit to waiving that, should we say deny the ownership agreement. Does Liberty feel the same way, that that is a firm condition of this transaction?
Yeah, AEP feels we need the approval of the Mitchell agreements because of, again, all the things that were laid out in the March 1st hearing. We have ELG construction that's waiting for approval. We have the fact that we really have agreed with Liberty, as well as whether this transaction doesn't happen, that Wheeling should be the operator. It's making the ELG investment. It will oversee that, so it should be the operator of the plant. As the cost allocation needs to be clearly defined, which is in this agreement. And finally, what happens in 2028, not a definitive what happens, but what are the options we need to have available for Wheeling and for Kentucky Power needs to be defined. And we believe, again, that agreement needs to be approved before this transaction so that both owners, who will no longer be affiliates, will have a clear, I'll call it, options laid out in front of them that they can work together to define.
And I know we're starting to split hairs here, but if some form of, change in operator, that is documented, but not the whole shebang that is filed in front of us, is that something workable?
It's really hard for me to go piecemeal on this is the challenge, because as I laid out, when you lay out those different things I just laid out, it's a big piece of the agreement. It's not the whole agreement, but it's a big piece of it. The other point, again, to keep in mind is the original operator agreement was written when these companies were affiliates and still are affiliates, which means it doesn't have things like credit provisions and termination, what I call arm's length, market agreement language and terms and conditions. That also is in there. And again, I think we take risks on both sides if we don't recognize that there are a lot of value to having these agreements approved. Again, hopefully in roughly the same timeline as the transaction.
That's all I've got. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
There's a distinction between the operating agreement and the ownership agreement. Would you agree?
A distinction between the current operating agreement and the new ownership agreement,
Even
yes.
the proposed operating agreement and the proposed ownership agreement.
Operations and maintenance, yes, yes,
There's a distinction between the two, right?
yes.
You know, maybe I'm not near as aware of the entirety of this docket as I may have been previous cases and previous positions, but I thought I was pretty read up. And I don't think until your testimony there in response to the vice chair's question that I had any understanding or appreciation that AEP was sharing in any cost with Liberty regarding the time value of money component for the deferral of the Big Sandy decommissioning rider. So, you know, I'm old enough to have lived through a couple Kentucky Power rate cases now. Deferrals have been a part of at least one of those cases, but discussed in both, about how deferrals cause, maybe not even in the case of the Big Sandy decommissioning rider, but certain deferrals can cause cash outlays without recovery of any of that expense. That's certainly the case with the deferral of the Rockport amounts. The bills are still coming in, Kentucky Power is still paying the Rockport bill, but at least to a certain degree over the last few years, they've been deferring that only to be paid later. So there's a cash outlay. And if I have to hear FFO to debt ratio one more time, I might pull my hair out, but I don't think I'm going to get away from it as long as I'm in the utility sector. And I know that that has a direct impact on that, right? Because
yes.
Your debt doesn't change at all, but your free cash flow from operations
Went
certainly
down.
goes down.
That's right.
You have an outlay of the cash and no income to pay those bills, right?
Yes.
So this deferral of the Rockport, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know that there's any cash outlay associated with that deferral, but there's certainly not a recovery of the amount. Would you agree with that?
Well, I believe during this period of time, Kentucky continues to pay Indiana Michigan Power for the Rockport capacity.
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed.
You meant Big Sandy?
I withdraw the question. I meant the Big Sandy.
Oh, sorry,
decommissioning.
yes.
I'm sorry.
I would agree that the Big Sandy is really just a recovery of a prior balance and no cash outlay is continuing, correct?
Okay, so how, insofar as there's a cost to that deferral of the Big Sandy decommissioning rider, it's a lost opportunity cost. And what you're saying is that AEP has some sort of agreement with Liberty that you'll share in that lost opportunity cost that is reflected in the time value of money component. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that amount?
My understanding is $3.5 million, so relatively small amount.
$3.5 million a year or total for that, if it's deferred for the full 3-year period?
Total for 3 years.
Okay, so if it's deferred for 2 years, is that a lesser amount, or have you just agreed to $3.5 million up front?
I think the point is that the deferral can be up to 3 years, and I think we've just kind of agreed to be part of that, knowing that it could go the full 3 years. I mean, I don't think we sliced hairs to that degree.
I mean, it could be the legislature calls a special session in July and passes securitization, and it's 4 months, right?
True. Yeah, but I don't believe we have any other arrangement around that.
And I didn't mean to indicate the legislature could call it a special session.
I was about to call you.
Yeah, they can't. The governor calls them. It's a whole thing. So it's just 3.5 cents.
Yes.
In addition to the 20 that you all are sharing in the fuel credit, correct?
Yes.
Do you all have a specific agreement that lays all this out, or is this just a handshake situation?
At this point, it has been a verbal discussion, knowing that if we are able to obtain approvals and move toward closing, we have to obviously document everything.
Is there any other money changing hands going from AEP to Liberty, AEP to Kentucky Power that we don't have an agreement in front of us or that has not previously been disclosed in this case?
That's the only ones I'm aware of.
Well, let me ask this, would anybody else be aware of them if you weren't aware of them?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. That $3.5 million, is that a payment to Liberty or a payment to Kentucky Power?
Well, think of it as a reduced payment from Liberty to AEP, right? I mean, it's just basically when we've all been talking about proceeds all day, it just means that we're willing to help fund that, and rather than have more payments flowing around, it's just a reduced payment to AEP.
So that's interesting. So is that actually what it is, or is that how I should think about it?
No, I mean, that's what it would be.
So
Okay,
like
so
on a,
you've reduced the purchase price.
It'll be somewhere in those proceeds of the closing statement, yes.
that's what I was gonna ask, is it like,
Again,
a
as I
closing
said, so far,
statement
we have
that
not
would show
really
as an
documented
offset
what it's
back.
going to be. It could still be different means, but it's going to be part of those net adjustments at the closing.
Yeah, well, I think that's important, because what you're saying is that what the intervener's proposal, the AGKUC proposal, is an apples to oranges comparison between the $500 and something million and the $40 million.
Right.
And what I'm asking is the $23.5 million an apple or an orange? Is it on par with a reduction in the purchase price, telling Liberty keep 23.5 of your $1 million? Or is it AEP taking a portion of that $40 million and giving it to somebody?
What it's going to result in being is it's going to be essentially a reduction in purchase price that's going to both affect the 1.45 billion as well as the 40 million. It's going to reduce each one of those.
Okay, so it will have a negligible impact on your after-tax position, but it won't be a $23.5 million impact to that $40 million, right?
No, correct. I mean, the point is, I'm not the accountant, but again, I think we could call that a pre-tax number, and then there's going to be all the effects, right, the tax effects. But the point is that it is going to, at least, that's why I said reduce. I don't know the exact amount, but it will reduce both of those numbers.
Is the only reason you don't perceive that to be a penalty is because you agree to it?
Yeah, one of the important things here is we want to say that we believe this without any customer benefit being funded by AEP, that this transaction's in the public interest. AEP worked with Liberty on this to help further the public interest and make this transaction even more beneficial to customers by helping fund that benefit to customers, those two mechanisms for customers. So again, we don't want to view this as, all right, you're giving into the penalty concept. No, we're helping further the benefit of this transaction.
I appreciate that, but what I want to make sure of is when you said what their proposal is an apples to oranges comparison to what benefit the company is actually receiving, the company being AEP. What you're saying is what you gave up is effectively something that they're trying to force you to give up. Is that fair? That is, it's apples to apples, what their proposal is and your all's proposal, in a sense of what type of dollar it is, that it's a pre-tax part of the purchase price.
You're asking if I think it's apples to oranges versus what the interveners are asking?
Yeah, let me withdraw the question. So a significant part of your testimony is about the difference between what benefit the utility gets, which is $40 million, right?
Yes, AEP gets, yes.
That's right, AEP, excuse me. Versus what is being proposed by the AGKUC, which is related to this, excess of equity amount, right?
Right.
But what you're saying is the amount that AEP is willing to forgo, agreeing to forgo, as part of its rebuttal testimony, is not related at all to that $40 million after tax, but is directly related to an amendment to the purchase price, correct?
It's directly related to an amendment to what we're agreeing to be paid by Liberty, but it is going to impact the $40 million gain. It's going to reduce it.
That's just the math, right?
Yes.
If one's a result of the other.
But, so it
what I
is
wanna make
directly
sure-
related to the agreed purchase price between the companies, but it is going to impact,
Pre-tax.
but it is a pre-tax number, and then it's going to impact the cash flow as well as the gain.
Okay, so if that's what you guys are willing to agree to, all right, perfectly fine, I'm not, really not trying to cast aspersions on it, but if that's the number you are amending in your rebuttal testimony, then why the significant links in your rebuttal testimony to also draw a distinction between that amount and the $40 million and what that benefit to AEP actually is?
I'm sorry, which amount in the 40 million are we linking in the testimony?
Your reference. Okay. So on page 5, your rebuttal testimony,
Yes.
the attorney asks, what is flawed about Mr. Collins' assumption of the gain retained by AEP to fund his asserted harm with AEP's departure? The response you provided was, Mr. Collin ignores the full economic impact of this transaction on the books of American Electric Power and provides the commission with an incomplete analysis of the financial result. Witness Yende, is that right?
Yes.
Witness Yende explains that AEP's actual expected gain on the sale of Kentucky Power is approximately $40 million, around 7% of the $585 million acquisition premium benefit that Mr. Collin incorrectly contends AEP will receive. So this seems to be, you go on for pages about the impact of this, I don't want to mischaracterize it, but the impact of his flawed assumption is your words,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
But what I'm hearing is that when you talk about what you're willing to give up as part of the rebuttal testimony, part of that $40 million and the deferral of the Big Sandy decommissioning rider, that it's not at all about the $40 million, that the money, what you're saying, what you're giving up is a reduction of the $585 million, right?
No, no, absolutely not. The 585 is a premium paid by Liberty for Kentucky Power.
And your proposal is to take a $23.5 million lower premium than the current transaction assumes, correct?
It would lower the premium, but that is not at all how we're approaching this. We're approaching this as what is a customer benefit that we can provide and further the public interest of this transaction. And we're not at all saying, well, let's chip away at the 585 to do it. It's really about, working with Liberty to work on an amount, and that number is going to result in reducing the $40 million gain.
Okay, let me ask this question. It's $23.5 million. We agree on that?
Yes.
Okay. Is that 23.5 going to reduce 585 by 23.5?
It is going to reduce it, but
is it going to reduce the 40 million by 23.5?
Again, subject to tax and other potential adjustments, it will reduce it.
Yeah, but let me ask this question. Will it reduce it by $23.5 million?
The 40, since it's a pre-tax number, it won't be 23.5.
That's all. I know I'm an artfully, I'm not even going to be worse, an artful question asker, but that's all I was trying to get to. So I apologize for asking poor questions on the way to get there.
No, that's okay. I just want to make sure I understand the question the right way.
Are you I heard this earlier, but I just want to make sure you're the lead on this project. Is that accurate?
You always have a boss, but I'm a lead person on this project.
Okay. are you the lead project on the other, what's the Wall Street phrase, the strategic review of the unregulated renewables?
Yes.
Okay. You tell me if this is gonna divulge confidential information, but, is it as much of is the, amount of it being a seller's market in, selling a regulated utility, is it as much of or less than a seller's market for selling unregulated renewables?
So I would take the word unregulated out. Just selling renewables in general is, again, there are many investors who are looking for those assets because of obviously the trend in energy transition, looking for green, solar, wind, et cetera. So it's very much a place where people are very interested in it. And again, there's just so many characteristics to those assets, solar versus wind. Where is it located? Does it have a PPA on it or not? So, but in general, it is a very much, many buyers looking for assets.
Okay. You all aren't having to call people, they're calling you, is that?
I already have a list of names.
Yeah, okay. I think I'll save, are you here for the hearing tomorrow, Mr. Haynes?
I will be here.
Yeah, I'll save the other questions I have for tomorrow. So, Mr. Cresco, do you have any redirect to the witness?
Yes, in the interest of time, just a few things, Your Honor.
And given the amount of time that we've gone just in over an hour. If you have a significant number of questions and you think a break will help you reduce them, I'm more than welcome to take one.
We could why don't we take a short break?
That'd be great. So let's take a 9-minute recess until 2:30 to give you an opportunity. If you need a few more minutes, Mr. Crespo.
Thank you very much.
Take a recess. back on the record in case number 2021-00481. Mr. Crespo, do you have any redirect of the witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Haynes, I only have a couple of lines of questions for you on redirect. I wanted to start actually with maybe a preview of something we might discuss more tomorrow, but to pick up and help maybe clarify some of the questions that Commissioner Cubbage had for you concerning the Mitchell operating agreement. Now, the current operating agreement, if we were to take a closer look at it, does it have ownership-related provisions in it?
Yes, it does.
And what would you kind of say is the balance of operating and ownership provisions in the agreement?
The majority of the agreement is ownership provisions, say 75–80% of it is ownership provisions.
And if we were to think about it, you know, how it kind of maps to the new agreements, right? You would say the 20% that's operating maps to the new operating agreement?
Yes, to the new operations and maintenance, yeah, that 20% is reflected as well as some other provisions in the O&M agreement.
And the bulk of the provisions that are in the current agreements, the current Mitchell operating agreement, map to the new ownership agreement.
Right, the new ownership agreement, including the new provisions around, you know, cost allocation, disposition in 2028 and so forth.
And so if you had to summarize then, it's really those ownership provisions that are the most significant in need of improvement in order to comply with commission orders and other things.
We really need the ownership agreement. Really, I'll say more than anything, we need it all, but we need that especially because of what's changed.
Now, Mr. Haynes, I'd also like to talk to you some more about KIUC Exhibit 11. Do you have a copy of that up there?
Actually, I think I might have handed it to someone. I don't seem to have it.
Would counsel like to provide him a copy?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I've got it.
Now, Mr. Haynes, just to verify, you have not sought to verify any of the numbers on this page prior to now?
No, I just received it from the KIUC. The moment I saw it the first time was, a few minutes ago.
And Mr. Haynes, are there some obvious issues with some of the numbers that are on there?
Yeah, upon further reflection, there are some things that I would correct or take time to change.
And can you talk about those in a
Sure.
little more detail?
So starting with the amount column, even though it's reflecting what's really shown as that net proceeds number, but as witness Yende is going to go into more detail, there are a number of things we already know need to happen with those cash proceeds that prevent us from being able to reinvest that money as this appears to do. In other words, we need to pay back the debt, the intercompany debt at Kentucky Power. We need, really, again, we've already noted the tax credits are an AEP corporate asset generated by other AEP companies, and those tax credits should not be reflected here as well. So there are just a number of adjustments I would make to that column. And then in the opportunity earned ROE column, it's assuming that everything that AEP is doing with this money is going to get a transmission ROE. And that we've already noted that there are a number of places AEP is going to reinvest this money, not just in transmission. And that in any given year, any given period of time, we do or we don't earn our return on equity. We might over-earn, but we often also under-earn. And so again, that is just truly just an assumption that does not necessarily follow through. And then finally, I did notice a note that from our earnings release, and it was in the documents that the KIUC provided already in an exhibit, that we said 1 to 2 cents earnings per share accretion post-transaction. That is reflecting all the cash that we're going to get in from this transaction and the use of that cash, all the costs we have to pay, and we're only getting 1 to 2 cents accretion on our earnings. Just for your reference, on roughly 500 million shares, that's $5 million after taxes, 1 cent. And so what we're really saying is AEP saying $5 to $10 million was an estimate at the time of the announcement for the accretion on the transaction after all these benefits, which then would say that's nowhere near the numbers reflected on this page of an additional $84 million, which would say that we're earning something on the order of, let's see, I guess that, was that 16 cents or something like that. So again, I just feel like, again, the assumptions on this page are assumptions, and the KIUC reflected them as assumptions, but they're just really way off.
Thank you, Mr. Haynes. And in addition, would the reinvestment, but that's just not completely the result of the sale of Kentucky. There's other ways of raising funds in order to make those investments.
Yes, we should. Again, as of noted today, we have options. We are highly traded liquid stock, trading like yesterday over 2 million shares a day. We can issue equity at any time. We already have announced the sale of competitive universal renewables. So all these things are other ways that we can raise cash and reinvest it, which again has different impacts. Again, any analysis is at a point in time and always will change depending on the change in assumptions, change in the business.
Mr. Crespo, can I ask a clarifying question of the witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
1 to 2 cents, is that 1 to 2 cents on an annual basis or a quarterly basis, the accretion to earnings?
That's an annual number.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Crespo.
Thank you, Your Honor. And that 1 to 2 cents, that's really only been estimated through the end of the year.
Estimated at the time we did it. To be honest with you, have not done any major updates to that number, but I don't know that it's materially different than the original estimate.
Right, and it's only estimated through the end of the year really because we have to speculate in order to determine just what the effect would be later in time.
That's correct. Yeah, you can't go too far into the future because other things change.
And so really, the upshot, Mr. Haynes, isn't it that trying to connect the proceeds of this transaction to any particular reinvestment and the profitability of that reinvestment in the future is really a pretty speculative endeavor.
Very challenging.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Haynes.
Thank you.
I asked if you step down, but
Stay around.
yeah, might as well. I assume you've got a hotel room for the night, so go ahead and stick around this evening if you could. We'll give Mr. Haynes a minute. Mr. Crespo, Ms. Glass, and you all can call your next witness.
Your Honor, in the interest of continuity, we propose to modify the witness list slightly. I think next we have Brian West, and out of the interest of considering Mr. Haynes threw a few questions to Mr. Yende, we propose to call Mr. Yende next.
Certainly, Ms. Glass, it's your case. You can call whichever witness you'd like next.
Just want to give you a heads up.
Thank you.
The joint applicants call James Yende.
Before we begin, Yende.
Yes, sir, Yende.
All right, Mr. Yende, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. State your name and address for the record.
My name is James Xavier Yende. I work at One Riverside Plaza North in Columbus, Ohio. My title is Senior Vice President of Tax.
Mr. Crespo, Ms. Blend, who will be asking?
I will, Your Honor. Thank
Please
you.
proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Yende.
Good afternoon.
Did you cause rebuttal testimony and responses to data requests to be filed in this case?
I filed a rebuttal testimony. Yes, ma'am.
And you also sponsored data responses?
I did, from Allison Keaton. That got transferred over to me.
Thank you. Do you have any changes or corrections to any of those documents today?
I do not.
If I asked you the same questions contained in those documents now, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Thank you. Your Honor, Mr. Yende is available for cross-examination.
Thank you, Ms. Blend. Mr. Cook? Mr. Cook, any questions?
No questions, Chairman.
Mr. Kurtz?
Thank you very briefly. Good afternoon, Mr. Yende. The 1 to 2 cents per share, the earnings per share, that's a per books number, correct? By definition, earnings per share is per books.
If it's the 1 to 2 cents that was just referenced by the honor, yes, I think that's a book number.
Okay, and so that is reflective of your exhibit, rebuttal exhibit 1, showing a $50 million after-tax gain for AEP total, or Kentucky Power, 40 million, correct?
Actually, no. Hold on, let me flip to that real quick, though. I want to make sure, I think you're going to reference this quite a bit. So my understanding is that the $40 million is going to be sort of a one-time item that we would sort of say is we call it non-operating in our world, but we kind of throw it out, and I think the 2 cents that's being referenced is really around the ongoing impact, so it's not the 40.
The earnings per share is by definition a per books number, correct?
Earnings per share is I mean, it's in the context of how it's being used, but yes, I mean, I've seen it mostly used in that analysis. Can you hold on for a second? 'Cause I'm just trying to make sure I got my exhibits here. Sorry, I got a lot of reconciliations, so I just want to make sure I'm ready. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, did you say something?
I just was asking for a minute because I was trying to get all my paperwork ready to go.
Okay, well, earnings per share is not a tax number, is it? It's a per.
You would not see earnings per share generally, regarded in a tax setting. No, sir.
Okay, and it's definitely not a cash number, is it? As in the context we were
No,
talking?
I mean, you don't really see it. Every once in a while, you'll see cash per unit in limited partnerships, but not often.
So the 1.4 billion in cash that AEP will net from the sale is not reflected in the 1 to 2 cents per share?
I don't know that 1 to 2 cents a share, how it was calculated, so I don't know that I could quite answer that question.
Thank you, Chairman.
Ms. Grumman?
No cross, Your Honor.
Mr. Goss?
No, sir.
Mr. Miller?
Thank you, Your Honor. No questions.
Deborah?
Thank you. So when you're looking at that exhibit that you just were talking about, that you prepared,
Excuse me. Can you?
Speak up.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
That exhibit that you had prepared,
Yes, ma'am.
can you explain how you came up with the division between the Kentucky Power and the Kentucky Transco?
How I came up with the split?
Yes.
They were provided to me by the accountants for the most part. Those numbers were given to me. You're talking about like the proceeds, one being 2,659 and one being 187?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't do the actual split, but I would guess that they came from the purchase and sale agreement, but I think we have a witness here that might be able to give you a little bit more on that.
And then the,
Which witness would that be, Mr. Yende?
Mr. Baird might know.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Temple, sorry.
and then which line item included the current cash taxes now due and payable of the approximately 450 million?
Yes, ma'am. So it's the $17 million has two numbers in it. It has a 469 million, 467, call it. Hold on, let me just give you some exacts. Just bear with me real quick. $469 million of current cash taxes for the total, okay? So we've got to be careful here if we're talking Kentucky only or total. So I'm going to talk Kentucky and Transco together. And 452 of deferred taxes that go the other way, so they net to 17.
Can you split it out between Kentucky Power and Kentucky Transco?
Yes, ma'am, I can. So it's 450, which is what was in my testimony. I think that was a question that council had asked. How do I get 450? $450 in current for Kentucky Power with a deferred tax of $437. So that's 13 of the 17. And then the Transco is 19 current tax, 15 deferred tax with a net of 4. And that'll get you the 17 in the pieces. And of course, these are all, estimates as we kind of put everywhere on all the documents that we've submitted to the court.
Could you just generally discuss the tax implications of divesting of a utility through the stock transfer?
Yes, ma'am, and I'll rephrase, can I re-say your question just because I'm having a little bit of a harder time hearing you? I think you're asking if I can just talk a little bit about the tax implications of the transaction?
Yes.
For both? Yes, ma'am.
Sorry.
So the way the structure, the way the deal was structured is a taxable stock purchase. And so while the entities as a whole will come over, this is going to be a taxable deal. In some parts of the country, we've seen deals that are non-taxable, where people swap stock for stock, right? But this is really a cash deal. And so when you have a cash deal, the IRS says, hey, you had a cash deal, so it's time to pay up. So that's sort of is it taxable, is it not taxable? The second piece of it is, well, how do you measure, like, the gain, right? And so the proceeds of the 1.4 are measured against, what we would call our equivalent tax basis to give us a gain. And then we multiply that gain by the 21% federal tax rate, and I think we use 5% as a state tax rate. It's a little bit harder for the states because there's more than one involved in terms of how the income taxes work, but I believe we use 5%. So that would be how the calculation works. And that would be filed, if we were to close in June, it would be filed on our 22 tax return that would be due in April of 23. So that's how this piece of our tax return is one big piece, to the point that Honor made. It got this deal in it, and then it has a lot of other things in the whole system with all our other utilities. So I just want to make sure that you understand that this is the singular impact of this one transaction.
Will there be any change to the ADIT, including the net operating loss on Kentucky Power's books?
Will there be any change in the ADIT?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. So the way this transaction would work is because Liberty will take over the tax basis of the existing assets as they are, and the book values would come over pretty much how they are, you would expect the reestablishment of the deferred taxes to be about equal to, if not equal to, the deferred taxes, sort of if the transaction were to consummate. And I think we heard from testimony yesterday that they think that the number is going to be identical. So there will be no rate impact for rate base. Now, I will tell you, that's part of why, from a tax point of view, this is like the best answer for the customer from the perspective of keeping rate base constant, right? If there was another type of transaction where the taxes were triggered inside the corporation, then the deferred taxes kind of go away, and then we have this problem with rate increases. So I want folks to know that, like, this was, in my mind, this is like the cleanest way to manage the impacts of just singularly the ADIT part.
In your rebuttal testimony on lines 13 and 14, I'm sorry, page 5, 13 and 14, sorry.
Page 5. Yes, ma'am.
It says that AEP will have current cash taxes now due and payable of approximately the $450 million.
Yes, ma'am.
And can you explain, is that because Kentucky Power's ADIT is not on the consolidated taxes anymore?
Can you say your last statement again? I just want to make sure is it because?
I'm sorry, because Kentucky Power's ADIT is not on the consolidated taxes anymore.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually a nice way of saying it. So when we sell the stock of an entity, the way the tax rules work, and try to keep this very theoretical, is the timing differences that arise for ADIT basically are created inside the corporation, right, depreciation. But then they're also tracked inside the investment account. They're kind of housed in two spots. And the idea being that, you know, for the most part, if a company is homegrown, as we call it, the timing differences should come out one way or another. So when we sold our side of this deal, because I think it's important to understand whose tax return you're talking about, the deferred taxes came through and kind of came out to be current, right? And so that's why there's a very high correlation between the ADIT that's on the books and, you know, the taxes that we're saying got triggered. That's different than saying that Liberty won't have ADIT. They just have to reestablish their ADIT because the form of the transaction created the ADIT again because they took the carryover basis of the book in the tax basis. So again, it was sort of meant to preserve the capital structure, but at the same time, I gotta have, you know, I have to report this to the IRS. And the 450 is sort of the singular piece of it. And I know we talked a little bit about the tax credits and, you know, whenever we're ready to talk about that.
And can you explain the treatment of the NOL?
Okay, yeah, so I think you're referring maybe to my, like the R7, my testimony, line 11, that kind of area? Yeah, so as we were looking, so I've only been at AEP for 5 years, so I'm still, some of the history that everyone in the courtroom has, I don't have, so I just kind of maybe that gives you a little context. But when we were looking at it, we started seeing some private letter rulings that kind of stood for the proposition that to the extent that you have depreciation driving you into an NOL, a tax loss, right? That while you have to pick up the deferred tax on the property, you also need to pick up the deferred tax asset on the NOL. Because one created the other. Without the deduction, you wouldn't have an NOL. So to bring rate base down, but you didn't get cash from the government, it's set as a tax attribute, sort of would be sort of not, you know, it wouldn't 167 is the section of law, but it wouldn't work. And so we had a few of those come out like 3 or 4 years ago. No, actually 2 years ago.
Let me ask you a
Yes, sir.
clarification, Mr. Yende. You said we had a few of those come out. Were those your private letter rulings, or were those other taxpayers?
There were others,
private
sir.
letter rulings?
There were others. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, continue.
So when we saw those letter rulings come out in the last 2 years, it kind of made us all go back to, you know, whenever we get something as a letter ruling in our sector, we always go, well, how are we doing it? And so we went back in and we looked at the way we were putting NOLs on rate base, and we were putting NOLs on rate base based on what was in our GAAP financial statements. Okay, which is kind of like, that makes sense, like as a starting point. And the way our tax sharing agreement works is we actually pay anybody that's a utility or any of our other affiliates for their tax losses if we could use them in the consolidation, right? And so there are times where we will pay somebody for their NOL, if you will. Like we say, we'll use your NOL, you give me cash. Okay, so two entities, one has a loss, one doesn't. Entity 2 pays to me, and then we give it to entity 1, okay? And so the question was, well, in standalone rate making, which is kind of the underpinnings of normalization, standalone, are you being consistent? That is to say that you're building rate base on a standalone basis, except for this one idea that you're kind of round-tripping monies back and forth between your affiliates. And would that be a normalization issue? And so that's how it all unfolded, just a long story short. And so we went and we've actually put in 2 private letter rulings that we haven't heard back from the government yet. We just filed them for Oklahoma and Texas. And we plan to file, I think I have the list in my rebuttal, but I think we have them listed out of which ones we are going to file them in. Now, I think Your Honor had a question yesterday about how it would work with the decommissioning for Big Sandy. This wouldn't impact that. And the reason why is because when we hung up, so when we did the decommissioning, Big Sandy item.
When it was retired.
Yes, sir. When it was retired, we took a tax loss. Okay? We put a reg asset up that takes AIDIT.
So you took an impairment?
A tax deduction.
Okay.
So we took a tax deduction because it was not going to be used anymore, right? And we put up a reg asset for book purposes that drove AIDIT. And the AIDIT that's in question, we're determined is not property. So it would not get kind of caught up in this sort of thinking about whether something should or should not be in rate base. So I just wanted to take a minute to kind of get back to you on that.
Clarify, Mr. Temple. That, and is that the explicit reason, what you just explained, because it's not property related?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Well,
Normally,
let me finish, sorry.
Yeah.
That, because it's not property related is the reason that the ADIT and the Big Sandy decommissioning rider associated with that reg asset is not protected?
that's correct.
Okay.
Staff has no more questions.
First off, thank you. That actually made sense. So I appreciate
Thank you.
that.
I tried very hard to make it make sense. It's a tough
My
business.
CPA sister would be so proud of me for saying that made sense. There was some discussion with the last witness about the 20 million contribution to
Some
the
fund.
fuel offset, as well as paying for the 3.5 toward the, time value of money for putting off the Big Sandy decommissioning rider. On your exhibit, how would that, where would that show in here?
Yeah, so I think there's a few ways. I think the simplest way I would explain it is if we decided to take 20 million less in money, the net proceeds number of 2846 would be 2826, right? And then we would work our way down, and basically pre-tax would be $20 million less, or 47. And then we would multiply that by 25%. So that would be, 12 point something, and we would then have the difference being, this is in total, 50,
Right.
but yeah.
Okay.
So I think you would, as a rule of thumb, 25% rate tax, 25 works, 21 federal, 4% state is kind of a general rule.
Okay, that's all. Thanks.
I just want to make sure I'm clear that $450 million arises because you wouldn't be able to use the NOL the ADIT that is related to Kentucky Power for AEP book purpose, tax purposes, is that correct?
That's right. I mean, ADIT is, while it has a lot of implications in our business in terms of rate base and all that, it's really not a tax return concept. It only becomes a tax return concept when a deferred taxes turn like current, right? Like it kind of moves over.
The sine wave above and below taxable, whether you're in a tax-paying position or not.
Correct, yeah.
This move to standalone filings for the deferred tax assets.
For the NOL?
For the NOL. When you say that the following AEP companies and state jurisdictions have filed to include a standalone NOLC, when you say filed, what do you mean filed?
Yeah. So there's a process where we write our letter to the IRS. We call that the private letter ruling process. And so we filed 2 of them, like put them in the mail, hand delivered them actually. We hand delivered them last week. And so we expect to hear back from them. They've, generally speaking, they've said 6 months. So we would hear something back in September about whether they think the way we're had done, our rate making with the payments in them is a normalization violation or not.
And I guess the other two here, you plan to file NOL, or you plan to file private
Yes, sir.
PLRs with the
Yeah.
IRS?
Yes. Yeah, we're gonna do them for all.
Okay, and that would include Kentucky Power if the agreement is not
Correct.
approved?
Yes, what we would do is come to so the way we've done this is, we've drafted the rulings. The part of, and I know you guys have been through this, but part of the requirement, right, a good requirement, is that we have to work with the commission to make sure that the facts are correct. And so we would come to the commission with our draft. You guys could, weigh in on the facts, and then we would submit it, with the idea being that we would want this resolved by the next case, which I know it's always a moving target, but I hear it's in 2024.
Yeah, you might be surprised how little some taxpayers work with the commission in drafting those private letter rulings.
Okay.
But, I appreciate that. So you filed for two of these taxpayers, and you plan on filing the other two, and that would be ahead of, you would assume, hoping to get an answer back ahead of the rate cases, so you know how to ensure you calculate rates on a standalone basis correctly?
In an ideal situation, I mean, the way I think it worked in both, and I'll have to have some help here maybe from one of my colleagues, but I think it worked for Oklahoma and Texas. We put in the result of what we think is the non-normalization violation answer into rates, and worked with staff to make sure they understood why, the deferred taxes changed. And then we got order, and I'm going to use layman's terms because I don't know the regulatory world that well, but basically we got orders that said, if the private letter rulings come back that we have a normalization problem, yes, we'll talk. I would say they said yes, we would allow it. I think they would maybe say, we're going to talk further about it, but at least it's progress. Because the last thing we want, right, is to lose deferred taxes, right? And that's, the fear everybody, has, right, is that you get thrown off accelerated depreciation. So that's what we're trying to avoid. And there's some inadvertent inadvertent notices that the government has given us that says, hey, to the extent that you find out you think you might have one, come forward, let's talk through it and get it fixed at the first opportunity. And that's kind of why we're on this.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. I thought I wrote something down here for you earlier. Thank you, Mr. Yende. Ms. Blinn, do you have any redirect of the witness?
I do, Your Honor. And may we approach? We have an exhibit.
You have an exhibit,
Yes.
a rebuttal,
A redirect.
redirect exhibit? Proceed.
Thank you. And I'd like to mark this as AEP and Kentucky Power Exhibit 1.
Christian, I did, I think. Hey, Christian.
You may.
Do you want me to talk, or you want to explain it? So, thank you.
Mr. Yende, do you recall questions from staff counsel, Ms. Temple, about your testimony on page R5?
Excuse me. This is the first time we've seen this redirect exhibit. It's additional rebuttal to Mr. Collin. So I don't see any foundation for it, so I'm going to object to its introduction.
And Your Honor, I was beginning to lay that foundation when Mr. Kurtz objected. I'd ask the bench's indulgence.
So go ahead, Ms. Blend, and I'll just make a statement. I know, Mr. Crespo, I've given you a hard time earlier, and it's not personal. But as Chairman Schmidt would say, we're pretty wide open here. I tend to think that the less information that's provided or introduced, worse for us, frankly, because it's a more limited record for which we can make our decisions. So I'll certainly entertain the objection after Ms. Blend has had an opportunity to lay her foundation. But I'm probably going to not look particularly kindly upon the continued objection to the exhibits. Unless there's just no basis for their introduction, I think it hurts us to not allow them. So please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Yende, Ms. Temple asked you about your testimony on page R5.
Yes, sir.
And specifically regarding your response to the quote-unquote AEP benefit analysis that Mr. Collin prepared.
Yes, ma'am.
And you walked through that verbally in your testimony. Have you also prepared a written walkthrough of that analysis?
Yes, I have. I've tried to, in a very simple way, explain very complicated concepts. And so they're rounded, so bear with the roundingness, but I was hoping to keep it to 3 or 4 lines and sort of articulate theory with numbers and make maybe sense of why, we don't agree with Mr. Collins' assertion.
Thank you. So if we refer to what's been numbered number 1 at the top of
Yes, ma'am.
AEP Kentucky Power Exhibit number 1, is that analysis?
Mm-hmm.
And could you walk the commission through it, please?
So the first line is the 585 that was in Mr. Collins' testimony. I think that number is down, gone down a little bit to 570 because of a 90% factor, but I think 585 is a good starting point. And so the one thing that we first have to do is say AEP owes taxes. And I think I've kind of gone through that a little bit. It owes taxes, $450 million in this example. It's not an example in this illustration. The second, so that's discussed. The second piece, and it is in my exhibit JXL R-1, we have working capital, CapEx, and transaction costs of $70 million, and that's just line 3. I think we had them numbered, hopefully we did. My JXL R1 exhibit. So when you pull out the 450, you pull out the 70, there's some fine rounding, and it's just the nature of what we do, but there's some rounding in the calc. I think it was mentioned the billion versus the 950 in equity. I think that was 50 of the rounding. So it kind of draws you down to the 40. And the 40 is what we're sort of saying the accounting tax, after-tax gain is. So we wanted to kind of, say, hey, listen, the analysis Mr. Collins starts with has some of the pieces to this, but not all of them. And we wanted the commission to see the pieces that are to be had to get to the 40. And that way there's no question about what are the numbers. Now, whether, things work or not work in the eyes of the commission is another story, but at least we wanted to lay the numbers out. So that's the first one. And then the second one is, and this is a hard concept because cash and book equity, which is GAAP earnings, are different, right? They're just different. You can't go buy groceries with book income. It's kind of one of the ways they always talk about it, right? You pay it with cash. But we could probably pick out the big drivers of the why, right? And so the way I kind of laid it out is we all know the 145. We've seen that. And we've all seen book equity of $1 billion or 950, but I think for purposes of this, it's the same. So the two things I wanted to point out is in the $1.45 billion, I think everybody has to remember that there was an intercompany loan between Kentucky Power and AEP that kind of, how would I say it, influences the calculation, but still has to be accounted for in terms of cash flow. So another way of thinking about it is a liability that we owed a company outside of our system, right, reduces the amount of money they pay us because they got to pay, Acme Company, right? So they're not going to pay me and then pay Acme Company. So it reduces my money or our money. But here is they reduced our money, but the person they owed the money to is us. And so in the $200 million, it goes back to us. So in the 145, 200 of it is really the repayment of the Kentucky loan, and then the other 200 right? Or the taxes that we've been talking about that get covered with credits. So again, it's cash versus
Let me
earnings.
ask, Mr. Yende, how is $180 million, how is somebody paying you back a $180 million loan you made them a reduction to your equity?
Well, because it's a liability in our section of our balance sheet, sir, right?
So it goes to zero.
Equity is assets minus liabilities. So it draws down on our equity. The loan that we have draws down on our equity,
It's being repaid.
and then it's being repaid.
I guess I don't understand. If it's a reduction to equity today as a loan,
Yes, sir.
and it's repaid, it would increase equity,
Well,
right?
Well, first, the calculation was computed, right? The calculation happened, right? They reduced their purchase price because they had to pay us. Okay? Does that make sense?
No, but that's okay.
Okay.
Continue.
Maybe another way to think of it is if the cash proceeds are going to go down, right, as a starting point for external, people, right, we have to think about the fact that the cash is coming right back because we're the external party. I don't know if that helps.
Okay.
Mr. Yende, you heard questions asked of Mr. Haynes regarding KIUC Exhibit 11, and specifically the line in KIUC 11 that purports to show the remaining amount of cash proceeds available of $462
Yes, ma'am.
million and change. Do you recall that
Yes, ma'am.
discussion? Can you walk us through the, what you just talked about with regard to the intercompany loan repayment and the tax credits?
Yeah.
Relates to that number?
Yeah, so I just wanted to give a little color about, so the 462,895 remaining amount of cash proceeds available. I just wanted to kind of color that in because I think there's a story behind those. I mean, one is the 462 sort of has, let me back up. The 1.4 has $275 million of tax credits that are making that number larger than it's going to be. And so the reason why we have what appears to be a surplus off our equity is because we have $275 million in that 462, which, by the way, we owe that to an affiliate because it's their tax credits. And then the other piece, which isn't, I'm not disputing the number, I just want to set the context of it, because the way the schedule lays out is if there's a windfall here, and the other 200 is just the loan repayment that I just discussed. So while I don't dispute the 462 in mathematical terms, I think the story is that 275 of the 462 needs to go to an affiliate for their credits, and then the 200 was just a repayment of the loan, which again, I'm not arguing that money can't be redeployed, I'm just want to set the context of it.
Thank you, Mr. Yende. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Looking at this, I do think that this probably could have easily been provided as a rebuttal exhibit, and for that purpose, I am going to give all the parties, including staff counsel, an ability, if they would like to have recross on the
That would be fine, Your
on the
Honor.
exhibit.
Thank you.
Mr. Cook, does Mr. Cook have a copy of this, Ms. Blend?
Yes.
Okay.
There you
Mr.
go.
Cook, do you have any questions for this witness on this AEP Kentucky Power Company Exhibit 1?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Kurt?
Chairman, what I would prefer to do, having just seen this, is ask Mr. Collin questions on direct about this exhibit.
We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Would you like to ask any
No.
questions now, Mr. Yende, on this?
Having just seen it, I mean, no.
Okay. Mr. Drummond?
No problem.
Mr. Cox?
Chairman, I believe Mr. Miller is waiting to respond to the question on Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller, sorry, it was a tax issue, I assumed. Yeah, sorry.
No questions from Sierra Club, thank you.
Okay.
No questions.
Nope.
I just have a couple confirming questions. Does the fact that, that both of these adjustments on line 7 and 8 reduce cash, they don't, that doesn't go to the fact that this is a $1.4 million, for lack of a better term, accretion to equity, right?
I'm sorry.
Or, I'm sorry, even though it might reduce book equity, that's still cash for AEP, correct?
Yeah, the 145 is cash. There's no disputing that we've said that.
Okay.
And I'm just trying to correlate it to book equity because it feels like everybody wants to say there's a gain here. So I was just trying to show, kind of, here are the bridges to kind of what else is happening.
Yeah. I don't know the fair characterization that everybody's trying to say there's a gain here.
Okay.
But I
I'm
appreciate
sorry.
that.
I didn't mean
It's
that
all
to
right.
be
I appreciate the intervening testimony. It is what it is. My other question is, and this just seems a little ridiculous, and I guess it's the subject matter, that there's just a rounding of 25, only in utility regulation can there be a rounding of $25 million. Is that just because of the use of round numbers?
Well, when you're, I mean, I'll speak to it wasn't my math, but I will tell you, when you're in the billions, it's easy to round up one and round down the other, and all of a sudden you're like off 0.2. So
Is it a
I don't.
significant figures issue?
What's that?
Is it a significant figures issue? We've only gone out to two
Yeah,
significant
yeah.
figures?
Yeah, yes. But it's no reflection of the competency of anybody. It just happens, sir.
Okay. And again, the taxes do explicitly arise because, as a result exclusively of the transaction.
Right.
$450 million.
That's right. And then this other story that we talked about in smaller, there's other dynamics that are going on at the parent, right? With credits.
Yeah.
I just want to be very clear, right? Because the credits,
the pull forward credits that you were discussing earlier.
Yeah, because it was inferred that I didn't say that in my testimony, and I took a little offense to that because, we really tried to stand alone on the utilities, right? I mean, as much as you guys would appreciate that too, when you're in Kentucky's shoes, right? You don't want anything cross-subsidized. So.
Unless it's to our benefit. All right. Ms. Blinn, any additional questions for Mr. Yende?
No, Your Honor, but I would.
Would you like to move for its introduction?
I would,
Okay.
please.
All right. Mr. Kurtz, would you like to renew your objection? I'm just giving you the opportunity here to be clear.
I generally agree with you. I'd rather see more information than less, so.
All right. So we'll have this introduced as part of the record as AEP Kentucky. You wanted it marked as AEP Kentucky Power Company Exhibit 1.
Yes, please, Your
All
Honor.
right. So it'll be part of the record as AEP Kentucky Power Company Exhibit 1. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Yende. Ms. Blinn, Mr. Crespo?
Thank you, Your Honor. AEP Kentucky Power call Michael A. Baird. And Your Honor, I should have mentioned, I apologize, we wanted to call Mr. Baird next after Mr. Yende because their testimony relates to one another, and then we'll go back to our previous
You all
order.
can call, we're only down to the last, call in whatever order you'd like to present your case.
Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. State your name and address for the record.
Michael Baird, 1 Riverside Plaza, Columbus, Ohio, 43215.
Mr. Crespo, Ms. Blinn.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Baird.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Baird, by whom are you employed and in what position?
American Electric Power Service Corporation, Managing Director of Accounting Policy and Research.
Did you cause responses to data requests to be filed in this record?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to those responses today?
No.
If I asked you those questions again today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Baird is available for cross-examination.
Mr. Cook, Mr. West.
No questions, Chairman.
Mr. Kurtz.
No questions.
Mr. Grumman.
No questions.
Mr. Gauss.
No, sir.
Ms. Vinsel. Ms. Temple?
Yes, we have a very brief question. Good afternoon, Mr. Baird.
Good afternoon.
Do you have a copy of Mr. Yende's rebuttal testimony in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Can I have you turn to his exhibit JXL-R1?
Yep.
And this is the AEP parent impact of the Kentucky Power sale?
Yes.
Well, my question is pretty straightforward. The split here between Kentucky Power and Kentucky Transco, that question was deferred to you. Can you explain the basis for that split?
Yeah, and this was just an estimate that we made, and we allocated it based on estimated rate base of each of the companies.
Staff has nothing further.
Sorry, Mr. Miller, do you have any questions for Mr. Baird?
Thank you, Your Honor. No, that's okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Miller. Vice Chair?
No questions.
I'm sorry, I was looking at this other thing. You asked about the split. Did you ask Mr. Baird about that split?
I did, and it's rate base, estimated rate base.
Just on a percentage?
Yeah,
rate base
relative
of
rate base, the two companies.
Into year 2020?
We used 12/31/21 balances, both balances, estimated rate base.
Okay, and is that the appropriate allocation for tax purposes?
I would certainly say I do not know the answer to that.
Ms. Blend?
I have no redirect, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Baird.
Kentucky Power and AEP call Brian K. West.
And would you all like to take a minute to transition, Ms. Blend?
Yes, please, Your Honor. Thank you.
Whoever's calling Mr. West, Mr. Overstreet, is it you?
Ms. Glass,
Ms. Glass.
just getting out of harm's way.
You just let me know, Ms. Glass, whenever you're ready, and I'll swear in the witness.
Okay, thank you.
As I understand it, we have Mr. West, we have witnesses, West, Connor, and Vaughn from AEP Kentucky Power, is that correct?
Yes.
And we've asked Mr. Haynes and Eichler to stick around. Is that not?
Yes.
Okay. And then after the company's presentation, or the joint applicant's presentation, we've got the AGKUC witnesses, Witness Perry and Witness Houghton. I understand Witness Houghton is here. Ms. Perry is available, correct? And let's see, Mr. Barron and Mr. Collin here. At this time, not having called your last three, do the joint applicants intend on recalling any of their witnesses prior to closing their case or submitting the case?
Not at this time, Your Honor, but we would certainly reserve the right to do so depending on intervener witnesses.
Yeah, and I don't mean to, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. I just want to make sure before we moved on to intervener
I was
witnesses.
only speaking as to AEP Kentucky Power.
I was just gonna say same thing.
That's fine. All right.
Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Ms. Glass.
I am ready.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. State your name and address for the record.
My name is Brian West. My address is 1645 Winchester Avenue, Ashland, Kentucky, 41101.
Okay. Candace, can you hear him okay? All right, Ms. Glass, you may ask.
Mr. West, can you please state the name of your employer?
I'm employed by Kentucky Power Company as the Vice President of Regulatory and Finance.
Thank you. And did you cause to be filed into the record of this case direct testimony, rebuttal testimony, and responses to data requests?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections to any of that testimony or responses to data requests?
I do not.
If I were to ask you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Thank you. The witness is available for cross-examination.
Mr. West?
Yes. Hi, Mr. West. How are you doing?
Good, Mr. West.
Basically, I wanted to start out, I just wanted to give you an opportunity, if you are able to speak to this. What are the impacts of the transaction on the employees of Kentucky Power? Is that something you can speak to?
The impacts in what way?
In terms of their employment, will they continue to be employed, receive the same pay, receive the same retirement, pension, other benefits?
Yes, it's my understanding that Liberty has committed that for a period of 2 years, that the employees would stay the same. They'd maintain their current positions. They would not have to reapply for their positions, for instance. Their compensation would be the same. Their benefits would be the same. Yes.
Would there be any impacts to retirees of Kentucky Power, former employees?
I'm sorry, I don't know that.
Do you know the head count, the total number of employees that Kentucky Power has at this time?
I think that the total active is right around 315.
Okay.
And there were a number of open positions at the time, just, positions that we hadn't backfilled.
Okay. And how does that number compare to the head count just before the transaction was announced last October? Has there been any material change?
No, really no material change.
In 2021, there were some major storms in the service area, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, can you just talk about the timing of those storms, the damage, and the outage and duration, that sort of thing?
Yeah, and I assume that you're interested most in the February ice storm.
Yes.
Yeah. So what made that, pretty typical 100-year event, as they say, is you had 2 ice storms that were back to back, and there was only about a day or two in between the 2 ice storms. And that was followed by like a 4 to 6 inch snowstorm. Now, the snowstorm didn't cause a lot of outages, but you can imagine another 4 to 6 inches of snow on top of ice caused a lot of, trouble in trying to get to the trouble, right? Mm-hmm. But going back to that first ice storm, that ice storm accumulated about 1/4 to 1/2 inch of ice on the trees, on the lines. And then 2 days later, the second ice storm did the same thing. So you ended up with up to 1 inch of ice on trees, on conductor. So it was, like I said, it was one of those typical 100-year events that they talk about. It was a devastating storm by any stretch.
Can you talk about the duration of the outages related to?
Yeah, if I remember correctly, the first storm hit, I think it was late in the evening on February 10th of 2021, and it was around February 26th before we were able to get the last of the customers in.
On page 17 of your rebuttal, you have a chart that shows a number of interruptions over the past 10 years. Do you have that in front of you? It's page 17 of your rebuttal.
Page 17?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How would you define an interruption?
Well, I'm sure there's a proper definition for it, meaning that, how with the digital age, right, everybody's used to the blinking VCR, when we used to have VCRs, right, before DVRs. And those were like momentary interruptions, that only lasted for a second or two. I think there's probably a definition that says that if it's off for a certain, like maybe a minute or more, then it would be categorized as an interruption. But I'm not 100% sure about that.
Okay. And this chart on page 17 shows that there were 518 interruptions in 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, from trees inside the right-of-way, related outages.
Okay. So would that, would the February 2021 storms be incorporated into that 518 number?
They would not, because that was a jurisdictional major event day, that storm. So those would have been excluded from these numbers.
Okay. Related to those major event days, are you required to submit safety and safety reports to the commission and EIA?
Yes.
Okay. Have those reports been submitted for the 2021 winter storms?
I apologize, I'm not sure of the timing of those reports.
Okay.
We have a lot of compliance filings, and I don't remember what each one of them is due.
So as a post-hearing data request, could we ask you to identify if those have been filed and point us to them if they have been? Otherwise, we may also ask when they will be filed if they haven't been.
Oh, absolutely.
Do you have any knowledge of any preliminary findings related to SAIDI or safety related to those winter storms?
Preliminary findings, what do you mean exactly?
Just any conclusions that you feel like can be drawn at this stage of the investigation of those events?
As to the investigation of the event?
Yes, any conclusions that you can draw that may end up in that SAIDI or safety report?
You know, I guess the only thing I can think of is that, I go back to it being a catastrophic event, right? And, for instance, per the National Electrical Safety Code, Kentucky's in the medium loading territory, which means that our lines, our poles are constructed for medium loading that's meant to carry a 1/4 inch of ice, or to handle a 1/4 inch of ice, right? And as I mentioned, that storm dropped 4 times that amount on our lines and on the trees. And with our service territory being so mountainous and so densely forested, it was just an event that like no other, like certainly no other that we'd ever seen. That was by far the worst storm that the Kentucky Power has ever weathered in its 100-year history. So I guess that if I would just emphasize that it wasn't just your run-of-the-mill storm. It was a catastrophic event.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Skirt, just briefly. Mr. West, were you the sponsor to the data response that is page 2 of KIUC cross-examination exhibit 4, which is the project nickel capital expenditures by function? It's response 1-61.
I believe I was, sir, yes.
Okay, do you have a copy of that in front of you, or can you have it?
I think so. Okay.
Okay, this was, Project Nickel is the code name for the sale of Kentucky Power?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this capital budget forecast was provided to the potential bidders on Kentucky Power?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. So, just briefly, the current rate base of Kentucky Power and Kentucky Transco is about $2.2 billion.
I believe that's correct.
Okay.
In that neighborhood.
So would you accept subject to check when you add this up over the 9-year period here? Kentucky Power was telling, or AEP was telling the potential bidders that the rate base would be increased by $4.75 billion.
I'm not sure about that. Where are you looking
We
at?
just added just total Kentucky Power expenditures, 22 through 30.
Are you on attachment 3?
I'm on KIUC cross-examination exhibit 4,
Okay.
page
Mr. Kurtz.
2.
I don't believe he actually has your exhibit in front of him. I think he's looking at his data request response. May I share this with him? May I approach?
Okay, okay.
Okay.
I see it.
Is my math correct that over the 9-year period, AEP was telling the potential bidders that the capital expenditures at Kentucky Power were expected to be $4.75 billion over that period?
Are you looking at the forecast, sir, between 2022 and 2030?
Yes.
Okay. I'll take your math subject check.
Was AEP telling potential bidders that this was an investment opportunity to grow rate base and grow earnings?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
You don't think so?
No, and you know, I think that what this is indicative of is, and I think that it was a witness earlier, Mr. Hurling, I think, that had talked about the pendulum, right? The pendulum swinging different ways for transmission investment, right? And what this is indicative of is the pendulum swinging between generation, transmission, and distribution within one utility, okay? And it's just indicating that, you know, through long-range planning, distribution identified these investments that they needed to make. I think it was already discussed here that there was quite a bit of spend in environmental in generation. In like the last 15 years, I believe Ms. Vinsel was talking about that. And that's all this is the pendulum swinging the other way to say, we have some needs in distribution, and that's identified in this forecast.
Okay, but this pendulum would result in a tripling of Kentucky Power's rate base from about $2.2 billion to add $4.75 additional.
I assume so, if it was all invested.
A few just detailed questions. Steam, that's steam generation, correct? The very first?
Yes.
Okay. And the steam generation would be Mitchell and Big Sandy Unit 1, the gas facility?
Yes.
Okay. And Big Sandy 1 is projected to retire in 2030, and Kentucky Power's ownership interest at this point is 2028 for Mitchell, correct?
That's the current assumption, yes.
Why in 2027, well, in 2026, your capital expenditures on power plants, 7.7 million, and then in 2027, it goes up to 125 million, and then 123 million. Why were you projecting to spend so much money on these power plants that were projected to retire?
I'm sorry, sir, I don't have any knowledge of those investments in those years.
Okay. The very bottom, renewables, over the 7-year period, AEP was telling potential buyers that Kentucky Power was going to spend $2.35 billion on renewables. What are these? I mean, do you have certificates, convenience and necessity to build this amount of renewable generation?
No, we hadn't filed anything like that yet. These would have been based on our 2019 IRP. And you know how we've got like a preferred plan in the executive summary of that, like in the first 15 pages or so. And it would have said that, you know, we projected we're going to put in like, you know, 100 megawatts of solar by this year, and then 150 by another year, and then so much wind by certain years. That's what this is based on, sir.
So, in The strategic announcement was made, excuse me, in April of '21, and you are using estimated 2022. Why would you have so much, why would you tell potential buyers that you're going to spend this amount of money on renewable generation when you didn't have commission approval for it? You didn't, other than just this IRP need, projected need?
Well, it was the long-range plan. I mean, that's what the IRP is a long-range plan.
But in 2021, when the bidders were coming to ask you information about buying Kentucky Power, that 2022 isn't long-range, it's next year. It's today.
That's right, and we're going to be doing another IRP this year.
Okay. So this does not reflect your actual budget, it's just what's in, this is not your actual budget, is that correct then?
It's a forecasted budget. It's not an actual, it's a forecast.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. West.
No cross.
No cross.
Mr. Miller, any cross for Mr. West?
None, thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Vincent, Ms. Temple?
I just have a couple questions. When Mr. Haynes was testifying, he did not know the status of the loan that matured on March the 6th of 2022. Do you know what the status is? Do you have any updates?
I don't know the specific date that it was refinanced, but it certainly was. And in fact, when we filed our true-up last year, I think in the August timeframe to the PPA tariff, we had included that, and I'm wanting to say it was like, you remember there was a part in the, Ms. Vincel's looking at me, remember there was a part in the base case order that said that, and it might have been on rehearing, where the commission ruled that we could include that difference in the tariff PPA for recovery? Does that ring a bell?
Matt, you don't mind if I respond? It does ring a bell, but one of the issues raised in this case was there was a reference to a March 6th term loan that was going to expire March 6, 2021. And there was a question of being refinanced or extended. Mr. Haynes had responded to some discovery request saying that it was in the process of being refinanced or extended. Didn't have an answer, and since it's past March 6, we wondered what had happened to it. And it appears that we're going to have to ask a post-hearing data request. Is that a roundabout way to answer?
Yeah, and I don't want to further confuse things if I'm not thinking of the right thing. So I'd rather give you the right information.
I appreciate it, and I appreciate your attempt to answer. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
And then just one other question is, what steps has Kentucky Power taken to address the commission's directive to mitigate the transmission costs that have been shifted to the ratepayers?
Well, the primary thing that we did was, a lot of these transmission projects, as the commission was aware, they had a portion that was Kentucky Power and a portion that was Kentucky Transco. And I believe it was the Kewanee case where we had we'd asked on rehearing, I think, to take that portion of that was Transco and move it over into Kentucky Power. So that's what we've done to all future projects that we're proposing to, bring to the commission for a CPCN, is they're 100% Kentucky Power funded.
Staff has no more questions.
Yeah, just a very few. Good afternoon, it's good to see you again.
Good afternoon.
Just so I make sure I understand, you're staying with Kentucky Power if this transaction is approved, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Just clarifying what you said about Mitchell, and that the current assumption is that Kentucky Power will only use power from there through 2028. Is that an assumption, or is that the commission order?
Well, I guess that's kind of what I meant by it, is that's the current assumption based on that commission.
Okay.
Yes.
And then I had asked a question, and some of this is just my own recency on the commission regarding Rockport. And I know there's a lot of controversy about Rockport. A lot of history there that I wish I knew all of off the top of my head, and I don't. I know that Kentucky Power has that capacity. It's part of its capacity requirement, or it fulfills part of its capacity requirements in PJM. But my basic question is Kentucky Power actually using that capacity to serve ratepayers in its jurisdiction?
A portion of it. I don't think that we're like maxed out at the total 393 that we take from Rockport, but we certainly need a portion of that to meet our capacity obligations within PJM.
I know that obviously it's going to vary day to day how much you would need, but is
That's
there an average amount that you believe Kentucky Power is using?
I think the last number that I saw, the forecast was around 1,000 megawatts on average. The peaks, of course, are different, and you have to have that capacity available for those peaks. I can't remember what the last peak was, but I know that the average is right around 1,000.
Okay. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, I appreciate your response to staff council about having done things differently since that 2020 rate case, the language from that January 18 order, the 2020 rate case, which is, somewhere between a year and a half ago now. The Kewanee order came out before that rate case order, right?
I don't remember. I know they were close. They
Yeah,
were
I think
fairly
maybe
close.
the Kewanee came out right around Christmas, maybe a little bit after.
Oh, that's right.
December 29th.
December 29th?
We're gonna miss Mr. Overstreet's memory here. It came out just before, and so I guess I would ask, other than the Kewanee project, what has Kentucky Power necessarily done different, or has AEP done different that you're aware of, after the commission's discussion and concern expressed in its January 18th final order of the 2020 rate case?
Well, other than the Kewanee filing, I mean, all future filings, and Garrett, the most recent one that was before this commission, that was 100% Kentucky Power. So, and we've had discussions with the transmission planning folks, and they've made those budgetary adjustments, internally to move money that was, slated for Transco investment over to Kentucky Power. So, and that took a little while to do that. I'm not sure exactly why, but all the accounting entries and things took some time to get done. But I guess that's what I was referring to, Mr. Chairman, was that all going forward, we've made those changes.
Okay, so you have an expectation that Kentucky Transco won't be invested in anymore?
Yes, that's correct.
And then as it relates to that cost shift, right, because there's, as I see it, and I'm happy to be wrong, one of these days it'll happen, there are three cost shifts that are effectively occurring. The first is the investment in the Transco instead of the Kentucky Power, which you've just acknowledged has been rectified or on a going forward basis will be amended. Then there's the AEP East Transmission Owner Agreement that allocates PJM, LSE owed expenses and NITS expenses are allocated on a 1 CP basis to the entire AEP zone. One bill goes to AEP Service Company, then there are other bills that are sent to other LSEs, but that bill that's sent to the AEP Service Company on about 85% of the total cost is then reallocated on a 12 CP basis. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding, sir.
Okay, and so in the event that your 1 CP to PJM and your 12 CP as it relates to that reallocation, if there's a difference, good or bad, But in the event there's a difference between that 12 CP and 1 CP, that's a different type of maybe subsidy is not the right word, or mismatch between the way those costs are initially billed and the way that they're ultimately paid for. Would you agree?
I don't know enough about the details to agree or disagree at this point.
Well, let me ask this. Would you agree that allocated on a 1 CP versus allocated on a 12 CP, there is going to be a difference?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, different calculation.
So there's that differential. And is it your understanding that that's being proposed to be amended as part of this agreement? That that Kentucky Power would be no longer, if sold to Liberty, would be no longer part of that AEP East transmission agreement, and it would receive its allocation on a 1 CP the same way the other non-AEP affiliates receive their NITs and LSE-owed expenses?
That's my understanding.
Okay. And what about the third? The third one that we've talked about, which is the fact that because the entire AEP zone is treated as local, that all of those expenses are shared, and in the event Kentucky Power, for instance, invests less capital in its transmission system in any given year relative to the other transmission owners of PJM, it is effectively subsidizing the customers and the transmission systems of other PJM operating companies. Are you aware of that discussion and testimony that's occurred in this case?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So we just said the first one's been addressed. The second one is proposed to be addressed. Are you aware of any proposal in this matter by AEP, Kentucky Power, or Liberty to address that third issue?
I'm not aware of anything specific, but I think what I would say is that, and I think that Cameron Ali had provided a lot of testimony on this in our 2020 base case, where he talked about the transmission system being planned on an integrated basis, and everything is assessed, the projects that is, on need. So to the extent that a current affiliate has a greater need for transmission investment than Kentucky Power, that's how those projects get identified, is based on need.
You've heard today, though, that there's a, Mr. Haynes, certainly, his testimony talked about the relative allocation to capital based at least in part on, there's a phrase, I don't want to get it wrong. A rotation of capital. A rotation of capital to places where it can earn a higher ROE. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. And do you think that had there was any consideration as to the ROE that Kentucky Power earns relative to the capital it's allocated versus other affiliates? Let me strike that question. Is it your understanding that need is exclusively the only consideration in which AEP allocated capital?
No, it wouldn't be the only thing.
Would you agree that it would be reasonable to assume that at least a portion of that allocation is dependent upon what the relative return on that investment in any different jurisdiction might be?
No, I think the way I understand it is this. I mean, like I said, the projects are identified based on need, whether it's transmission or distribution, right? And the way that you have to think about it is it's a balance, meaning that a company can only handle so much capital, okay? The rates can only handle so much. And the company's financial metrics have to be looked at. So it's not simply just a measure of we can, earn more by putting it in these different buckets. It's more of a balance, I think, between what is the need for that what is the need for those functions in that operating company, GT&D, and then looking at the financial metrics, looking at current deferrals that are on the company's books, looking at their cash flow. What is it going to do to those financial metrics if you, if you had that extra level of capital in there? That's how I think about it.
Sure. So would you agree that, is it your understanding that the FFO to debt ratio of Kentucky Power lags behind some of its other affiliates?
I would agree, yes.
Yeah. Would you agree that the equity ratio of Kentucky Power lags relative to its other affiliates?
I haven't looked at any of the recent numbers, but
So can I-
subject to check.
Yeah. Do you mind, counsel, to provide Mr. West a copy of, KIUC Cross 10, which is the one that Mr. Kurtz splurged and printed in color.
Mr. Haynes is bringing it forward.
And this is physically marked 2.
That's correct. Do you mind to turn, it's about halfway through that, Mr. West. It shows up as a page 23, and it's got those magical AEP floating balls.
Yes.
Do you see at the bottom where it talks about the authorized equity layers and whole percentages?
Yes.
You're generally aware of Kentucky Power's equity ratio?
Yes.
Would you agree that Kentucky Power's equity ratio is, it's fair to say, well below, with the exception of maybe AEP Texas, well below those equity ratios of the other operating companies?
It's below, yes.
Yeah. So, given those financial measures that you just agreed with, wouldn't you agree that Kentucky Power actually, from the financial measures that you said should be a consideration, would actually benefit from additional equity being provided to it for the purposes of investing capital?
I think you have to consider the impacts to the customer.
Well,
I really do.
That's perfectly fair, but the document that you were just talking to Mr. Kurtz about, your own capital plan triples the amount of distribution investment expected over the next couple of years, right? So it's not as if Kentucky Power has made a presumption that customers can't take any additional capital investment, right?
Well, I think there's a difference between planning and then actual execution.
Well, I would tend to agree. Do you mind to go to KIUC Cross 4? I think it was the document you had
Yes.
earlier.
Yes.
So do you see that the 2022 forecast for actual and budgeted, for the budgeted distribution plant capital additions, do you see that?
Is this on the one that says 14 at the bottom?
That's correct.
Okay.
Do you see that the 2020 forecast is more than any given year between 2011 and 2022?
The 2022 forecast is greater than?
That's right.
Did you say? Yeah, yes, it is.
It's about $9 million more than any of those years.
Yes.
Same for 2023.
Yes.
And then 2024 is $5 million more than 2022, so certainly more than any of those previous years.
That's correct.
Okay. And in 2025, 119 million.
That's correct.
So it's not as if Kentucky Power doesn't think that there's investment needs, additional capital that needs to be invested in Kentucky Power's system, correct?
That's right.
Okay, so have you by any chance, in your position, I know you were here in your position during the 2020 rate case, is that right?
I was actually the Director of Regulatory Services at the time, sir, but...
That's right, I'm sorry. Yeah.
I was here.
Mr. Wonhausen has
That's
since
correct.
left, correct? Okay.
That's correct.
In that position, did you review the record in the 2017 rate case?
Not the entire record. I certainly read the final order.
Did you by any chance watch the hearing?
I did not, sir.
Okay. So would you be surprised in that hearing if Kentucky Power witnesses weren't explicitly discussing how part of their plan to help bolster Kentucky Power's position is to seek increased investment in Kentucky Power relative to its affiliate operating companies in other states?
Would it surprise me, you said? It would not. no.
Okay, so if it's exclusively based on need, or if it doesn't take into other considerations, then what would be the benefit of management of an operating company seeking to bring more money relative to the other operating companies? If there's not that additional capital that they could ever, get from AEP, then what would be the purpose of that endeavor?
Could you ask that one more time?
Yeah, so if it would be unsuccessful, if there would be no success in seeking that additional monies for investment, right, in the Kentucky Power transmission system or the Kentucky Power distribution system, then why would management seek to try to get that money if they knew it wouldn't be successful?
I think they have to, they have to prudently plan the system, right? And make assessment of the system to see where there is need for repairs, replacements, upgrades. We wouldn't be doing our job if we weren't doing that, if we weren't planning, right? Then you have to look at the financial health of the company. And like I mentioned, the regulatory assets that are on the books, current deferrals that are on the books, like the Rockport deferral, things like things that might be hurting cash flow, So all of those things have to be properly balanced so that the company can stay financially healthy. So I think there's, like I said, there's a difference between, we need to do our planning. Our engineers have to plan the system and tell us where we think that we need to put investment. And then we have to look at it and say, what can we do? What level can we do?
Okay. Let me ask this question. When it's determined what level can we do, is it your position that whatever level Kentucky Power is determined they can do, using your terms, is it your experience that AEP has provided Kentucky Power with the entirety of the capital necessary for whatever it is Kentucky Power thinks they can do?
Yes, I believe that is true.
And what portion from what is needed to be done versus what Kentucky Power has determined what they can do, what is the difference in that investment that they've reduced? Investment versus need versus actual.
What have we reduced?
Yeah, you said there's a difference between planning,
Yeah.
figuring out what's actually needed, and then the reality of what we actually are going to do. And my question is, what's that gap there? What's that delta?
Well, I'm not sure I don't have a dollar amount for you, but I guess as an example might be, we have asset programs, vegetation management programs, and then we have asset programs that are designed to, go out and replace, poles, cutouts, reclosures, all those kind of things. In the last case, when we were getting ready for the 2020 case, I had worked with Everett Phillips and folks on his staff to develop an enhancement, I guess, to the asset replacement program. And they put out like a 10-year plan, and we had to plan it, figure it out, look at it, and then in the context of the entire case, is that something that we think we could move forward with at this time? And at that time, we decided, no, we didn't think that we could. So that's just an example of something that we would have done in planning for the case, as opposed to what did we execute.
And what would be different under Liberty Management versus what Kentucky Power has done for the last 10 years?
I'm not sure what would be different. I mean, we've heard from some of the Liberty witnesses of some of their plans. I think they would be looking at the system in a similar fashion to us, but I think that we're still going to have to, at the end of the day, we're going to have to look and say, we have to balance this out, between the impacts to the customer, the financial, health of the company. We can't just invest $400 million additional in distribution, because, Liberty or anybody else would have that money laying around. It would without the cash flow to support that, and without, how would customers afford that also? You have to look at that. You can't just say, well, we're just gonna, put all this other capital into the system without considering everything.
Would you disagree that given all of the testimony over multiple cases now about the interaction with the AEP zone, that Kentucky Power customers, strike that AEP's lack of transmission investment relative to its affiliates actually is costing Kentucky Power customers millions of dollars a year in PJM LSE OAT and NIDS expenses?
I would actually defer that question to witness Vaughn.
So you're not aware of the testimony and the evidence to that?
No, I'm aware of it. It's just that Mr. Vaughn has a more rich history with PJM than I do.
And that's fine, but it just is, right? I mean, that's the economic reality that relative to Kentucky Power, Kentucky Transco on a standalone basis, Kentucky Power customers are paying millions of dollars a year more for the transmission of other affiliates. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware that that issue has been raised. As I said, the system is planned on an integrated basis. It's not one system, or it's not Kentucky Power's system. It's one big system. And there have been investments that have been made in other states that have benefited Kentucky. So I don't know that I would really say or agree with the subsidy argument.
And has Kentucky Power, while you've been there, independently looked at whether or not you'd be better off under a different system?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. $10 million in annual PPA expense, right? That's an annual expense that you pay through tariff PPA. That's an expense amount, not a capital cost, right?
Right.
Right. So
Yes.
$10 million on a revenue requirement basis, if you were going to invest money and it was going to cost customers $10 million a year, those would be investments well in excess of $10 million, right? Because of how depreciation works.
I believe so, yes.
I mean, if you have an expense of $10 million, $10 million in, $10 million out. If you have a capital cost of $10 million, the revenue requirement impact of that to customers is something less than $10 million. Would you agree?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. I appreciate it, Mr. West. Thank you. Ms. Glass?
I have a couple of questions. Mr. West, does invested capital translate one-to-one with increased rate base, or does rate base only grow by investment in excess of depreciation?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, sure. Does invested capital translate one-to-one with increased rate base, or does rate base only grow by investment in excess of depreciation?
I think any capital that you invest will grow your rate base.
So in other words, if you invest $1 of capital, does that translate to $1 in increased rate base? Or does rate base only grow by investment in excess of depreciation?
To grow your company, you have to invest more than you are depreciating through expense.
So, Mr. West, you have to net out the depreciation, correct?
That's what I'm saying,
Okay.
yes. I apologize.
That's okay.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Are you asking about net investment rate base?
Yes. Earlier, Mr. West, when you were talking about the enhancement to asset replacement program that you discussed, did the company also see an opportunity to invest in AMI meters?
We did, and ultimately, we decided that we wanted to ask for the CPCN for AMI instead.
And was the CPCN for AMI granted?
It was not.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to use an exhibit for my next line of redirect that is an AEP confidential document, such that we would need the Liberty representatives and LS Power representatives to leave the room again.
Let me be clear about this before Mr. Goss runs off. For the purposes of redirect, you have a document that is a record document already that has been provided protection under a commission order already and is exclusively confidential to it's confidential excluding LS Power and Liberty. Is that correct?
Exactly correct, and I can identify the document for informational purposes. It is the joint applicant's response to AG's first set of data requests, number 8, so 1-8, confidential attachment 1.
Okay. So it has been about almost 2 hours. It's been about 2 hours since we've been going. So let's take a short break. We'll come back. That'll give us time to clear the room without it being on the record. So we will take a break until 4:30, and when we come back, we'll start on the public record, and we'll immediately go on to the confidential record.
Thank you. And you are finishing tonight? So you're not going to leave at 6?
clear out anything.
That's my daughter's from.
Doesn't matter. Really? I had that one, I think, show up on mine the other day.
It's a big church.
Chairman, you're all, sir.
All right, we're back on the case, we're back on the record in case number 2021-00481. It's my understanding, Ms. Blash, you'd like to go into the confidential session, is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor, but I do have a couple of questions that can be dealt with pretty quickly, not in confidential session, and I would just propose that we take care of those now, if that's okay.
Got everybody out.
Oh, we did, okay.
We
I'm
got
sorry,
everybody
go
out.
ahead.
So, Mr. Gardner, I have talked to Mr. Osterloh. He said he will contact you once the confidential session is off.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner.
Thank you.
Where's Ms. Perry going?
I just texted her and told her she had to get out. Because I believe she was the only person in the room that I saw that was not executed the agreement.
Just want to make sure.
Just trying to abide by the rules of trial.
All right, so Mr. Gardner, if you'll log off, we'll continue with the hearing.
Can we force him
Yeah.
off? I think we can.
Mr. Rhodes, do you mind manually do it? Okay, we'll move on to the confidential session now. Candace? Okay, and we will wait for everybody else. Ms. Baxter, will you be with us through the remainder of the evening? Ms. Baxter?
That might be a no.
She's unmuted. She was muted as unmuted. She may be double muted. Okay. Well, we're going to wait for other folks to come back into the room. I know Mr. Goss would like to.
Need to call my witness and make.
Take your time.
Give him 2 minutes.
That's fine. We'll take a short recess while everybody gets back in the room, Candace, if that's okay? Yes. Thank you. Ms. Baxter, can you hear us?
I can. I use my phone to call in, so I'm hopeful that that will fix the problem. Can you hear me?
We can. We can. Will you be the remaining Sierra Club counsel for the remainder, or for the rest of the hearing?
Sure. Yes, Mr. Miller will be rejoining at some point, and then he'll be on for the rest of the evening, as well as Mr. Shoulders and myself. I didn't catch how long you guys plan to go tonight.
Yeah, so that's, I was actually waiting to get back onto the record after this to talk about that. Are we back on, Candace?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so as Mr. Gardner joins us, my plan at this point is to go for a little while. I don't know how long that's going to be, until we need to take another restroom break here in a few minutes. But my goal would be to push through and not take a dinner break this evening. So if that answers your question, I do intend on finishing the hearing tonight. And I don't intend on taking a dinner break before we finish that hearing, this hearing.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, thank you, Ms. Baxter. All right, so we're on the record in case number 2021-00481. Ms. Glass, do you have additional redirect for the witness?
Yes, just 3 short ones.
Proceed.
Mr. West, earlier, when you were being cross-examined by Ms. Vinsel, she had asked you for a filing date, and during the break, were you able to find that date that Ms. Vinsel had originally asked for in a post-hearing data request?
Yes. Ms. Scott from my staff was able to find that and send it to us, and it was filed on March 4th, 2022, in case number 2021-131.
And earlier I'd asked you about the company's proposal to implement AMI meters that was proposed in its last base rate case. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And did Kentucky Power have the ability to make the investment for AMI under AEP's capital plan?
Yes, we did.
Thank you. And finally, does Kentucky Power currently have any transmission projects in the queue?
Yes, we actually have, probably over the next year and a half, I'm thinking that I saw about 6 that would be coming to this commission for CPCN approval.
Those are all the questions that I have. Thank you.
Yeah, so on that last one, so you're saying there are projects in the PJM queue that are going through with Kentucky Power or APSC or someone on behalf of Kentucky Power being the initiator?
Yeah, these are planned projects that are in the queue right now for filing.
Okay, and do you know what point in the queue they are, or at different points? Do they have an interconnection service agreement, a feasibility study?
I don't know that at this point. I mean, I'm talking from like a spreadsheet that I've seen with, about those 6 projects on there, and their dollar amount and that kind of thing.
Okay.
Not specific about the details.
Roundabout number of megawatts?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir, I don't have that.
Like a few hundred, or are they like 10 megawatt projects? I'm just curious.
Are you asking about megawatts or dollar amount?
Megawatts.
I just don't know.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. My question may have caused confusion by using the word queue. I did not mean the PJM queue. I meant in the queue for filing here in Kentucky. Transmission.
Transmission.
CPCNs.
Yeah.
Not generation.
No.
No, I'm very sorry for causing that confusion.
Yep. That was all your fault, Ms. Glass.
I'll fall on the sword.
That's okay. No, I appreciate it. That was very confusing because I was gonna say, well, where was this during Mr. Hurling's testimony talking about generation imbalance? So I appreciate it, Ms. Glass. All right, thank you, Mr. West. You may step down. Ms. Glass, Mr. Overstreet, you all can call your next witness.
Kentucky Power and AEP call Amanda Connor.
Who will be asking questions of Ms. Connor?
I will, Your Honor.
Okay, great. I just want to make sure whoever it was ready.
I am ready, Your Honor.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. State your name and address for the record.
My name is Amanda Connor. My business address is 1 Riverside Plaza, Columbus, Ohio, 43215.
Mr. Overstreet?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Connor, could you please provide your position with AEPSC?
Yes, my position is Vice President, FERC and RTO Strategy and Policy.
Okay. And in the course of this proceeding, did you file any testimony?
No, I did not.
And did you file any data request responses?
Yes, I did.
And have certain of those data request responses been, the responses themselves been assumed by company witness Vaughn?
Yes, that's correct.
But there are still some remaining data request responses?
Yes, that's
that you're
correct.
responsible for? And if you were asked those same questions here today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would be the same.
And do you have any, well, I guess that's subsumed in it. Your Honor, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Mr. Cook, any questions?
No questions, Chairman.
Kurtz?
No questions.
No
Herman?
questions.
No questions.
Ms. Baxter, any questions?
No questions on behalf of Sierra Club. Thank you.
Staff counsel?
No questions.
Vice Chair?
No questions.
I do have a few. What's the difference between local transmission and interregional bulk transmissions?
Are you referring to regional transmission?
Regional, sorry, did I say interregional?
Yes, you did.
Yeah, sorry, I've
Not a lot of
it's
that
been
going
the brain.
on. So the difference is really the drivers. If you're talking about transmission and PJM, when I think of regional reliability transmission, it's planning that's done at the PJM level related to baseline reliability. Whereas local projects, I assume you're referring to the supplemental projects in the PJM process. And those can be any number of projects that are not run through the PJM needs process, but that are run through the TO's needs process, and can certainly include projects like end of life kind of asset replacement, things of that nature that are on a more local basis.
So even separate from planning, would you agree that the size of the transmission, the voltage of the transmission, occasionally makes a distinction between whether it's a local or more regional transmission facility? Let's take, for instance, AEP in a roundabout way. I don't know who owns it technically, but AEP in some way owns a 765 line, correct?
Correct.
You wouldn't consider the 765 line a local transmission facility, would you?
I typically don't think if that had been planned today that it would have been a local facility.
But that may be different than a 69 kV transmission line. Is that fair?
It may be.
Okay. With transmission, there's a definition that's used. You're aware of the seven factor test for determination as to what
yes.
is transmission and what is not?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not just a threshold for voltage. Would you agree? Whether something is sub-transmission or transmission?
I would agree, although I think a supplemental project is still transmission.
Okay, that's perfectly fair. And then whether something is 34.5 kV, it may be considered transmission for one utility or in one instance, and it may be considered not transmission for another utility. Would you agree? Have you seen that distinction made amongst utility or states, depending on what it's used for?
I mean, I have not seen that distinction made, but yeah, it's possible.
Okay. Are you aware of the distinction between the projects that are available for competitive solicitation at PJM and those that are not?
Yes.
And are you aware that there's a voltage threshold that's used to determine which projects, even if they are baseline, whether they should be subject to competition or not?
Well, I think it has to do, are you referring to the competition itself or the cost allocation?
The competition itself.
I mean, I think part of it has to do with whether cost would be outside the particular zone also. So if it's a type of project that would be allocated among multiple zones, that would be something that would be subject to competition.
Doesn't the allocation follow what type of project it is and not the other way around?
I'm thinking of the way Order 1000 kind of defined how this works in general. But you're correct. In the competitive space, after Order 1000, there are different categories of projects, and their cost allocation differs based on voltage thresholds.
Would you agree that, as a general matter, unless there's multiple contingencies, a 69 kV baseline need would not be subject to competition?
I would have to take a look at the particular facility and, you know, what the attributes of it are.
Okay. So I think what we'll do, Mr. Overstreet, is ask a few post-hearing data requests on this issue, given maybe Mr. Hurling and Ms. Connors can answer a few questions as post-hearing data requests around the local versus regional transmission system, given the testimony and data request responses to date. So we'll make sure those are included when they're filed. Do you have any redirect, Ms. Connor?
No.
I think I added an S. I apologize. That's my, we go to Kroger's and Barnes and Nobles and you're Ms. Connor, so I apologize for that. Ms. Connor.
I didn't even catch that whole
It's okay.
so.
You don't have anything for Ms. Connor?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you for being here with us.
Thank you.
Mr. Crespo, Mr. Overstreet, you can call your next
Our
witness.
next witness is Alex E. Vaughn,
Okay, Mr. Vaughn?
and Ms. Glass will be presenting.
Okay. Ms. Glass, you just let me know when you're ready.
I am ready, thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Thanks.
State your name and address for the record, please.
I'm Alex E. Vaughn. My business address is 1 Riverside Plaza in Columbus, Ohio, 43215. There we go.
Ms. Glass?
Thanks. Mr. Vaughn, can you please state the name of your employer and your position?
I am employed by American Electric Power Service Corporation. It's great going on at the end of the day. I am the Director of Regulated Pricing and Renewables.
Thank you. And did you cause to be filed into the record of this case rebuttal testimony and responses to data requests?
I did, yes.
And do you have any corrections to that testimony or your responses to data requests?
I have one small correction on page R5 at line 14. I would strike the words for and a, and then on line 15, the word was. So the whole sentence beginning on line 12 would read, an application for approval of the proposed transfer of Kentucky Power, comma, however, comma, is not one of those avenues, comma, particularly where it amounts to untimely asking the commission to rehear and reconsider a decision that was just that it just recently ruled upon. That is all.
Thank you. Do you have any other corrections?
No.
And if I were to ask you the same questions posed in your testimony and in the data request responses, with the exception of the one correction that you've just made, would your answers be the same?
They would be.
Thank you. The witness is available for cross-examination.
Ms. Glass, has that amendment to Mr. Vaughn's testimony been filed in the case yet?
No, it has not.
So even though he's done it from the stand, do you all mind in the next week, we'll say, to file that into the record?
Certainly.
Thank you. Mr. Cook, do you have any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Kurtz?
No questions.
Mr. Grumman?
No questions.
Mr. Goss?
Just a couple. Mr. Vaughn, Mr. Haynes, I think, deferred questions to you on the bridge PCA. Do you remember that?
I do.
Has the bridge PCA agreement been filed in this case?
No, it has not. It's still, still completing negotiations between AEP and Liberty.
And when do you expect that document to be negotiated and executed?
We're expecting something in the next few weeks. There's discussions between AEP, Liberty, and PJM to iron out some transition details. And after that, the document, once it's completed, will be filed with the FERC and made available, filed, presented for review here to the commission.
Presented for review by the commission in this docket or in another docket in some other fashion?
Well, I think we have an outstanding data request from staff asking for updates on the bridge PCA. So I'm not sure the mechanics, but I think we would probably provide it as a supplement to that, or I'll have to yield to my lawyers there as to how it would be provided.
This hearing will be concluded presumably tonight, and there'll be probably 10 or 14 days or something for post-hearing data requests, and then probably, 20, 30 days for briefing. So we're maybe the end of April, middle of May. Do you think it'll be completed by then?
Yeah, the current expectation is a few weeks from now. So yeah, that would be mid to late April.
I guess I'm trying to figure out if it'll be submitted in time for the parties to review it and consider it in their briefing. You don't know, I guess that's an observation more than a question, because you don't know when the briefing is, nor do I, but when you say the next, I'm just trying to nail this down, I'm not badgering you.
No,
You say the next few weeks, do you estimate, 4 weeks, a month,
I think
6 weeks? And I'm not gonna hold you to it.
I think a few is 2 to 3 in this instance is what we are currently thinking. But again,
Right.
there's three parties involved in the discussion.
Let me ask you this question, if you can answer it. What is, as it currently stands, what is the duration of the bridge PCA going to be? I'm not going to ask you any other terms, but I'd like to know the duration.
Yeah. No, the current understanding is consistent with the seller's disclosure letter in that the bridge PCA will cover joint FRR plan participation in the 22-23 and 23-24 planning years. That could slip into 24-25 depending upon ultimately when the transaction is approved or not and what time elections need to be made in PJM. So if for some reason things slipped further in having certainty whether there's a transaction or not and the company having to make an FRR election, it could in theory cover 24-25, which is all consistent with what has been publicly disclosed in that area.
So will the duration be governed by those trigger dates for the planning years, or will there be a specific number of months or years that it will continue in force?
Again, it's consistent with what has been disclosed in the seller's letter, and that is contingent upon election dates in the PJM process.
Okay. All right, thank you, sir, appreciate it.
No problem.
Is that all, Mr. Goss?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes, sir.
After you've put pressure on us about setting a briefing schedule? Ms. Baxter, any questions?
No, sir, thank you.
Ms. Vincent?
Yes, I have just a few. Good evening, Mr. Vaughn.
Good evening.
I hope you did not take offense at my reference to you as the cleanup batter for Kentucky Power.
No worries.
You are probably go down in history as the Ted Williams or Babe Ruth, the cleanup batters for Kentucky Power.
Wow.
Actually, it's Lou Gehrig.
High praise.
Williams and Ruth did that cleanup.
I just prefer to think of the Babe as a great power hitter, and we'll move on from there.
I was more of like a number 2.
Still gonna put that on Mr. Satterwhite's door right here.
It is late in the day, as I think you can tell. I'm going to read to you from something from your rebuttal testimony, just one sentence. It was in your rebuttal testimony on page R6, it's line 2 and 3, and it was in regard to Mr. Barron's testimony about any particular cost shifting in transmission costs. And you said there that it is undisputable that the company, Kentucky Power, utilizes more than just its in-state Kentucky transmission system to supply reliable service to its customers. Can you tell me why it's undisputable?
Yeah, right. And certainly, this is, I do not agree that a cost shift exists, and this is kind of the underlying principle of that. And Kentucky Power, there's been multiple testimonies, like Mr. Hurling yesterday. There's Kentucky Power relies on the bulk transmission system for its capacity and energy requirements. Rockport is part of their supporting the capacity obligation of Kentucky Power. It's in Indiana. The Mitchell plant, which we all know Kentucky Power is a 50% undivided interest in currently, sits in West Virginia. So, these are all part of the system. Prior, talk about history, prior to the old AEP pool going away, it technically relied on, Kentucky Power relied on those 7 AEP states in the East for, 6. Tennessee doesn't have capacity, but it relied on all of them for its capacity and energy requirements. And, that's how the system was designed. That's how we got to here today. We've transitioned away from that, and we have the PCA and the AEP transmission agreement, I think, are the kind of successors of that.
Without oversimplifying or putting words in your mouth, is it a case that the system is all tied together, so thus it's all unified and each relies on each other?
It's all that, plus it's just the simple fact that you can't run Big Sandy 1 enough to provide Kentucky Power the capacity and energy it needs. And that's the only resource you have in the state.
I won't go any further down that road. I appreciate that. We are going to have some post-hearing data requests for you. We'd like to get a copy of both the projected and true-up PJM OAT filings for the transmission revenue requirements, the H14 and H20, H14 for Kentucky Power and H20 for Kentucky Transco. It'll be for calendar years 2012 through 2020. And that will be in writing.
Okay. Those are all on our website, so we can get
You know
those.
what? They might be on your website, but they're not in the case records, so I'd
Gotcha.
appreciate if Kentucky Power would assist us in getting that in there.
Sure.
Staff has nothing further.
Do you have any questions?
Yeah, just one small area of questions. Good afternoon, or, yes, still afternoon. Bridge PCA, you made a comment that it's going to be filed with FERC and provided for review. Just so I make sure that at a basic level I understand this and not seeming like I'm stupid or anything, the Bridge PCA, money is going to flow from Liberty to AEP for services rendered, correct?
Correct. Yes, related to capacity.
Okay, and presumably then that will ultimately be paid by ratepayers of Kentucky Power, is that right?
That is correct, and to nitpick my previous answer, the PCA is kind of the vessel in which that happens. I believe the way it's structured, the new power sale agreement that's in the disclosure letter would actually be the contract mechanism for the purchase of Kentucky Power short once Rockport goes away here in December. I think that'll be an addendum to the PCA, but yes, sorry, conceptually you are correct. There will be dollars exchanged related to capacity mostly.
Okay, and so if this is filed with FERC and FERC approved, this commission has no say over these costs. They're going to be borne by Kentucky ratepayers, is that right?
It's kind of a legal question you're asking me, but it is a FERC jurisdictional transaction, is my understanding from my attorneys, and that it's a wholesale agreement. complying with FERC's or PJM's FERC-approved tariff to meet that capacity obligation. And I'd add that it is completely in line with everything myself, Mr. West, and other witnesses have testified to in front of this commission over the last couple of years with how we plan on filling that short left by Rockport midway through a delivery year in December of this year, right? So you go from being slightly long capacity to being short capacity for the delivery year. Short-term purchases as available from other affiliates, possibly non-affiliates in the future, at auction clearing prices, observable FERC-approved auction clearing prices. It's consistent with everything we've discussed in front of this commission.
If it's simply a matter of PJMs, and forgive me, I'm not the PJM expert like Chairman. I work in the MISO area more, so I'm not as familiar with the PJM part. If this is all just about previously approved PJM tariffs, what's there to negotiate?
It's more of transition details and how things operate, right? And it's largely the PCA, right? And if the bridge PCA isn't approved for some reason or is held up, right, we would just default to what we're doing under the current PCA that includes Kentucky Power as an affiliate. I mean, that's still out there. But this is, it's to memorialize the transition from affiliate to non-affiliate, give Kentucky Power and Liberty time to transition and come to this commission and have proposals for what the long-term answer is to Rockport.
Am I right that it's not just capacity to cover the loss of Rockport, but there's also services attached to, or is that under the transition services agreement?
It's mostly capacity, how it's settled, what happens under different circumstances, performance intervals and insurance, stuff like that. There are other things in there that can potentially happen. I'm not certain right now if the market operations and bidding that I think was discussed yesterday at PJM Day Ahead and real time stuff is in the bridge PCA or the transition services agreement. I just don't know that right now. Off the top of my head.
And that was the part I was thinking about that could be in this agreement, possibly. I just wasn't sure. That, dispatch part of it.
Yeah. Continuing on what is happening right now.
Okay, that's all I've got. Thank you.
I'm not just letting you hang, Mr. Vaughn. I'm looking at something here.
Oh.
I'd like to take about an indefinite quick recess and discuss something with staff council and maybe make some copies. So we'll take a recess, hopefully no more than 5 minutes. Sorry for that, Mr. Vaughn. So when you were talking earlier about historically, the way the costs have been allocated on the transmission system, do you remember that response? I think it was Ms. Vinsel?
Yeah, I was discussing historically how transmission capacity energy was done, yes.
Okay. So what sort of, Kentucky Power's been around about 102 years, I think, been owned by AEP for like 99 or 100 of it. So I'm just curious what time frame specifically you're referring to, or were you referring to a specific agreement or process?
Yeah, so the zone, AEP East companies were in what was called the interconnection agreement from the 1950s, I think it was 1954 to be exact, through December 31st of 2013. And so during that period, right, there was a different way that capacity, energy, and transmission costs were settled among the companies. It's very similar to now, but it was a tighter pool where, from a month-to-month standpoint, one operating company would pay an embedded cost rate to another operating company for capacity, and then there was sales of intercompany sales of energy at cost, versus the PJM backstop that we have now. Just a different setup, a different. It was a pool. It was referred to everywhere as the pool, the AEP's pool. Its actual document was the interconnection agreement. And then I was just making the comment that the PCA is the successor to the capacity portion of that, and not nearly as tight as the old one was. And the transmission agreement is kind of the successor to the previous agreement there.
So I've got a document, if staff will pass it out, that I'd like to ask you about. And this is I've not looked at the service list, Mr. Oversher. You may have been. No. So this is an order from June the 3rd, 1988 in Commonwealth of Kentucky Court of Appeals number 86 CA 1031 MR. Kentucky Power Company versus the Kentucky Public Service Commission, the Office of the AG, Air Products and Chemicals, Ashland Oil, etc. And let me know when you have a copy of it.
I have it.
Okay. So do you mind to turn to, and take your time to get familiar with it, but when you get a second, could you turn to page 4 of the order?
Certainly. I'm there.
Okay. So do you see the paragraph that begins the second major disagreement between the parties?
I do.
All right, so I'm going to read that. Tell me if what I read is incorrect. The second major disagreement between the parties before this court concerns the construction of an extra high voltage transmission line connecting the Hanging Rock substation in Ohio with the Jefferson substation in Indiana, Hanging Rock line. Each substation is owned by an AEP subsidiary. Much of the 155-mile line traverses Kentucky. In 1974, Kentucky Power applied to the PSC for authorization to construct the Hanging Rock line. The estimated cost of the line was $55 million, and the application said that Kentucky Power would only be responsible for 5% of the total cost. This application was approved by the Public Service Commission. Before the construction was completed, however, Kentucky Power and other subsidiaries of AEP agreed to changes in the transmission agreement, previously filed with FERC. A portion of the agreement governs the construction of transmission lines, such as the Hanging Rock line, and the method of allocating costs to the various subsidiaries. The proposed changes would set up an allocation system known as a transmission equalization agreement, which would, according to appellant, equalize the costs paid by the various subsidiary companies. FERC subsequently approved these changes. So I guess my question would be that setting up would assume there wasn't a transmission equalization before. Would you agree that follows?
Yes.
Yeah. So is this transmission equalization where it equalized costs paid by various subsidiaries similar to what the AEP zone sees today?
Yes, actually it is. And we refer to that as the TEA. It was the predecessor of the current transmission agreement, the TA, and it is equalizing cost to your MLR, your member load ratio, which is the same thing that we used in the capacity equalization settlement under the interconnection agreement of the pool to equalize the capacity charges across the system. And equalization is kind of a misnomer here because essentially what you end up doing is you end up paying your share. You're not paying, it's not equalized in that Ohio Power pays $20 million, Kentucky Power pays $20 million, Indiana and Michigan Power pays $20 million. You pay your load ratio share of the zonal costs. And that's essentially where we're at right now in the 6% we like to talk about on the 12 CP basis that gets allocated to Kentucky Power from the AEP zone transmission revenue requirement.
It's a blend. Would you agree that equalization is very similar to what you would describe as blending of the costs?
Yeah, it's a pooling and allocation. It's a FERC approved cost allocation schedule. Absolutely.
So what existed prior to this change?
I honestly do not know.
And that's why I don't either. So there's not another order coming. But a lot has been made about how the system has been planned, right? And this is how it's always been, and this is how the system has been planned. I know that you didn't say this is how it's always been, but that's a characterization of other testimony. But there was this change that apparently, if you read on the order, significantly changed the allocation of costs by equalizing it. And I'm just curious if you're aware of any information in this record, another record, or in the positions that you've had with AEP or any of its, AEPSC or any of the other related organizations that discuss what the allocation was prior to this equalization agreement.
I honestly do not. I have a lot of history in the East Pool, but no, I do not know what was there prior to the transmission equalization agreement.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Ms. Glass, do you have any redirect to the witness?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Vaughn. It's been your shortest time yet.
Yeah, record.
Did you mark this?
Yeah, sure. We'll just call this whatever. We do need to do that. Thank you for that. I guess that would just be staff 8. And is there any objection to this being part of the record, this order?
No.
I'm not saying it's futile. Legitimately, I'm just.
That term crossed my mind.
In other words, if there is tough.
That's a threshold met. Mr. Overstreet, do you have any additional witnesses that AEP, Kentucky Power, or any of the other joint applicants would like to call?
Kentucky Power AEP do not have any further witnesses at this time.
Okay. And is that it for the case?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Overstreet, with obviously the caveat of Ms. Blenn's comment earlier. Thank you. All right, Mr. West, Mr. Kurtz, will one of you all be calling the witness?
Well, I think the Walmart witness is first, I thought.
I think you are.
Oh, well, okay, that's fine.
Look, but we would be happy regardless for Mr. Barron to go on first, since I
Mr.
know
Barron,
he may be able
I
to
think
make
you
it.
need to get a claim, so that's.
Oh, that's fine.
So regardless, we would be happy to do that, and I assume you want to put your witnesses on together.
Oh, that's great, thank you.
So, I'm sorry, is Mr. Barron?
Mr. Barron's on his way out. You'd like to call Stephen Barron, is that correct, Mr.
Yes.
Kurtz?
Yes, I will, thank you.
declined it, and now I need one from exhibit. Ms. Knowlton, Mr. Osterloh, just let me know when you all get settled.
We're ready. Mr. Chairman, we're ready.
Mr. Barron, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat. State your name and address for the record.
My name is Stephen J. Barron. My address is 570 Colonial Park Drive, Suite 305, Roswell, Georgia 30075.
Mr. Kurtz.
Thank you. Mr. Barron, do you have in front of you a document, direct testimony, an exhibit to Stephen J. Barron on behalf of the Attorney General and KIUC?
Yes.
If I
Mr.
ask you
Kurtz,
the
could you
same
get a
question-
little closer to that mic?
If I were to ask you the same questions as those contained herein, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Any changes or corrections?
I have one correction on page 14 at line 13. The word pursuing should be corrected. It's just a typo.
Okay. You're going to make us follow? Okay.
And as a matter of practice, that's going to be the case going forward. You shouldn't have to go to the record to find that the testimony should be different, so, yep.
All right. Well, I hope Jody's on the call. Chairman, with that correction, I tender the witness for cross.
Yeah, Ms. Grunman, do you have any questions?
I do,
Sorry, I
Barry.
want to make sure I'm not skipping over something.
I didn't know what order we were going to go either,
Okay.
so. Mr. Barron, can I ask you to turn to page 35, table 2 that's on page 35?
Yes.
So to sort of set the stage, I think your initial testimony is that you believe that the transaction should not be approved, but if it is, that you've calculated what you believe to be certain harm to ratepayers. Is that fair?
Yes. Obviously, Mr. Collin developed much of the elements of the harm, but yes, the table on page 35, table 2, summarizes the various components that went into it.
Okay, and so the total calculation is the 578, and that's in millions, correct?
Yes, it starts with 578, correct.
And you propose there sort of reductions for an ice storm regulatory asset, Rockport regulatory asset, transmission cost, and then looks like there's a remaining amount of approximately $400 million that you propose to return through a credit to ratepayers. Is that correct?
Correct. The other components would be dedicated directly to those uses, and the remaining $400 million would go through the proposed credit mechanism that we're
Okay,
recommending.
and so if the commission were to determine that some credit beyond the amounts proposed by the company or some different amounts, but something less than the $578 million that's calculated by AGKIUC, somewhere like 100, 200 million, like what if they were to come up with that number? Do you have any position on how that should be allocated, if at all?
Yes, we have discussed that, and I think my position would be to dedicate the first $75 million to cover the transmission issue that I've discussed in my testimony, which would be a $15 million per year credit to the existing PPA rider for 5 years. After that, the remaining amount, it would be appropriate just to flow that through the credit mechanism. And the reason why we're suggesting that the first $75 million continue to go through the PPA rider is to provide an incentive to AEP so that it's part of the rate mechanism in the PPA mechanism that already includes some transmission components.
And so if the resulting, to the extent the commission were to award it, the resulting credit amount were something less than the $400 million, would you propose to allocate that on a pro rata basis in the same form that you propose to allocate it in your testimony?
Yes, in other words, the amount that would, the credit mechanism, the CMC mechanism that we're proposing would stay as I've recommended it.
And
so
allocating the same percentage amounts to the
Correct.
various classes?
Correct. And it would follow the commission's tax adjustment rider, which basically would allocate the dollars, the total dollars, first between residential and non-residential customers on a revenue basis, and then within the non-residential customer classes, it would be just simply flowed back on a per kilowatt hour basis.
Thank you, Mr. Barron. Those are all the questions that I have.
Mr. Goss, any questions? Mr. Miller, any questions for Mr. Barron?
Sierra Club does not have any question.
Okay. Ms. Vincel?
No question.
No questions, Ms. Vincel? No questions?
No questions.
I have no questions. Mr. Osterloh, Ms. Knowlton?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Barron.
Good evening.
Can you please turn to page 31 of your testimony?
Yes.
And I'll direct you to the question starting on line 6 of that page. Do you see that question?
Yes, if you just give me a moment, I'll take a quick look at it.
And the issue that you're concerned with is the potential reliance on renewable generation under Liberty's ownership. Is that fair?
Yes, that there's a concern that there had been suggestion, certainly in the documents and statements, that it was focused on that as a mechanism to meet future resource needs, as opposed to looking at the complete compendium of potential resources and coming up with a least cost solution for customers.
I'd like to show you a document. And we will mark this for identification purposes as Liberty.
Would you like to approach the witness?
Please.
Sure. Their colored printer is better than yours, Mr. President.
I saw it and I was like, I feel like I've seen this before.
And before you continue, Mr. Osterloh, I just want to make sure that I'm clear. You all will be asking cross-examination as joint applicants, is that correct?
No, actually, we are, there's a potential that we will break that up. We've tried to coordinate, well, very limited coordination in the sense that we aren't planning to tag team on certain issues.
Ask to tag team, you mean?
Yes.
Okay. What I want to make sure of is since you all are participating as joint applicants, right? That you all don't intend necessarily to ask questions as Liberty and then Ms. Blinn, for instance, come up with the same witnesses, ask questions on behalf of.
We had
Kentucky
planned
Power
for that potential.
I just want to make sure.
That we might want to do that, is what I'm saying.
You'll have to request it.
Yes.
We'll take that up as it comes.
Your Honor, may I ask before, I don't mean to interrupt Mr. Osterloh's cross, but maybe should we take it up now so that we don't have to interrupt cross further?
Yes, please.
You know, I think our situation in participating jointly is similar to that of the AG and KIUC, who have been permitted to participate and cross each of our witnesses individually. And so I think that in part formed our assumption and our coordination regarding cross.
Yeah, so I don't see them as the same thing, and I'll tell you here's why. So you all filed an application jointly as joint applicants, as a single entity, right? The AG and KIUC both intervened separately, were granted intervention separately, certainly conducted discovery separately, although they have gone together and sponsored the same witnesses. I'm not going to give Mr. West an opportunity, for instance, to ask cross-examination of Mr. Barron because he's his witness. So I do see those things as materially different because they are separate parties their intervention was not granted on a joint basis, they've not conducted discovery on a joint basis, and whether they decide to file a brief separately or together is certainly up to them. But up to this point, other than sponsoring the same witness, they have been participating in the case as separate entities.
And I would say, Your Honor, respectfully, that we've been participating as separate entities as well. Although we did file a joint application because it's a transaction involving two utilities and the affiliate of one of the two utility holding companies. We have taken separate discovery. We have sponsored individual and separate witnesses. And I think the issues are unique with regard to Mr. Barron and Mr. Collin's testimony as between the Liberty issues and the AEP/Kentucky Power issues in some instances.
So can you provide some color on the differences between Liberty and AEP? Because certainly the rebuttal testimony, there was I think one of the questions from the fake attorneys in the rebuttal testimony was, are you taking up for Kentucky Power, or are you defending Kentucky Power in this for one of the Liberty? So there was a lot of cross references that it seemed like they were provided jointly, certainly.
Are you, I'm sorry.
The rebuttal
just to clarify,
testimony.
The joint applicant's rebuttal testimony?
I guess what I'm asking you is, if the rebuttal testimony crossed over and seemed to be provided on a, let's say, a coordinated basis, for lack of a better term, would the is the cross-examination materially different between what you will be asking and what Mr. Osterloh intends on, whether it's subject or perspective?
There will be no overlap. I do think we have different substantive perspectives, particularly when it comes to claims about historic, for example, Mr. Collins' claims about historic underinvestment by AEP or in Kentucky Power and Kentucky Power service territory. That is a perspective that's unique to AEP and Kentucky Power that Liberty doesn't share. That's just one example. There are several. Our cross does not overlap. We're not planning to ask repetitive or duplicative questions, but we did plan our cross based on AEP/Kentucky Power's and Liberty's unique perspectives on the issues raised by the interveners.
Vice Chair, 1 second, Mr. Chair. Vice Chair.
If this is the case, was there not a request for, say, AEP counsel to cross-examine Liberty witnesses and vice versa?
Well, I think our interests are aligned, Your Honor, and so I think that would be considered friendly cross, which my understanding of Kentucky rules of procedure is prohibited. So because we have alignment of interest with regard to the proposals that we're making.
You just said you have different interests, though, which, in my experience, would allow for cross even among people aligned on the same side.
Respectfully, Your Honor, I think we have different perspectives as to the interveners' direct testimony, because the interveners raised issues in their direct testimony, frankly, that are aimed at AEP and Kentucky Power and that don't really concern this transaction from our perspective, and that AEP and Kentucky Power are uniquely situated to address. But Liberty also has perspectives and arguments, not to speak for Mr. Osterloh, about the intervener witness testimony that is unique to Liberty, that AEP and Kentucky Power could not adequately represent.
Mr. Kurtz?
Despite the direction of your ruling going in sort of our favor, KIUC doesn't have any objection to both parties crossing out of fairness to the process. I don't know what the AG thinks.
Okay. We threw you under the bus. So here's what we're going to do. So let me just, go ahead, Mr. I don't mean to cut you off, Mr. West. Go ahead.
No, for the reasons Mr. Kurtz articulated, we share the same feelings. I think that would make it a fair process.
Okay. So that's fine, with no objection. What I want to make sure of is that no duplication, right? And that you're not asking friendly cross in the sense of you're asking Mr. Barron questions for AEP's benefit and vice versa. Does that make sense? If you're gonna ask cross, let me ask this. If you, Mr. Osterloh, on behalf of Liberty, are going to be asking cross-examination of Mr. Barron, and the position is that you have different interests, my expectation is that your cross-examination will relate to your client's interest, and the same for Ms. Blend.
That's a fair point, yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
And I should have started all of this, Your Honors, with apologizing that I don't think we identified this as an issue, or else we would have raised it in advance of the hearing. So thanks for working through with us.
Mr. Oshalo?
Thank you, Mr. Chandler. Mr. Barron?
Yes.
Maybe I should go back and revisit the question that you previously read on, out of your testimony, and we talked about this a second ago. The issue that you are concerned with is the potential reliance on renewable generation under Liberty's ownership, correct?
Yes, but that's not the complete part of it. That's not the entirety of the concern. If you look at the answer, starting on line 15, it says, there appears to be a presumption that the replacement capacity will be focused entirely or at least substantially on renewable resources. The concern that I'm raising is whether that would preempt a least cost analysis of the optimal resources. And also, I go on later to talk about the need for competitive bidding for securing resources. But the main concern that I have is that there seemed to be a presumption that the renewables was going to be the sole focus as opposed to a least cost resource plan.
Your Honor, I apologize for interrupting again. We are having a little bit of trouble, I think, throughout the room hearing Mr. Barron. I don't know if whether IT can do something with the microphone, and I apologize, I feel like you just restarted, but we're struggling to hear.
I get you, Mr. Barron. So, Mr. Barron, there should be a microphone up there that's green.
Yes.
Pull it as close,
I'm having trouble with the glass enclosure myself, so.
That's much better.
Is this better? Is this better?
Putting it on your
Okay.
chin, if you'll pull that towards you, and then we'll make sure the folks in the back turn up the speakers here in the room. And I apologize, Mr. Oshalo, if you'll start over again.
Thank you. Well, we can move on from
Thank
that
you.
point. Mr. Barron, in this, on the front page, you can see that this is the RBC Capital Markets Global Energy, Power, and Infrastructure Conference dated June 9th, 2021 from AEP, correct?
Yes.
And if I can have you turn to page 35 of that document.
Yes.
Would you agree that AEP says on this document that it has a net zero goal by 2050?
Yes, I do.
Can you also turn to page 11?
Of this document or my testimony?
Of the same document.
Okay. Yes.
And does this document indicate that AEP, in its transforming its generation fleet, expects that coal will decrease by 48%, as well as an increase of 47% by hydro, wind, solar, and pumped?
Yes.
And if you flip to the next page, page 12, on the right-hand side, you'll see where it says that there is a 5,574 megawatt reduction in coal capacity through 2020 planned. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if you flip to the next page, page 13. And I'd start to direct your attention to the first chart on the top left, under the heading Solar Additions. Do you see that chart?
Yes.
And under the column Company, you'll see Kentucky Power there. Do you see that?
I do.
And this indicates that for a period from 2021 to 2030, under the total column, that Kentucky Power, under this AEP ownership, had a plan for 450 megawatts. Do you see that?
Yes.
And likewise, if you look down to the next chart, where it's the heading is Wind Additions, do you see that?
Yes.
And under or on the row for Kentucky Power, it shows that between 2021 and 2030, AEP projected for Kentucky Power 1,000 megawatts. Do you see that?
I do.
And if you add those two, the 1,000 and the 450, it would be total generation projected for wind and solar of 1,450 megawatts. Is that correct?
I accept your arithmetic, yes.
Mr. Chairman, I would move for the introduction of Liberty Exhibit 1.
You'd like it marked first as Liberty Exhibit 1?
My apologies, I thought I had asked for it to be marked.
may have.
I'd like it marked, please, and move for its introduction.
Liberty Exhibit 1. All right, is there any objection? All right. Include this in the record as the Liberty Exhibit 1. And does the reporter have a copy of that, Mr. Osterloh?
I did not give her one, my apologies.
Okay.
No further questions from Liberty.
Mr. Garcia?
Yes. May I proceed?
Certainly.
Good evening, Mr. Barron.
Good evening.
I'm Hector Garcia on behalf of American Electric Power.
And Mr. Garcia, could you move the mic closer as well? Thank you.
Most certainly. Is that better?
Yes.
I have an accent too, so I'll try to speak clearly. Mr. Barron, if I can draw your attention to page 8 of your testimony. Tell me when you are ready.
Yes.
You would agree that the transaction proposed in this proceeding is a stock purchase transaction for the stock of the regulated utility. Is that correct?
Yes, you said, repeat it again, please, I'm sorry.
Yes. The transaction that is proposed in this proceeding is a stock purchase agreement. So it's a transaction for the purchase of the stock of the regulated utility, in this
Yes.
case, Kentucky Power.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. You make reference in page 8 to an REW transaction in the footnote. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. That transaction was a transaction for the merger of the parent of the regulated utility. Is that correct?
I believe so. I read the order. My understanding is that the acquirer would be acquiring the holding company or the parent of the local Kentucky utility.
So in that regard, that transaction with RWE would have been akin to the transaction by which AEP merged with CSW. Is that correct?
Well,
In terms of-
it seems reasonable. I'm not an attorney, and so I would accept that it seems reasonable. Certainly, the CSW AEP merger was a merger of two utility systems, a merger, as I understood it.
Would it be your understanding that in merger transactions like those between CSW and AEP and involving the parents of the regulated water utility in the RWE case, that after the merger there would be an expectation that there would be synergies and savings resulting from the merger? Generally.
Yes, I think in general, my experience is that in those types of transactions, there would be economies of scale and therefore savings.
Okay, and you would agree that if the cost of level of the regulated utility underneath that transaction does not reflect those savings, at some point in the future it would be necessary to have, for example, a base rate case in order to reflect those savings before they passed on to customers. Would you agree?
Please repeat that again, I'm sorry.
Yeah. If the embedded cost of service in the rates of the regulated utility, in this case, do not reflect the savings resulting from the merger at the parent level, there would need to be a mechanism such as a later base case in order to reflect those reduced cost of service that would flow to customers eventually. Is that correct?
I certainly have seen that. I believe when PP&L acquired Louisville Gas and Electric and KU, there was something to that effect, but Mr. Collin is actually more familiar with that than I am.
Fair, thank you, sir. If I can turn your attention now to an exhibit in your testimony, I think that it's identified as SJB5. Please tell me when you are there.
Yes.
And, sir, if I understand correctly, well, let me ask you a few questions. There is in the second line, there is a reference to AEP, comma, AMPT, and then parentheses, AEP, close parentheses. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sir, do you know what AMPT stands for?
I'm thinking it was related to AMP Ohio, but I assume it's transmission assets that entity owned, but I don't know specifically. At one time I might have, but I don't know now.
I understand that you're telling me that you don't know specifically, but generally consistent with what you just described with AMP, that may be a reference to transmission assets in the AEP zone that are not owned by an AEP affiliate. Would you agree?
Again, I don't know, but I can accept that, yes.
Okay. I think that this is not your testimony, so let me ask it this way. Your testimony is not that the relative weight of the annual transmission revenue requirement total in SJB5 reflects the voting power of the members of the CTOA AC. Is that correct?
Yes,
That's not your testimony.
The question was, do they reflect the FERC-approved rates?
No. My question is whether is your testimony that the relative weights that are reflected in SJB5, is it your testimony that those are the relative weights of the voting power of the members of the CTOA AC?
Yes, those are the OATT rates that are approved for each of those entities, the network integrated transmission service rates.
Let me then unpack that a little bit, because I didn't understand that to be your testimony. What does CTOA AC stands for?
Let's see,
would it be the consolidated
transmission? It's a transmission owners agreement.
Okay. And you would agree that the relative voting power of the members of the CTOA, it's not only determined by the weighted value, but also on a per capita basis. Is that correct?
Yes, I think there's two criteria at least,
Okay.
and yes.
And this table on SJB5 does not reflect per capita voting at all, does it?
That's correct. I mean, this is I believe this is a PJM or FERC document, but yes, I would agree.
Okay, and talking about transmission revenue requirements, this would be the annual transmission revenue requirements for a specific year, is that correct?
Correct.
So that doesn't necessarily reflect their net value of the transmission assets owned in the zone, in PJM, do they? There wouldn't be if I can refresh my question, there wouldn't be as exact correlation between the weighted voting power and the relative transmission revenue requirement that changes from time to time and from year to year. Is that correct?
Well, my understanding is that these revenue requirements and the rate per megawatt are reflective of the currently, in this case, the 2021 network transmission charges.
Okay. Let me ask you this. For the AEP, AMPT area, transmission revenue requirement, would you agree that that number that is reflected there is about roughly 22% of the total that is reflected in this? And I'm not asking you to do math, just roughly.
I haven't done the calculation, so if you've done it, I can accept it subject to check, but I haven't done it.
Thank you, sir. being the case, and assuming that it's about 22%, you would agree that in order to operate, to effect a change, as that would be necessary to bring a 205 at FERC to request the modification of the CTOA to create a standalone Kentucky Power Zone, if that were determined to be beneficial after a study. But you would agree that in order to obtain that 205, it would be necessary to have both two-third vote on a per capita basis and two-third vote on a weighted average basis.
Yes, I do, and as I mentioned, I can't remember now whether it was in my testimony or data response, it's important to recognize that the specific economic impact of allowing Kentucky Power, which would now be a non-affiliated AEP entity, to form its own zone, that for the purposes, in this case, of calculating network transmission rates, that's going to have the effect on the other members of that AEP zone, not on these other CTOA members. Now, I understand, there could be concerns about some implications for the long run about other zones and whether entities could break off or what have you, but to some extent, this situation that we're talking about here is somewhat unique in the sense that if the transaction were to be approved and it ultimately closes, Kentucky Power was a part of AEP and clearly would be in the AEP zone, and now it's owned by a separate entity. And so if the CTOA, for example, were amended to reflect that type of consideration, that in that event you could consider forming a separate zone, that might not have any effect on anybody else except the AEP zone. I'm just responding to the issue of, I have no idea how difficult it would be to get a positive vote in the CTOA. But it certainly would help if AEP were to support it. I think that's clear.
Sir, you would agree, just to if I understand correctly, you actually don't know right now whether there would be effects that would be argued outside of the AEP zone for some type of exploration of how costs are allocated or whether there should be allowed different transactions in other AEP zones. You don't know that today, do you?
Whether someone might argue that?
No. Yes, correct.
Well, of course I don't.
Okay. And just to clarify something that you just said, you would agree that AEP, even if it fully supported the creation of an AEP zone, cannot unilaterally cause the the CTOA AC to make the change to the agreement and to cause the 205 petition. AEP cannot do that unilaterally. You would agree?
Please repeat the last part of your question.
Yeah. Let me simplify my question. If the other members of the CTOA AC opposed the proposal to make this modification and bring the 205, AEP could not cause that to occur unilaterally, could it?
AEP or someone else would have to file a Section 206 complaint, as my understanding, that the 205 mechanism, which would facilitate, based on my experience, a more rapid result, would not be available, as I understand it.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Kurtz, do you have any redirect? Very briefly. Ms. Grunman asked you if the commission were to award or order something less than the $578 million and you reprioritize how the money would flow. And you said that the first $75 million should go to transmission. Is that
Yes.
correct? to give AEP an incentive is what you said?
Yes, that's correct.
An incentive to do what?
An incentive to facilitate the type of transaction that I was just discussing, that basically to facilitate allowing Kentucky Power to form its own zone and potentially save $15 million a year in transmission costs for its ratepayers.
Thank you, Chairman. No more questions.
Or I should say, if the transaction goes through Liberty's ratepayers.
Thank you, Mr. Barron.
Thank you.
Chairman, I assume Mr. Barron can be excused.
Yes. And you can call your next witness and we'll make all the rest of it work.
Okay. Mr. Collin? Oh, there he is.
Come on, Mr. Lane, Collin. Mr. Kurtz?
Yes, and there,
Oh, great. Mr. Collin, whenever you're ready, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. State your name and address for the record.
My name is Elaine Collin. My address is J. Kennedy and Associates Incorporated, 570 Colonial Park Drive, Suite 305, Roswell, Georgia 30075.
Mr. Kurtz, before you start, I just want to make sure, Mr. Overstreet, Mr. Osterloh, you both have cross-examination for Mr. Collin?
Possibly, but Mr. Overstreet's going to go first, and then we'll see where we're at.
Okay. All right.
Well, if Mr. Overstreet
No.
asks all the questions I have, then there's no need.
I thought we weren't overlapping. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead, Mr. Kurtz. May I ask?
Mr. Collin, do you have in front of you the direct testimony and exhibits of Lane Collin?
I do.
Was this prepared by you?
Yes.
If I were to ask you the same questions, would your answer be the same?
Yes.
Any corrections or additions?
No.
Chairman, I would like to ask Mr. Collin just a few questions about this rebuttal exhibit that was recently introduced. It's response to Mr. Collins' AEP benefits analysis. It's AEP Kentucky Power Exhibit 1.
Yeah, so I don't have any issues with you asking them, given what I stated earlier, that I think it probably could have been and probably should have been presented as a rebuttal in the rebuttal testimony. My question to Mr. Overstreet and Mr. Osterloh, I'm not giving you the option, I'm asking your opinion. Would you rather Mr. Kurtz ask his questions now ahead of your all's opportunity to conduct cross-examination, or ask these questions on his redirect?
Now.
Mr. Kurtz?
Okay, thank you. Mr. Collin, do you have that Exhibit 1 in front of you?
I do.
Line 6, the cash flow in, cash inflow of 1.45 billion, do you see that?
I do.
Okay. That is an after-tax cash value to AEP, is it not?
That's correct.
What is the relationship between lines 7 and 8 to line 6?
Those amounts already have been utilized in the calculation of the after-tax cash inflow.
So, in other words, lines 7 and 8 are already incorporated in the after-tax 1.45 billion cash.
That's correct. That would be reflected in that handout earlier. I don't know what the exhibit number was, but the cash and accounting impacts that was used in the cross-examination of Mr. Haynes, where you had the cash proceeds on the left side and then the book gain on the right side. It's the cash that is the measure of value to AEP from the sale of Kentucky Power. And that value, because the cash can be redeployed, is about $84 million in after-tax earnings per year.
Is the cash value to AEP of 1.4 to 1.45 billion a better metric to measure the value of this transaction to AEP than the one-time accounting gain of 40 million?
It is, because the the book or the accounting gain of $40 million is, as several witnesses testified to, and as the company itself, or AEP itself, has stated in its financial statements, more specifically the 2021 10K, that that's immaterial to its financial results. What is material to AEP is the cash that will be unlocked from the transaction that it will be able to redeploy at a higher rate of return on other regulated assets.
Chairman, I tender the witness for cross.
Ms. Grundman?
No cross.
Mr. Goss? Mr. Miller, any questions for Mr. Collin?
None, thank you, Your Honor.
No
Dimple? Question?
Just a couple. Good afternoon, Mr. Collin, or good evening. We're now evening.
Oh, good afternoon. Good evening, yes.
Okay. I want to follow up on the last thing that you were talking about with Mr. Kurtz, which is basically that the cash that AEP is unlocking is the real value here.
Yes.
But it's my understanding that AEP's argument is some of that value is attributable to other affiliates because of an intercompany loan or because of tax credits. Do you have a response to that?
I do. The 1.425 billion already takes into account the intercompany loans that have to be repaid, and it already takes into account the cash effects. So in other words, it starts out with the proceeds, and then it adjusts for all of these other factors. And in fact, if you look at that exhibit that was used during cross-examination, and I'll hold it up because I don't have a name for it or an exhibit number, but the left-hand side is the cash
confidential one.
proceeds.
So maybe don't hold it up?
Okay.
My eyesight's too poor, I couldn't have seen it.
So would you, can,
Yes. I don't think I disclosed any confidential information. I was just holding it up for presentation purposes. So.
I think that's your exhibit, Mr. Overstreet.
Yeah, just math, consultant.
Oh.
I think the discussion earlier was that there's a single line on it that's confidential. Is that correct?
Without seeing the document right now,
It's
I
the,
believe that's correct.
that tax credit. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Our granular video system, I have a hard time to believe that might have been the case.
I just didn't want it to get further.
We'll certainly glare over it.
Okay.
We can go back and edit after the fact before we upload it permanently to YouTube.
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I know which document you're talking about, so without referring to direct lines, can
Okay.
you tell me what you're talking
Yeah,
about?
the bottom line on that exhibit is and this is an amount, the bottom line, that has been disclosed publicly, and that's the $1.425 billion after-tax cash inflow to AEP that it can redeploy and intends to redeploy at higher rates of return than what it has earned on its Kentucky Power franchise.
So are you advocating, and I guess I'm trying to figure out, I know you're saying the value to AEP is the 1.4 billion, and I don't know that
Yes.
anyone is disputing that. I know we had Mr. Barron who was advocating for the 585, some amount of credit back. You're not advocating that that 1.4 billion should not go to AEP, are you?
I don't know that I can answer that yes or no. What I would like to answer it this way. We've identified $578 million of harm. And the question is, should AEP be allowed, should this transaction be approved and AEP essentially be released from its obligations here in Kentucky without compensating, at least in part, for that harm? And in my testimony, I addressed the acquisition premium that Liberty was paying over and above the book equity for Kentucky Power on AEP's books. The company came back in rebuttal and said, oh, listen, we have an accounting gain and it's only $40 million. And then another metric was introduced, and that's the cash, the proceeds that the company will enjoy and then be able to redeploy. So there's a series of metrics that can be looked at in terms of how does AEP benefit from the transaction and what will it do with the proceeds. But our starting point really is the harm. And what we believe needs to be done is some form of compensation. And whether it is in essence a rebate in a sense of a portion of the all or almost all or a portion of the acquisition premium, or it's something else, however you want to consider it. The question is really, is there some amount of value available to do that? And I think the answer is yes.
Okay. Now, I want to shift gears, and this is the last line of questioning I've got, about one specific bit of your direct testimony, which is at pages 55 and 56, if you want to see it. I'm only going to ask generically about it. Where you quibble with Liberty's their technical ability to provide reasonable service because of the need for the transition services agreement. So my question is, would your theory here that because Liberty needs a transition agreement, it lacks the technical ability to run the utility, preclude ever a sale of a subsidiary of a company like AEP where there are shared services and you're going to need some kind of transition?
No, I don't think so, but if we could just back up a minute, this is actually Liberty and AEP's characterization of my testimony, and it's not correct. And basically, Liberty does not have the technical ability to run this utility, period. I mean, to start out with, doesn't have a control center, doesn't have a transmission control center, doesn't have distribution control centers, it doesn't have physical assets in place to do that, it doesn't have the employees in place to do that. And its remedy for that is to enter into a technical services agreement. It's not because they have entered into a technical services agreement, it's because they don't have the technical ability. And we don't know what period of time it will actually take for them to obtain that technical ability. They have to build some things, or they have to contract for some things. They have to hire people. And, I mean, it's a matter of judgment, and that's a matter of your judgment as to whether or not they have the technical ability. But they don't, as it stands right now, and so they have to acquire it. And, that's up to you whether or not they have or lack the technical ability. But they really don't have it as it stands right now.
And you don't believe that the existence of the technical services agreement provides that they do?
It's one way of addressing that problem. But the question is, and again, it is a matter of judgment, but, they basically are almost completely relying, well, they are completely relying upon AEP, the former owner of Kentucky Power Company, to provide all of these the physical operation of the utility. Liberty doesn't have the ability to do that.
That's all I've got. Thank you.
Mr. Overstreet.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Collin.
Good evening. It's good to see you again.
Nice to see you. I have a tendency to speak too quickly, so if I get wrapped up, please ask me to slow down. And I'll
Yes, I will.
Thank you. Could I get you to turn to page 9 of your testimony? And refer you to line 15.
Okay.
And you kind of discussed this with the vice chair just a couple of minutes ago, but on line 15, you state, if, however, the commission is inclined to approve the transaction, but with conditions, then I recommend that the commission require AEP to compensate the company's customers for the $578 million in quantifiable harm that will be imposed on them due to the increased cost and higher rates through a payment by AEP to the company from the $585 million acquisition premium that Liberty will pay to AEP. So that's your testimony, correct?
Yes,
And-
Liberty will be paying AEP 1.625 billion dollars, of which $1 billion approximately is for the per books equity of the two entities, Kentucky Power Company and the Kentucky Transco. And then the residual, the 625, is the acquisition premium. But obviously, the cash comes from the payment.
And then, just so I understand what you're, and pardon me, do you consider the KIUC and the Attorney General your clients, or do you have another term that you refer to them by?
I refer them to both of them as my clients.
Clients, okay.
And each one is my favorite.
Fair enough.
They both know that, so.
Okay. So it's your client's position, and you're offering testimony on their behalf, that that if the commission were to decide to approve the transfer of Kentucky Power from AEP to Liberty, that the commission compensate Kentucky Power's customers for the harm you contend AEP caused those customers through its past actions or inactions, or that will result from the proposed transfer. Is that correct? Is that a fair characterization of your client's litigation position?
I would phrase it somewhat differently. I would say the effects of the AEP's actions or inactions in the past, underinvestment in the distribution system primarily, excessive distribution maintenance expenses that will carry over under Liberty ownership, and then also to compensate for the incremental costs that Liberty itself will impose as a result of the transaction.
Okay, that's what I was attempting to say, and you probably said it better, but so thank you. But the notion, the sort of the nugget there is this notion of compensation for harm.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. And, my assessment is that the public interest requires, at a minimum, no harm as a result of the transaction.
And then, if you'll turn to that table on page 19 of your testimony.
I'm there.
And that table is where you break out your quantification of the harm your clients claim either flows from the transaction itself or AEP's past actions or inactions. Is that correct?
Right. Both harms, the carryover and the incremental, yes.
And in fact, you have that far right-hand column is labeled harm calculated by AG and KIUC. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that foots down to, if you round it off, $578 million.
Correct.
And that's the same $578 million we were talking about on page 9 of your testimony.
Correct.
And up in the heading of that table, one of the lines says, subject to compensation from AEP and excluding incremental Liberty costs subject to conditions. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So I'd like to, staying here on page 19, I'd like to look at, you have 3 buckets. I'd like to look at the bucket labeled Roman 2.
Okay.
And that's increased costs that will be incurred to remedy the company's historic chronic underinvestment under AEP's ownership.
Yes, that's what
Okay.
it says.
And the first line deals with increased costs due to additional capital investment. Is that accurate?
Yes, it will be required going forward.
And then the second line is increased cost of distribution maintenance expense until underinvestment remedied. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct. Essentially what that is that as the additional investment is made to remedy the underinvestment in prior years, then the distribution maintenance expense will go down. There's essentially an inverse correlation there.
Okay, and as both of these line items indicate, that this deals with either distribution capital or distribution maintenance expense. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I think if I understood your response to the joint applicant's data request, and I think it was joint applicants 1-29, you're welcome to look at it. I'm not going to necessarily ask you specifics about it. But
I have it with me if you don't mind.
Okay,
I'll
surely.
just pull it up. Sure. Okay.
Okay, and the way that $203.6 million was calculated is that you looked at you calculated first for Kentucky Power over a 10-year period, the distribution plant capital additions of depreciation expense. Is that correct?
Based upon the ratio of increased plant, gross plant, increases annually in gross plant compared to depreciation expense.
Right.
That ratio.
And then you, for the same 10-year period, you looked at that same metric for the other 3 IOUs located in Kentucky and came up with an average for them.
Correct.
Okay. And then when you compare the two, using that metric, you conclude that Kentucky Power, AEP, underinvested in Kentucky Power distribution plant to the sum of $203.6 million. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I want to ask you some questions about Kentucky Power's distribution system. How many, approximately, circuit miles of primary distribution system does Kentucky Power?
I don't recall.
Okay.
I think that was in Mr. West's testimony, but I don't recall.
Okay.
And it's in the Form 1, but I just don't recall.
And then, are you aware of what the ice and wind loading zone for Kentucky Power's service territory is for purposes of National Electrical Safety Code Rule 250?
I don't remember what the numeric value is, but it is not built to the level that it should be.
Well,
There's record evidence to that fact.
well, have you inspected
No.
Have you inspected the records
Which records?
of Kentucky Power when they go out and inspect their distribution system?
No, I understand that they've done, they do periodic inspections, for example, pole damage. But with respect to the engineering of the system, it is not hardened to the level that it should be for the wind zone that it is in.
That's your testimony.
Yes.
And the basis for that testimony is what?
Some of the responses to discovery, and I believe that might even be in Mr. West's testimony.
Okay, well, I think as a post-hearing data request, I'd like to ask you to furnish the basis for that conclusion.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr., you'll provide that as a written?
Yes,
For
I'll,
those that- yeah,
just
I don't-
like everybody else.
I was about to say, for those that don't always practice in front of the commission, but we're getting to be a pretty close bunch here.
Yeah.
I don't think I can claim Mr. Goss doesn't practice often the same day as Mr. Roman, so my apologies. Go ahead.
Actually, my recollection is that it was in the due diligence material, and it had been cited by the advisor to Liberty in the due diligence material.
Whatever evidence you have, I'd be interested
Sure.
in seeing. Okay. And then, are you aware that since 2015, Kentucky Power has used for new and rebuilt distribution construction the higher heavy loading standards?
Yes.
And that's what Mr. West testified to today.
That's correct, and I think it's in his pre-filed written rebuttal testimony as well.
And that's higher than the medium loading system, medium loading standards.
Right, to which the system had been built previously.
Okay, correct. Now, Mr. Collin, you and I have known each other a long time.
We have. I hope that's a good thing.
It is. And I've looked at LK1, which is both your, what I call a CV and then your testimonial experience.
Yes.
Okay. None of the degrees, and you have multiple degrees, listed there involve engineering, do they, Mr.?
That's correct.
And you're not licensed in any state as an electrical engineer, are you?
No.
Or a civil engineer?
No, that's correct.
Or a mechanical engineer?
Well, engineering is a broad category, and it would cover all of those.
Right.
That's correct.
And I just have to ask this because my son is one, and you're not a chemical engineer, are you?
All right, very good.
Okay. And as we just discussed, you've not conducted an inspection of Kentucky Power's distribution system, is that correct?
That's true. I was not retained to do that.
And your clients, KIUC and the AG, have not conducted such an inspection, is that correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Referring back to LK1, have you ever been employed by a utility?
Yes.
Or, no, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, you weren't
pausing
finished.
for effect. Let me
Okay, you weren't finished with your question. I'm sorry.
Utility, engineering firm, or contractor, where your duties involve the planning, construction, operation, maintenance, repair, or storm restoration of an existing electrical distribution system?
Not directly.
Okay.
The planning for it in terms of the financial aspects and the resources. We have done extensive work in Florida, my firm, J. Kennedy and Associates, on reviewing storm damage models, storm hardening programs, where we worked with engineering firms retained by the utilities in the state and reviewed their plans and their programs for hardening and undergrounding and vegetation management.
And did you provide testimony in those cases?
I believe that, well, I have in the storm cases, the after-the-fact cases. In the storm protection plan cases, I did in a Tampa Electric case. They were one of the utilities subject to the statutory requirements in the state.
But that wasn't engineering testimony because we've established that you're not an engineer.
Right, it was not engineering testimony, it was a review of the programs. There were engineering firms that were retained by the public council in addition to our firm and in addition to GDS that reviewed some of the engineering requirements.
Right, but that was other firms retained, right?
Yeah, there were a multiplicity of firms, engineering firms and firms such as ours that reviewed the regulatory aspects of it, the criteria, and ultimately the cost recovery.
But those were other firms that did that work, right?
There were a multiplicity of firms.
But they were other firms.
There were other firms involved, yes. I keep
That
hearing you
actually
say
did the
other.
work, that actually did the work.
Yes.
The engineering work.
Yes, there were engineering firms retained by the utilities to do the work, and then the public council retained a number of firms, including 2 engineering firms and 2 consulting, accounting, rate-making firms, one of which was our firm, to work with the engineering firms that it had retained to establish criteria, to ensure compliance with statute that was enacted, and the administrative rules that were adopted by the Florida Public Service Commission.
But you provided no engineering testimony, is that correct?
Objection, then answered.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, did I?
So, Mr. Cook, you're not the one that's tendered the witness, Mr. Kurtz has, so we're going to leave it to him to take care of, look after Mr. Collin, okay?
And I'm ready to move on, Your Honor.
Okay.
So I want to move on to a different aspect of the $203 million, if I could.
Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
I'm having a little trouble hearing you, yes.
Let me get a little water. I'm getting.
Oh, okay, sure, yeah. I'm reading your lips more than I'm hearing you. So,
Okay. I apologize.
no problem.
Trying to look at you and speak into the microphone, so maybe I'll just speak into the microphone. So I want you to assume something for me, Mr. Collin. Would you please? I'll present it, and then you can decide whether you'll
That's
assume.
fair enough, yes.
Okay. Assume that the $203.6 million in additional capital you calculate should have been invested in Kentucky Power's distribution system between 2011 and 2020 had been prudently invested in distribution assets. Will you assume that?
Yes.
Okay. You agree that if that assumption, Kentucky Power would have been entitled to, in its rates, a return on and of that $203.6 million in additional capital to the extent the invested capital was included in the historic test years relied upon the company and its base rate filings.
Yes, but that's not the entire story. Presumably, there also would be a reduction in distribution maintenance expenses and also a reduction in the storm damage costs that the company incurred. Two of the three would offset the costs of the additional capital investment.
But you don't present that in your testimony, do you?
Well, I do in terms of the damages on the distribution maintenance expense, where that would decline over the first 10 years of Liberty ownership to the point where essentially the decline in expenses ultimately would pay for the incremental capital expenses.
Well, that's the 151 million that you referred to.
Well, no, that's the net present value of the excess distribution maintenance expense until it does decline by year 10 to approximately 50% above the average of the investor-owned utilities in the state.
But that's not based on any engineering determination.
No, that's based upon a relationship that as you harden the system and as you modernize it, for example, you sectionalize it, then you have less maintenance expense because the system is stronger, it's more resilient, and over time, that distribution maintenance expense will go down. I mean, it's a management issue, really.
So did I understand you to say that that's a relationship? Is that what, so that's
Yes.
the term? And so
Yes.
would a ratio, because that's what you calculate, right? Is a ratio between maintenance expense and customers, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Overstreet, I don't want to throw you off, but can I ask you a favor?
Yes, sir.
Do you mind to push the microphone back a little further? You and I don't have the same problem that other council
Okay.
might. So, Mr. Garcia is a little more soft-spoken than you and I are. So I appreciate we're getting a little feedback.
Okay, I apologize. So looking again at LK1, it appears to me that you've testified on behalf of KIUC in Kentucky Power's 2005, 2009, 2014, 2017, and 2020 rate cases. Is that correct?
I believe it is.
Okay. And then most recently, in the 2020 rate case, your other favorite client, the Attorney General, also.
Yes.
You testified in their behalf.
Yes.
In any of those 5 rate cases, did you file testimony stating that Kentucky Power was underinvesting in its distribution system?
No, I actually was not aware of this chronic underinvestment at that point in time in those rate cases. It was only in conjunction with this proposed acquisition that I really looked into it and became aware of it.
And I guess as a corollary of that, but you can tell me if I'm wrong, in none of those cases did you testify that Kentucky Power's rates should be increased to support a greater level of capital investment in its distribution system, did you?
Above and beyond what was in the company's case, no.
I have a cross-examination exhibit, and so the only USB drive I had at the office was the one with my Christmas present from my son with the pictures of my grandchild on it. So I've cautioned Mr. Wolfram not to post those, but if he does, I apologize. He's bald-headed just like me. But it's, Mr. Wolfram, it is labeled, if you will circulate it, and we'll, Collin 2017 direct excerpt. And what I'd like to do is if it's you're okay with you, I'm going to give Mr. West and Mr. Kurtz the full testimony along with Mr. Collin. So they have the entire testimony, but everyone else I'm just going to distribute the relevant part.
That's what I would have done.
I know, thank God I don't need it. I've already got enough, got a one back as it is.
And Mr. Overstreet, I have one other request from you, and is, we'll figure it out if you don't have it. Do you have another full copy at any point this evening?
No, sir, but I can bring one tomorrow.
Well, the reason I ask is I just would like the record to have the full one.
You're right.
For that benefit. So.
I apologize.
And we can make,
Yeah.
we'll figure that out.
The
How about
witness
that?
copy could serve as it.
Yeah, we may just call up Mr. Collins' copy
Sure.
when he steps down and give it to the reporter for her record. Would you like to mark this, Mr. Overstreet?
Yes, I'd like to mark it. I believe it'll be AEP Kentucky Power 2. And I'm going to direct your attention to page 6, but please feel free to re-familiarize yourself. I know you previously were familiar with it.
Okay, is there any particular part of page 6?
Surely. It's the question that starts on line 13.
Okay, I've read that.
Okay. And then you've read the answer that follows on to 7, right?
Oh, no, I didn't read the complete answer.
And actually, you can start on 6, but, just make sure you read it, you're comfortable with the totality of the answer.
Okay, I've completed reading the answer.
Okay, and I simply would like to pose to you the question written there and then have you read that first paragraph.
Okay, just the first paragraph? Or?
Yeah, so the question is, why is the history of increases in customer rates relevant to this proceeding?
Answer. The history of increases provides a context for the review of the company's requests in this proceeding for several reasons. First, the magnitude of the cumulative rate increases harmed residential, business, and government customers and contributed to the continuing loss of load experienced by the company. The rate increases and other relief sought in this proceeding will compound the harm from the prior increases and in turn will cause greater rate increases in the future, even as the company's load continues to shrink. Rate increases negatively affect the viability and competitiveness of businesses in local, regional, national, and international markets, which is contrary to the company's economic development efforts.
Okay, thank you. And the increases that you're describing there involve rates that this commission found to be fair, just, and reasonable. Isn't that correct?
The rates are set by this commission.
And those
Yes.
rates are, by law, required to be fair, just, and reasonable.
That's correct.
Now, a few minutes ago, we were discussing the increased distribution maintenance expense, and I think we agreed that that was a ratio between distribution maintenance expense and number of customers, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, would it not be true, this is a matter of simple mathematics, that if Kentucky Power, in any one of the 10 years you looked at historically, had spent the same amount of money on total distribution maintenance expense in that particular year, but had more customers in that year, the per customer amount by definition would have been less?
Yes, that's correct. That's a mathematical truism.
And that's what's shown on, I think it's your chart, I think you call it chart, I mean, not you, but on page 51 of your testimony.
Is this my testimony in the rate case, or you now back
I'm sorry,
to the...
your testimony in this case.
This case, okay.
I'm sorry, we're finished with your testimony in the rate case.
Okay. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then, isn't it also true that if Kentucky Power had less total distribution maintenance expense in any particular year because it spent less or no money on planned maintenance, then the per customer amount, again, by definition, would have been lower?
Yes, that's a mathematical truism.
Okay. Now, is it not true that your maintenance expense per customer comparison, this ratio, this comparison that we've been talking about, does not directly take in and let me back up. So on page 51, you compare Kentucky Power's distribution maintenance expense over the 10-year period per customer to the other three IOUs in Kentucky, right?
Yes.
And those are LG&E, KU, and Duke, Kentucky.
Yes.
Okay. Now, isn't it true that that this ratio that you compute for each of the 4 IOUs in Kentucky does not take into account differences in terrain and topography among the systems being compared?
Your question is whether or not there's some kind of qualifier in the calculation, and the answer to that is no.
Okay.
There's not.
And it doesn't take into differences in the amount of forestation among the 4 systems being compared?
It does not. And it doesn't take into account differences in distribution investment.
And it doesn't take into account differences in customer density among the utility systems, does it?
That's correct.
Okay. Your chart on page 51 of your testimony doesn't compare Kentucky Power's per customer distribution maintenance expense to the per customer distribution maintenance expense of co-ops such as Big Sandy RECC, does it?
That's correct.
And the same thing for Licking Valley REC?
That's correct.
And Grayson REC?
That's correct.
And Jackson Energy Cooperative?
Right, that's correct.
And-
It's just the 4 investor-owned utilities. The data was readily accessible, and that's what I used.
Big Sandy, Licking Valley, Grayson, and Jackson are all either inside of the counties, the 20 counties where Kentucky Power System is, or abuts them, is that correct?
They are in the same general geographic
Yeah,
area? The
that's-
answer is yes.
Okay. Let's turn our attention to what you described, make sure I get the right page. Page 53, where you talk about, of your testimony, and I'll give you a sec to get there. There?
Page 53, yes.
Okay, and that's where you talk about the February 2021 ice storm deferral, is that correct?
Yes.
And at the bottom of 53, you're asked, why are the costs incurred to repair the storm damages and restore service from the 2021 ice storm significant? And you responded, as I understand it, quote, "It is additional evidence of the company's chronic underinvestment in physical plant assets."
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Collin, do you know what percentage of that $42.5 million regulatory asset resulted from damage caused by trees outside of Kentucky Power's right-of-way?
That may be part of the record in the storm. I think there are multiple storm proceedings, but I don't recall what it is. I read the applications and the orders, but I just don't recall right now.
And would it also, is it true, Mr. Collin, that neither you nor your two clients, KIUC and the Attorney General of the Commonwealth, have performed any sort of engineering study to determine what portion, if any, of the cost associated with the $42.5 million regulatory asset would have been avoided if Kentucky Power had made the additional $203 million investment during the period 2011 to 2021?
It's correct. I did not do that, nor did my clients.
Okay.
That wouldn't be our role to do that.
And then, can we go back to page 9, your table on page 19?
Okay.
And we briefly discussed earlier the 2 rows of cost under Roman 2, right?
Correct.
And we agreed that those were either distribution capital or related harms that you calculated, or distribution maintenance expense harms that you contend resulted.
Right, that's correct. And I did not add the damages, the cost associated with the ice storm, the 2021 ice storms, plural.
And then if you if you total those two up, that's approximately $354.5 million.
Correct.
And the column on that table on page 19 under harm calculated by the Attorney General and KIUC, none of those numbers relate to the Rockport deferral, do they?
That's correct. That's not a harm from prior actions or inactions by AEP or Liberty's acquisition. That exists independently.
Okay, great. I had another, and this is actually from the record, but just to make it easier, I'll circulate it. And Mr. Wolfram, I think it's labeled KIUC intervention.
Would you like to mark this as an exhibit?
3, please. would you see that Ms. Sakri gets one? Thank you so much. Okay. You can take two.
There's a few extra down there.
I'll send them over. Thank you.
Have this marked as AEP Kentucky Power Company Exhibit 3.
And are you familiar with this, Mr. Collin?
I have not seen it previously.
Okay. Would you take subject to check that it's the motion to intervene filed by KIUC in this proceeding?
That's what it's titled.
Okay. And if I can direct your attention, if you can get you to turn to page 2, paragraph 5.
Okay.
And there, KIUC is explaining to the commission that it has a special interest in the case. You see that?
I do.
And it indicates that the member of KIUC who will participate in this hearing is Catletsburg Refining LLC, a subsidiary of Marathon Petroleum LP. You see that?
I do.
And that's what we, I guess, familiarly describe as Marathon, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then in paragraph 6, KIUC goes on to state, KIUC's special interest cannot be adequately represented by any existing party. Do you agree with that?
I see that.
Do you agree with that?
I think that's true, yeah.
And
For
then-
a number of reasons, I believe that to be true.
Okay. And then it goes on to say that while the Kentucky Attorney General's Office of Rate Intervention is statutorily charged with representing the interest of consumers pursuant to KRS 367.150 sub 8, that duty relates primarily to residential customers. Do you have any reason to disagree with that?
I do not.
Okay. And then that paragraph concludes, in contrast, KIUC's interest is exclusively related to large industrial customers who take service on different rate schedules than residential customers. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, and that's correct. Yes.
And the manner in which the large industrial customers primarily take service is at transmission voltages. Is that correct?
Yes.
And residential customers take service at distribution voltages. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I apologize for moving you back and forth, but are you still on page 19 of your testimony of the table?
I have it before me.
Okay. And would you agree that $354.5 million of the $578 million total harm that you calculate is equal to approximately 61.3% of the total harm you calculate?
I haven't done the calculation, but I think that's correct.
Okay, then you're certainly welcome to check me later.
Sure.
What I'd like to ask you is, and then as part of this proceeding, and then your recommendations, you testifying on behalf of KIUC and the AG have recommended that of the $578 million that is to be paid to Kentucky Power or its customers as compensation for claimed harm, that a portion of that, approximately $59 million, be used to pay off the Rockport deferral regulatory asset. Is that correct?
Yes, that presently is not in rates, and so this would essentially be a payment to Kentucky Power Company to pay that off and never recover it through rates. B, basically, this table on page 19 is an analysis and a summary of the quantified harm. And then the question is, if there is in fact compensation from AEP to Kentucky Power Company and its customers, how should that compensation be spent? And it doesn't have to match up exactly with the harm that was incurred.
Okay, thank you. So my question to you, though, is, and you're right, when will that $59 million go into rates, assuming nothing changes?
It would go into rates once the commission authorizes the amortization of the Rockport regulatory asset, presumably in a separate proceeding that I believe it's set up in the order in the last rate case.
Right. And then in the 2017 rate case, the idea was it would go into effect beginning the day that the Rockport fixed cost payments are no longer being made. Is that correct?
In December 2022, correct.
December of this year, December 8th, I think.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know what percentage of that, if in fact your recommendation were adopted by this commission and $59 million were used to pay off the Rockport deferral regulatory asset, what part of that $50 million would flow to customers like Marathon that do not take service through the distribution system?
I don't know what the percentage would be, but the recovery would be through the PPA rider.
Okay. Could you make that calculation as part of a post-hearing data request?
I don't know that I have the information to do that. I have not reviewed any of the rates or the allocations among customer classes or by rate schedule.
Okay. All right. I'd like to shift topics.
Okay.
I want to try to understand what the position is of one of your clients, the Attorney General, in this proceeding. Okay?
Okay.
And were you in the hearing room yesterday when the Attorney General was cross-examining Mr. Swain?
Mr. Swain, yes. Yes.
And do you remember the colloquy between the Attorney General and Mr. Swain concerning fossil fuel plants in Kentucky?
I remember the discussion about that.
Yeah. And when was the last coal-fired generating unit constructed in the Commonwealth?
I don't know. I believe it was Trimble County 2, and I believe that would have been in the late 1990s, but I'm not 100% certain of that. But I believe that to be the case.
Yeah, and that would be my belief also. So, and since that date, how many coal-fired generating plants in the Commonwealth have been retired? We know Big Sandy 2.
And the coal-related assets of Big Sandy 1. I think that the Miami Fort 6 is located in Ohio. Duke Energy had an ownership interest in that. And that has since been retired.
And there's been I don't mean to cut you off.
Those are the ones that I am personally familiar with.
And other utilities have announced plans to retire plants. Is that correct?
Outside of the Commonwealth?
No, inside the Commonwealth.
Inside. That, I don't have a specific recollection.
Sure.
If you have something in mind, that
Yeah,
might jog my memory. But
This is not a memory.
Okay,
test.
well, thank
Okay.
you, thank you. I may never have known, but if you suggest something to me, that may sufficiently jog my recollection.
I think the next one, Mr. Wolfram, is coal retirements, WFPL.
WFPL coal.
Yeah, that's close enough for 6 o'clock this morning.
Mr. Overstreet, would you like to mark this as AEP Kentucky Power number 4?
Yes, number 4, please, Your Honor.
You need more than one for each of you.
No, we're good. And
So, before you move on, while we're passing this out, are you going to come back to when the last coal plant was built, or have you moved on past that one?
I think Mr. Collin and I are in agreement on that.
May have been a little sooner than that, but that's okay.
Okay, fine, okay.
That's the reason I asked. I think it was like 2014. So.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure it wasn't relevant to the cross-examination.
No. And then, I'm sorry.
So real quick, we marked the intervention of KIUC as exhibit AP KPCO exhibit 3, and this new document is going to be exhibit 4?
That's correct.
Thank you.
And I'll give you a chance to look it over.
Okay.
Candace, did you get a copy of this?
Yes, sir.
Great.
Yeah.
And I beg your pardon, just want to confirm that's going to go around on email too.
Yeah, so Mr.
Thanks a lot.
Overstreet, Mr. Miller is asking, I think, is Mr. Wolfram going to be sending that out, the WFPL article about Mr. Van Velzen?
Yeah.
That's correct, Mr. Miller. And Mr. Miller's on that
Thank you
service
very
list,
much.
Mr. Wolfram?
Appreciate that.
Okay. Can we give,
I did get 3. Thank you.
you did get a copy of it, Mr. Miller?
I got the previous exhibit 3, but just hadn't received 4 yet, so pardon me if I've jumped the gun, but just want to make sure.
Which I haven't known if it was just due to kind of being connected to the system.
It's our internet.
And so it's probably since he's running through the internet here that it's lagging.
All right. Talk slowly.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Overstreet.
You can go for it. I probably do know all these, but I just want to.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Miller.
And just let me know when you're ready, Mr. Collin.
Okay, I've read the highlighted portions of this.
And that's all I'm going to ask you
okay.
about, but feel free to read the whole thing.
I don't, well, I'll have to see once if I need
Okay,
to, but
fair
I've
enough.
read the highlighted, so.
Just WFPL is the local public radio station in Louisville.
Okay.
And I'll represent that this is available on the internet as of 6:48 this morning from WFPL.
Okay.
Okay.
I have no reason to doubt that.
And then it's a January 21, 2020 report, and it's entitled "Kentucky Leads the Country in 2020 Coal Retirements." Do you see that?
I do.
Okay.
That's the headline, right.
Okay. And then it goes on to describe that 2 of the largest coal-fired power plant retirements in the U.S. are happening in Kentucky, in 2020, are happening in Kentucky. Do you
That's
see
what
that?
it says.
And the first one is the Paradise 3 unit near Drakesboro,
That's what it says.
John Prine country. And then the Elmer Smith unit near Owensboro.
That's what it says.
Okay. And then, could you, so that's the first 2 paragraphs of that first highlighted sentence. Could you read the next 2 paragraphs into the record?
Starting with together, or?
No, I'm sorry. These older, more inefficient.
Oh, okay. That one, and then the next paragraph that starts together?
Then the next one that says together, yeah.
Okay. These older, more inefficient power plants are the latest to be priced out of the market and are now trudging toward the elephant graveyard of legacy coal-fired plants in the Ohio Valley. Together, power generation from the 2 plants represents more than a quarter of the total coal-fired capacity set to retire this year, based on an analysis using U.S. Energy Information Administration data. And then it gives a website or an address.
Yeah. And then I wanted to, before you read the next sentence, I wanted to preface this, that we all know that the commission only speaks through its orders. Now, could you read the next sentence?
The third paragraph?
Yeah, it says
Okay.
basically,
Basically, what you hear from the experts in the field is there is not going to be another coal plant built in Kentucky or anywhere else probably forever, said Andrew Minkovich, spokesman for Kentucky Public Service Commission, the state's utility regulator. And if you hear this, sir, I'm sorry to have butchered your name. I don't think I pronounced it properly, but in any event.
I think it's Melankovich, but I may be wrong.
Okay.
And then would you read finally the final highlighted sentence?
You're starting to see customers, big commercial and industrial customers who are saying, okay, we're in your service territory, but we want renewable power. Melnick said. Maybe that was a little better pronunciation.
May I have a moment, Your Honor, to see if I have anything else? Just one moment. I have nothing further. Thank you, Mr. Collin.
You're welcome.
Is that all?
That's all.
Okay. You wanna?
Oh, I'd move the Kentucky Power 2, 3, and 4 into the record, please.
Any objections? Okay. All right.
Everybody asleep?
That's when you catch them when they're sleeping. So AEP Kentucky Power 2, 3, and 4 is part of the record.
Thank you.
Mr. Osterloh?
Very short, couple questions. Good evening, Mr. Collin.
Excuse me.
In your dialogue with the vice chairman, I believe that you referenced or you used the phrase technical services agreement, but what I believe you were referring to is the transition services agreement.
I don't recall that I used that term, but if I did, it should be transition service
Thank you.
agreement.
And then in responses to Mr. Overstreet, you referenced and you were presented a document from the 2017 Kentucky Power rate case.
Yes.
And I believe you testified that you sponsored testimony in that case on behalf of KIUC, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall in that case that KIUC sponsored testimony related to the value of industrial companies as providing a higher percentage of spin-off jobs in the region compared to retail companies?
I know that KIUC has in the past. I don't recall it being specifically in that docket or that case, but I have no reason to doubt that. I know that KIUC has sponsored a witness to address those issues.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Kurtz?
Very brief. Mr. Collin, do you recall across from Mr. Overstreet where the $353 million of distribution harm was your proposal is to use part of that to pay off the Rockport regulatory asset deferral of about $59 million?
Yes, compensation received for the harm.
Okay.
That would be used somewhat differently than the compilation of the harm. And the first ones would be the Rockport deferral regulatory asset.
Okay, and there was an implication that you were proposing to use distribution harm in a way that would benefit transmission voltage customers. Did you kind of get that implication?
I try not to read too much into the questions, but I guess you could read that into the question.
Okay. Rates are not, obviously not unbundled in Kentucky. There's no deregulation. We don't have distribution, transmission, and generation components, correct?
That's correct.
There are fully bundled rates, obviously, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the cost of service evidence, I know this is more Mr. Barron than you, but do you understand that the rates of the residential customers are heavily subsidized in the Kentucky Power service territory?
They are.
So that part of the distribution costs that serve residential customers are paid by the commercial and industrial customers?
That's correct.
Thank you, Chairman. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Collin.
You're welcome. Thank you.
You may be excused.
Chair, recognizing we only have 2 witnesses left, could we take a very small brief break?
Yes. So we will take a recess until, how about 7:35? We're back on the record in case number 2021-00481. Before we before we begin, Mr. Kurtz, Mr. West, is that the case? Or is that everything that the KIUC and the AG has?
Yes.
Yes.
I would just ask, again, that testimony errata, if
It's already been filed in the docket.
just worth her weight in gold, isn't she?
Johnny on the spot, yeah.
Jody's the best. And then just the reminder, I think it would be the AEP, Kentucky Power, Mr. Vaughn's testimony, just to file that errata. I just want to mention that before we go. And of course, we'll do the written post-hearing data requests after. We'll make sure before we upload that we'll edit that portion, at least the video portion of the cross-examination between the vice chair and Mr. Collin. We'll talk about briefing in a minute. And before we leave, did Mr. Collin, was he able to leave his AEP Kentucky Power Company number 2, the entire document for the reporter's benefit? All right. I know what it was. Before we move on, Mr. Overstreet or Ms. Blend, do you all intend, now that Mr. Collin has been presented for cross-examination and redirect, do you all intend after that to attempt to or ask to recall? You mentioned it earlier, I'd just rather take it up now. Ask to recall your witness?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, great. So with that, at this point, I don't see any expectation of calling Mr. Eichler, but we certainly, you're not going anywhere in the next 30 minutes, but we did ask Mr. Balashov to stay, and I think he can be excused for the remainder of the hearing for whatever that's worth.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Grudman, would you like to call your witness?
Walmart calls Lisa Perry.
Okay, Ms. Perry? Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. State your name and address for the record.
My name is Lisa Perry, and my business address is 2608 Southeast J Street, Bentonville, Arkansas.
Ms. Grundman?
Good evening, Ms. Perry. Can you please tell us by whom you are employed and in what capacity?
I am employed by Walmart Inc., and I am a senior manager in the energy department.
And did you cause to be filed in this docket the direct testimony and exhibit of Lisa V. Perry on February 21st, 2021?
Yes.
Was that testimony prepared? I believe it was February 21st, 2022, which would reflect the error on the front page. You caused that testimony to be filed in February 21, 2022.
Yes, that is correct. Thank
Was
you.
that testimony prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any corrections or additions to your testimony?
I guess other than the date on the front, no, I do not.
Would you like to adopt it as your direct testimony in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, my first question is would you like an errata to correct the date on the front page of this?
That one, I'll let slide. As long as she is corrected in the stand.
Ms. Perry is available for cross-exam.
Okay. Mr. West?
Mr. Cook.
Mr. Cook, do you have questions for this witness?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Kurtz?
No questions.
No questions.
No questions.
Vice Chair?
No questions.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Miller, any questions?
None, thank you.
Okay. I do have just one line. Are you aware of the current green offerings of Kentucky Power?
I know that, me personally, I have not been working on those, so I am not aware of them, but I have a hunch that other members of my team probably are.
Well, and the reason I ask is you make a proposal that, or part of your testimony is that as a result of this transaction, Kentucky Power should be ordered to initiate some sort of process by which additional offerings that your client or that your employer could take advantage of related to renewable energy. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so would you be surprised to find out that as a result of previous cases and based on the testimony of Walmart, Kentucky Power already has offerings that frankly comply with what Walmart has previously requested?
I'm not going to say that I would be surprised by that. I think that, we're always continuing to look for additional opportunities. And, traditionally, we've found that a stakeholder process is a good path to that because it allows, parties with different needs and different interests to come together and, make sure that there are robust products for as many customer groups as possible to present to the commission.
Okay, so would Walmart be interested in a tariff offering that allows Walmart to aggregate its demand in the Kentucky Power territory and to contract with Kentucky Power so they can procure green energy on on Walmart's behalf?
I certainly would say it's something that we would explore and look into. I mean, I can't definitively say, yes, that is what we would want, if that makes sense.
Well, it would, and the reason I ask is, again, Walmart has had testimony specifically asking for this, and there's a tariff offering that's been around for 4 or 5 years now that specifically allows either the purchase and retirement of RECs on the customer's behalf by Kentucky Power.
Oh, okay.
Or and this is considered option B under Kentucky Power's renewable power option rider. I don't know if anybody's taken advantage of it or not, but option B says that charges for service under option B of this tariff will be set forth in the written agreement between the company and customer and will reflect a combination of the firm service rates otherwise available to the customer and the cost of the renewable energy resource being directly contracted for by the customer. And so
Okay,
I guess what I'm asking is, were you aware of the current offerings of Kentucky Power at the time of your testimony?
Yes, and I now see the difference. And so I think, what Walmart is interested in moving forward is really a program that is, more of an asset-backed program where the utility, owns the asset and it's a voluntary tariff type program or something along those lines, as opposed to what it sounds like you're describing is more of a sleeved program or like a REC purchase program.
I don't know it's a direct purchase program because I don't know if that's...
No, REC, sorry, REC.
Oh, REC program. So it has two options, a REC program and a sleeve. You're right.
Right. And so we're saying that there are also other options out there that we have, that we may be interested in. And so there's other options that we would like to explore.
Okay, so I think this existed, and Walmart filed testimony. I think maybe this, I'll say it this way, the settlement agreement that resulted from that case following Walmart's testimony is that the tariff was changed to allow certain commercial customers, for instance, to aggregate their demand to meet the minimum threshold for the tariff. Why hasn't, given that change was made following that settlement, do you know why Walmart has not taken advantage of that following the change to the tariff?
I don't. I mean, I could certainly find that out. It may be a matter of us not being able to secure a resource for it. But, I think as far as the current ask, it's really, to provide just additional options.
Mr. Overstreet, do you have any questions for Ms. Perry?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Osterloh?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Grumman, any redirect?
I do have one follow-up. Ms. Perry, are you aware that Walmart has had ongoing conversations with AEP and Kentucky Power trying to find potential renewable resources within Kentucky Power's territory?
Yeah, and it's kind of all coming together for me now, sorry, but yes.
Okay, so you are aware that they have been having those conversations?
Yeah.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Ms. Grumman. Thank you, Ms. Perry, for being
All
here.
right, thank you.
All right, you may be excused.
Thanks.
Does Walmart have anything else on this front?
That's all, Your Honor.
Mr. Goff?
Thomas Houghton, the witness stand, on behalf of LS Power.
Virtual witness stand. Mr. Hudson, I just asked you turn on your microphone and your camera.
Yes, sir, it's on. Can you hear me?
We can. If you have a microphone, you may want to move closer to it.
Okay, do not. How's this? Is this a little better?
You can't.
How about now?
That's better. Are you all, everything okay? Yeah. Okay, just want to make sure. That's fine.
Except now I have my big face covering the screen. So.
That's okay. That's okay. All right, Mr. Goss?
Swear him in.
Yeah, you've already called him. I asked him to turn on his camera, so I should swear him in, shouldn't I? That's what happens when it's 7:47. Do you swear, Mr. Houghton, please raise your right there. You go. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Thomas Houghton, my business address is 1700 Broadway in New York, New York, 10019.
Mr. Goss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Houghton, by whom are you employed?
I'm employed by LS Power Development, LLC.
And what do you do for LS Power?
I'm in the regulatory affairs, and I cover PJM primarily.
Have you caused to be filed pre-filed testimony, and have you filed responses to data requests previously in this case?
I did.
Mr. Houghton, do you have any revisions or amendments that you care to make to either your testimony or your responses to data requests that are in the record?
Well, they just changed my titles. What's listed in the testimony is Director of Project Development, and my new title just the other day became Director Mid-Atlantic Market Policy, to more reflect basically what I do.
I think there's an errata sheet in my future. Unless you let me have it.
His title was right when he filed it. There's no need to change
all right,
it.
very good. That's why you're the
It's a
boss.
good interpretation.
That's why he's the boss. Mr. Houghton, do you fully and completely adopt your pre-filed testimony and the responses that you've given to data requests in this case? And would your answers today be the same as given in that testimony and in those data request responses?
Yes.
Pass the witness.
Mr. Cook. Mr. Cook, any questions for Mr. Houghton?
No questions, Chairman.
Mr. Kurtz?
No questions.
Ms. Grunman?
No questions.
Mr. Miller, any questions for Mr. Houghton?
Thank you. No questions from Sierra Club.
Ms. Vincel?
No questions.
Vice Chair?
No questions?
We'll start with Mr. Overstreet. Any questions for Mr. Houghton?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, no questions.
Mr. Osterloh?
No questions, Your Honor.
Sorry, Mr. Goss. Thank you for being here, Mr. Houghton. You may be excused.
Thank you.
Do you have anything,
Tom.
do you have anything further, Mr. Goss?
No, sir.
All right. Unless somebody corrects me, I believe those are all the witnesses, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So now Mr. Eichler can be excused. All right. I don't want anybody to question my generosity. I want to make sure we've also
Counselor's out.
This is Kentucky Power Company number 4. I did.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir, Mr. Overstreet.
I think you asked Mr. Haynes to stay around for this hearing. Is he
I
excused?
did.
also?
He is also excused. Yeah,
Until
it's my
tomorrow.
fault. What's that?
Until tomorrow.
Till 10 a.m. Okay, so I want to go over a couple of things because I'd rather be thorough now and take the extra 2 or 3 minutes. Then that's fine. We have issues over the next couple of days. So I have here. I have KAUC cross exhibits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's it. 11 cross exhibits. Is that
And confidential.
One confidential.
I was gonna, yeah, and then KIUC, when was it done? KIUC confidential 1 right before number 11.
Correct.
Introduced before. Okay. I also have, staff 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Correct, Ms. Vincel?
I'm
It's okay. We have staff 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, culminating in 8 being that 1988 Court of Appeals opinion.
That's correct.
Okay. And then we have AEP Kentucky Power 1, 2, 3, and 4, as well as AEP Kentucky Power Confidential 1.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And then we just have Liberty Exhibit 1, which is the RBC presentation. Is that correct?
Your Honor, my recollection was that the company actually had 2 confidential exhibits. My recollection is there was a Moody's document.
That was AEP confidential one. The other one was KIUC confidential one.
Okay.
It was an AEP.
It was our confidential document.
Okay.
Okay, the other confidential was Mr. Kurtz's.
That's exactly.
Okay. All right, so I'll work with the reporter on those. I have the statutory date as May the 4th. Any disagreement on that being the case?
That's my understanding.
Also my understanding.
So, I don't know that we're gonna be able to meet Mr. Goss's preferred briefing schedule of late April.
I didn't realize it was that quick, Mr. Chairman. Sorry about that.
Sorry. So, we're gonna go through and set dates, but then we're gonna talk for a minute about that bridge coordination agreement. The majority of the post-hearing data requests are gonna be from the commission and commission staff. I know, Mr. Overstreet, you had one, I think maybe the AG will have one. Mr. Kurtz, I don't remember you having any, I don't think, expectation to post-hearing data requests.
Correct.
So.
I think I had one.
I think you did as well. So.
Let me correct that. I had one, Larry had several. So.
Okay. So what we'll do is, I just want to, we're going to have a couple, but the majority are going to come from us, I think. We can have those by the end of the day on the 31st, Ms. Vinsel?
That's correct.
Okay. So we can have those due by the end of the day on the 31st. Hope you all can too, as a way to move things forward. So those will go out 11:59. Don't, he got on to me last time I said, but don't pull Tom Fitzgerald or Jerry Woocher and wait until after, till 11:59 where it doesn't post until the next day. So only Mr. Woocher did that. But so we'll have it due by the end of the day on March the 31st, 2022. My preference would be, in order to get the briefing schedule done so that we can have a full order, would be that those data requests are due April the 8th. Now, that's the day we're going to set the data request due. If there are specific requests that are unable to be responded to by April the 8th, first, we would hope that you would know that prior to April the 7th or April the 8th. And if you need additional time, that the motion be filed well in advance of April the 8th if you need additional time to respond. So the data requests will be sought on the 31st to be responded to on the 8th. I think what makes the most sense, in my opinion, is simultaneous initial and simultaneous response briefs. So I would ask, do you all have an objection to that as the joint applicants?
We do not.
Okay. With an understanding that, with the exception that I'm going to talk about in a second, that response briefs don't incorporate or encapsulate anything beyond what was mentioned in the opposing initial briefs, or not even opposing, but just the initial briefs. Is that fair? Anybody have a concern? Okay. So,
the AG and KIUC would prefer one simultaneous brief of the mill.
what was that, Mr. Cook?
The AG and KIUC would prefer simultaneous briefs.
Yeah, that's what we're going to do.
I think what Mr. Cook is referring to is without necessarily a response, just one simultaneous brief.
I think I think we'd prefer a response. Yeah, yeah. We would prefer a response over make a statement and then walk away. So with simultaneous briefs due on the 12th and response briefs due on the 18th, that would give us, frankly, 2 weeks to read, write, draft, edit, publish, and order by the 4th.
Your Honor, can I ask a clarification about the post-hearing data requests? I believe the question related to the potential deferral costs, and it was originally, I think, a commission data request about deferring the cost of the Big Sandy decommissioning rider.
The net present value from that, taking into account the actual compounding of the deferral costs, yes.
And then the Attorney General's office had an additional request, and then I appended onto that, sort of the middle of that. Do you want me to issue that data request separately?
That's right.
Or would it be helpful to be done, would it be helpful for me to try to work with staff to see if we could put it together as a singular request?
My preference would be that you do it on your own.
Okay.
So, initial briefs on the 12th and response briefs on the 18th. As I see it, and this is just me, I'm not speaking on behalf of the vice chair, I do have concerns around the timing of the bridge coordination agreement, especially given that we know it's being worked on, and we know about the time frame that it's expected to be done, but we also know the time frame that we have to approve this under 278-020. Is there any expectation that the bridge coordination agreement can be done by April the 12th? 12th?
Can a party,
Just a moment here.
I mean, what if they waive 2 weeks, I mean, what difference does that make? Mr. Chairman, while they're thinking, I'm trying to remember the law on this. Can a party waive the statutory deadline?
So, let me just, I'll just be, that's interesting. I don't know if they can waive, but I also don't know how 278-0207 is written, whether or not it says, whether or not it's written in such a way that it automatically is approved if it's not, or if the remedy is that you have to go get a writ of mandamus against this, a writ to go make, not a writ of mandamus, but a writ to go make us act. I don't.
I know one of the sections is it's approved if it's not.
I think, and for some reason, I think it's the one that includes the public interest standard in 270, I think it's 0207.
Okay.
I think we're.
And I say that as having maybe drafted some language to include in the citing board portion that might have stolen from 0207. I think it included an automatic approval at 120 days.
Your Honor, one other housekeeping item, if I may, while my colleagues are talking about bridge PCA status. I don't have staff exhibit 7 on my list of exhibits, and I just want to make sure that I've got that down.
Staff Exhibit 7 is the data request, Staff DR 4-1 in the CTCN case, 2021-0004.
Thank you.
And that was provided at the same time to Mr. Haynes when he was being asked questions about the order in 2021-0004.
Thank you.
So, for what it's worth, Mr. Gauze, testifying from the stands, or testifying from the days, but the last sentence in 278-0207 happens to be, in the absence of that action within that time period, any proposed acquisition shall be deemed to be approved.
Okay. End of conversation, thank you.
I assume you're not
Fairly
gonna
clear.
push that envelope any further.
It's a nice thought.
And so while they're discussing, let me just state what my proposal would be, unless there's an objection, and less of a proposal, more of a dictate, but is that if the amended bridge coordination agreement can be completed and the draft submitted to us and provided to the other parties by April the 12th, that it would then be subject to the other parties would be able to address that in that simultaneous response brief, so they can take a position on it. I would, for the sole purpose of the arguments that they raise in that simultaneous response brief related to the bridge PCA, give the companies or the joint applicants 3 business days to file a reply exclusively related to their comments, the intervening comments on the bridge coordination agreement.
Seems fair.
Just a minute. Please, you're still discussing what we're
I know, is it if?
So you're saying, if I understand it, that if it's filed on or before the 12th, obviously if it's filed on the 12th, we wouldn't have the opportunity to address it in the initial brief, but we could address it in the reply brief, and joint applicants would have a SIR reply 3 days.
Following the 18th, that's right.
Following the 18th, gotcha.
So that would be, I don't miswrite briefs, so April the 18th is a Monday.
I'd have the weekend.
Work
So,
every other weekend.
so the simultaneous initials would be due on Tuesday the 12th. The responses to those simultaneous responses would be due on the 18th. So 1, 2, 3. So they reply brief by the joint applicants solely to that issue for any issues raised by the interveners related to the bridge coordination agreement would have to be filed on by the end of the day on the 21st.
Was that the 23rd, Chairman?
21st, that
First.
Thursday the 21st.
Thank you.
And that's only a filing by the companies.
That's correct.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, it's my understanding that we are able to provide, or should be able to provide the bridge PCA amendment by April the 12th.
Okay. So I'll just say, the earlier the better. We'll always give you a fair shake for what you can give us, but we can't give you any credit for things that we don't have in front of us. If you file it on the 11th, file it on the 10th, I still think the plan here should be the same, that it should only be raised in that 18th, and you all get 3 full days to file a reply exclusively and limited to that bridge coordination agreement arguments brought up in the response briefs.
Okay.
Is any of that confusing for purposes of a post-hearing order?
No, I think we're good.
So we'll have an order setting forth all this by, I don't know, probably sometime tomorrow, maybe on Thursday. We don't have anything else going on this week. So just, open it up for us. But if there's something that everybody was under the, or at least some of the parties were under the illusion of based off this conversation, that is stated differently or not reflected in the post-hearing scheduling order, file something in response, file an exception, whatever it may be, but it's easier to fix it when it's the first week of March as opposed to the 12th or the 18th or the whatever 21st of April. Okay. So from the joint applicants, is there anything else that we need to take under consideration before we adjourn?
Nothing further.
Nothing.
AG, KAUC, Mr. Goss, Mr. Grumman. Mr. Miller, do you have anything that we need to take up?
No, thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Okay. All right. Mr. Cook?
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
Ms. Vincel?
Nothing further.
Okay. All right. With all that being said, this hearing is adjourned.